Chapter 1327. Inside the Sea of Power. Yang Feng operated the essence of Devour and frantically devoured the purest power in the Sea of Power. The Dawn God armor, the Green Sun halberd, and other Empyrean-grade secret treasures Yang Feng is wearing are also frantically absorbing the power in the Sea of Power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. The power extracted from the Sea of Power was directly transmitted to Zero, Shadow, and the Phantom Ruler. In fact, the three Empyrean rank powerhouses Zero, Shadow, and the Phantom Ruler can be regarded as secret treasures refined by Yang Feng. Therefore they can absorb the power Yang Feng absorbs from the Sea of Power. Under the frenzied devouring of those terrifying existences, the seemingly endless sea of energy was rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. So overbearing he's going to suck the Sea of Power dry. He absorbed the entire Sea of Power. How terrifying! Ordinary Empyreans have their own limits when advancing to the next realm. It is impossible for them to absorb all the power in the Sea of Power. Only the Lord Devourer can devour all the power in the entire Sea of Power. The eyes of the holy and great holy rank powerhouses who cast various secret methods to spy on this side shimmered with shock. Ordinary Empyreans can only absorb a part of the Sea of Power at most to evolve. Only Yang Feng alone can devour all the power in the Sea of Power. Yang Feng has formed a perfect immortal body in the quasi-Empyrean realm, and his battle prowess is comparable to that of an Empyrean. Coupled with his proficiency in the essence of Devour, he was able to devour the Sea of Power. When the power gushing out of the Sea of Power was absorbed by Yang Feng's perfect immortal body and merged with the Empyrean origin inside him, Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul underwent another evolution and became even more terrifying and powerful. After the Sea of Power disappeared, starlight converged from the universe. Countless starlight converged in the void and formed a star glory ring composed of 9,990,000 stars. A copious amount of starlight poured out of the star glory ring and shone on Yang Feng. In the endless starlight, in addition to the pure star force, the history of the 9,990,000 stars appeared before Yang Feng's eyes one by one. In the eyes of ordinary emperors, the history of countless stars was just the history of those stars. However, Yang Feng is proficient in the law of fate. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and when he looked at the stars, he saw traces of fate force. The Ring of Star Brilliance is actually the best opportunity for emperors to comprehend the mysteries of destiny. It's also the one that's most useful to me out of the three great phenomena. Understanding welled up in Yang Feng's mind, and he operated the fate algorithm to deduce the essence of fate. With two Empyrean-grade secret treasures containing fate force, Yang Feng grasped the law of fate to begin with. Now, thanks to the deduction of the fate algorithm, a mysterious rune containing fate force formed in his eyes. The moment the two mysterious runes took shape, the Ring of Star Brilliance that contained boundless star force and the history of countless stars collapsed. What's going on? The Ring of Star Brilliance is the phenomenon that lasted the longest among the three. How did it end so quickly? That's it? The baptism of the Ring of Star Brilliance is really short. At the time, the Star Lord was baptized by the Ring of Star Brilliance for 7 days and 7 nights. The combat power of the Star Lord has far surpassed that of the Star Lord at the time, so how come it lasted so short? By devouring the entire Sea of Power, he should have angered the universe origin will. Seeing the Ring of Star Brilliance collapse, the eyes of the powerhouses revealed a look of surprise. Generally speaking, the stronger and more potential an emperor is, the longer they will be baptized by the Ring of Star Brilliance. For Yang Feng to be baptized by the Ring of Star Brilliance for such a short period of time is simply incredible. At this moment, a sky-wide gate containing boundless spatial force appeared in the void and sucked Yang Feng inside. Countless mysterious runes gushed out of the gate and entered Yang Feng's body. Spatial Gate. This is the fourth phenomenon, the Spatial Gate. Once an emperor enters the Spatial Gate, they will be baptized by the Spatial Gate. The essence of life will transform. By then, even those who aren't proficient in the essence of space will grasp the essence of space. The fourth phenomenon. That was the legendary fourth stage phenomenon. Among the 8 warlock emperors, only the Time Lord, the Taboo Lord, and the Transcendent Lord have triggered the fourth phenomenon. As expected of the Devour Lord, the strongest quasi-emperor in the history of the human race. The potential of the Devour Lord is indeed the strongest existence in the human race. Countless experts stared at the space gate in the void as their eyes flashed with a complicated glint. Inside the spatial gate, Yang Feng absorbed the countless mysterious runes and advanced his grasp of the essence of space to the next level. As soon as Yang Feng's essence of space evolved, the spatial gate collapsed. A torrent of time gushed out of the endless void and emerged in the void. Inside the torrent of time, a time dragon as large as a star with only half of its head exposed emerged, and vast time force diffused from the time dragon. The fifth phenomenon. Time dragon. This is the legendary fifth phenomenon that only Empyreans with eternal resources can trigger, the time dragon. The Devour Lord can actually trigger the fifth phenomenon. Could it be that he has eternal resources? The fifth phenomenon. The Devour Lord has already surpassed the 8 Warlock Emperors. That's terrifying. No wonder so many Empyreans don't want to see the Devour Lord promote to an Empyrean realm. The threat he poses to those Empyreans is too great. The powerhouses who were spying on everything with various spells looked at the time dragon in the void with astonishment in their eyes. That dragon of time wasn't the legendary dragon of time that could freely traverse the universe, the past, the present, and the future. Instead, it's a phenomenon formed by time force triggered by a powerful extraordinary life form advancing to the Empyrean realm. As soon as the time dragon appeared, it opened its maw, and light containing the power of time enveloped Yang Feng. In the light, Yang Feng changed from a teenager to a young man, from a young man to an old man, from an old man to a young man, and finally to a teenager. During this cycle, Yang Feng experienced the mysteries and quintessence of the essence of time. With a flash of regret in his eyes, the first Fiend Emperor clenched his teeth and stared at Yang Feng shrouded in time force with killing intent in his eyes. The fifth phenomenon. What a fearsome enemy. Unfortunately, I was a step too slow and couldn't kill him. As an Empyrean who has existed since the Eternal Era, the first Fiend Emperor is more restricted by the universe. If he hadn't borrowed the Fiend Emperor's body, his soul would have decayed and turned to ashes as soon as he woke up, and then disappeared in the long river of history. This time, the first Fiend Emperor paid a huge price and countless rare treasures of heaven and earth to forcibly awaken inside the Fiend Emperor's body. Despite paying such a huge price, he still failed to kill Yang Feng, which naturally filled the first Fiend Emperor with anger. It seems like a long time has passed since the Time Dragon appeared, but in fact, only 10 breaths of time have passed. After those 10 breaths of time, the Time Dragon collapsed and disappeared. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and Warlock Emperor rank fluctuations of power spread in all directions. He finally advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Devour Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm. He finally advanced to the Empyrean realm. Complicated gazes focused on Yang Feng. All powerhouses understand that once Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, he will become very terrifying. Empyrean, the Devour Lord has finally advanced to the Empyrean realm. Since the Devour Lord has advanced to the Empyrean realm, my Devour dynasty is as stable as a rock. Since the Devour Lord has advanced to the Empyrean realm, who else can be his opponent? The entire human weave is in jubilation. Everyone is filled with excitement. Prior to this, although the Devour dynasty has 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses guarding it, but Yang Feng is just a quasi-Empyrean after all. No matter how strong he is, there is a limit. Once Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, with his potential, it will only be a matter of time before he advances to the invincible Overlord realm. Even if the many Empyreans from ancient times return, there is no need to fear an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. The first Fiend Emperor spoke politely. The fifth phenomenon is really amazing. Greetings, Devour Lord. I am the first Fiend Emperor. I'm very sorry for what happened today. Can you pretend that nothing happened? The first Fiend Emperor? You actually came here with killing intent in your heart. You wanted to kill me. He actually wanted to write it off just like that. How could there be such a simple thing? Die here for me. Yang Feng glanced at the first Fiend Emperor, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, the halberd of the god of battle appeared, and he stabbed towards the first Fiend Emperor. As the halberd stabbed out, time twisted and space became chaotic. It contained a terrifying devouring power that suppressed and pierced through everything. It contained 9 different Emperor secret killing techniques as it stabbed towards the first Demon Emperor. Since you want to fight, then I'll fight you and kill you, the 9th human Warlock Emperor. The first Fiend Emperor is a tyrannical and overbearing existence. With a fierce ray in his eyes, countless runes flickered, and a fearsome true dragon form from Fiend Force emerged and extended its claw towards Yang Feng. The terrifying true dragon constructed from the power of demons contained both the power of demons and the power of the true dragon. It was so powerful that even a real true dragon might not be a match for it. Its claw can seriously injure an Empyrean. Chapter 1328. When the halberd of the god of battle stabbed the fiend true dragon, 3 Empyrean projections emerged from the river of time. The 3 emperors emanated the terrifying aura of an invincible overlord. All sorts of unimaginably terrifying secret techniques slammed against the fiend true dragon and forcefully blasted it apart. Boom! At the moment when the fiend true dragon was blasted to pieces, the first fiend emperor was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away, his body shattered, and his Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Amazing! That's the first fiend emperor, the ancestor of fiends of legend. He has existed since the age of eternal sovereigns, and he is the first fiend emperor who can even compete with eternal sovereigns. That's an invincible overlord rank Empyrean, yet he was seriously injured by the Devour Lord with a single move. How terrifying! The powerhouses hiding in different spaces inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The first fiend emperor is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean who has existed since the age of eternal sovereigns, and his battle prowess is tyrannical. Shadow is also an Empyrean rank existence. But in front of the first fiend emperor, he was blasted away with a single move. Now that the first fiend emperor has been seriously injured by Yang Feng, this is simply heaven-defying. Let's attack together and kill him. If we don't kill him today, we will all die. If we don't go all out now, we won't even have the chance to go all out later. A fierce ray flashed in the cicada lord's eyes, and he clenched his teeth. Countless mysterious runes appeared around him, and ghost swallower golden cicadas covered in ferocious mouthparts and engraved with countless mysterious runes turned into a fearsome golden insect sea that flew towards Zero, Shadow, Mycelia, and Sure You. The ghost swallower golden cicadas are peerless insects that the cicada lord has fed with countless treasures of heaven and earth as well as his own blood essence. Even if it is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean, if careless, they will be gnawed by the ghost swallower golden cicadas and turned into a pile of bones. The ghost swallower golden cicadas are the trump card the cicada lord used to compete for the eternal opportunity. He has been hiding them all this time in order to compete with the other Empyreans for the eternal opportunity. But now, in order to kill Yang Feng, he can't care so much. Since the cicada lord tried to kill Yang Feng and obstructed his path to the Empyrean realm, he is well aware that with Yang Feng's character, he will definitely kill him. 2 of the 3 Fate Empyrean grade secret treasures of the world of warlocks have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. Even if the golden cicada lord wants to escape, he will be found by Yang Feng. The only way to survive was to kill Yang Feng. The ghost-swallowing golden cicada was ferocious and terrifying. It could even devour emperors with ease. The 4 powerhouses, Ling, Shadowy, Mycelia, and Sure You, had no choice but to use powerful offensive secret techniques to smash the ghost-devourer golden cicadas. A wisp of heartache flashed through the eyes of the golden cicada's master when he witnessed this scene. The joint forces of countless ghost-eater cicadas could even besiege and kill an emperor. But once they were split into 4, they could only be killed by Zero and the others. A look of unswerving determination flashed in his eyes, and he frantically burned the power of his bloodline with the golden cicada godslayer bow in his hand and poured his power into the golden divine bow. In an instant, a golden arrow containing the law of karma locked onto Yang Feng like a shooting star and shot towards him. The moon-swallowing crocodile emperor released countless runes, and 108 moons it devoured appeared and radiated resplendent moonlight. The moonlight formed 6 pairs of moonlight wings on the back of the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor. The 6 pairs of moonlight wings flapped, and the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor appeared in front of Yang Feng as if teleporting, opened its maw, and bit at Yang Feng. The eyes of the Xian Kuanpang great emperor flashed fiercely, countless runes flickered, and a Xian Kuanpang spear with the spine of an eternal sovereign as the core, engraved with countless images of true spirits, and absorbed the essence of wind flew out and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Whether it is the golden cicada lord, the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor, or the Xian Kuanpang great emperor, they are all emperors who are far stronger than the blue moon sea monarch. They are only a step away from the invincible overlord rank. When the 3 of them join forces, their power is earth-shattering. Even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean would have to retreat. If the 3 of you joined forces before I advanced to the Empyrean realm, it would indeed be difficult for me to resist. But now, in my eyes, your every move is full of flaws. Let me grant you death. Yang Feng smiled coldly. The wheel of time appeared, shone with countless mysterious runes, and a twisted torrent of time enveloped him. In the twisted torrent of time, Yang Feng seems to have disappeared from the present and entered the future. He abruptly and strangely avoided the attacks of the three Empyrean sovereigns, and finally appeared in front of the Golden Cicada Lord and slashed at him with his halberd. How is this possible? How can this be? How can he avoid the joint attack of the three of us? I am an Empyrean. Even if it is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean, they can't avoid my attack so easily. When the Golden Cicada Lord saw such a strange scene, a chill welled up in his heart, and endless fear enveloped him. His movements stagnated for a moment, and wisps of undetectable illusory fluctuations revolved around him. Shit, I've been hit by a spell. This is an illusion, a brilliant illusion. This is an Empyrean-grade illusion. After all, the Golden Cicada Lord is an Empyrean with unswerving willpower. He recovered in an instant and realized that he has been hit by an illusion. Otherwise, no matter how tyrannical Yang Feng is, he wouldn't have fallen into a state of panic. At this moment, the halberd of the god of battle slashed at the Golden Cicada Lord and cut him in two. A devour black hole appeared, devoured the Golden Cicada Lord, and frantically extracted his life origin. Inside the devour black hole, the Golden Cicada Lord struggled frantically, a look of horror on his face. But within a few breaths of time, all his life origin was extracted, and he turned into a pile of dust. So strong! After the Devour Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm, he's really powerful. Space-Time Walk. This is the Time Lord's signature spell. He can freely walk in the past, the present, and the future. This is the most terrifying evasion spell. Space-Time Walk can be used to evade the past, the future, and the present. This is the supreme spell that the Time Lord used to run amok in the world. The Lord Devourer possesses the Wheel of Time and is able to cast this spell. He is already invincible and invincible. Unless an Empyrean proficient in the essence of time interferes with time. Otherwise, any Empyrean who faces the Devour Lord will be defeated. When the holy and great holy powerhouses saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Space-Time Walk. This is an invincible secret method that the Time Lord mastered. The Devour Lord has recreated this Empyrean-grade secret method. He's invincible. No matter how powerful a spell is, it's useless if it can't hit its target. During the ancient god era, there were many ancient god emperors who were more powerful than the Time King. However, they were all defeated by the Time King and suppressed by the Time King. It was because of the invincible secret technique, the alternate space-time walk. Since the Devour Lord has mastered space-time walk, then the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor and the Cyan Kuanping great emperor are dead for sure. When the human warlocks saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The entire human weave was in a state of jubilation and excitement. Standing quietly in a strange space, a complicated gleam flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he sighed faintly. Space-time walk, an invincible secret method that the Time Lord mastered. To think that it was mastered by him. The Devour Lord is really a despairing existence. The Dawn Lord didn't enter the Twin Universe Flowers to compete for resources. Instead, he wisely traveled to secret realms in the world of warlocks and improved his strength. Inside the Twin Universe Flowers, there are countless powerhouses, and even invincible overlord rank Empyreans searching for opportunities inside. If the Dawn Lord entered the Twin Universe Flowers and encountered the invincible overlord rank Empyreans of the Gamana continent, he would have a slim chance of survival. Being very rational, he didn't go in. After devouring the Golden Cicada Lord, Yang Feng took a step, stepped on a torrent of time, appeared in front of the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor, and slashed down with his halberd. I've been waiting for you. Die, Devour Lord. The moon-swallowing crocodile emperor's eyes shimmered fiercely, and it suddenly opened its maw and spat out a moon god bead that radiates endless moonlight. The moon god bead is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor refined after devouring the nearby moons of 10,000 planes and consuming countless treasures of heaven and earth as well as the bone essence of 6 Empyrean-rank Empyrean-grade secret treasure. It is the trump card of the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor and its capital to compete for the eternal opportunity with invincible overlord rank Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, then his body blurred, and he disappeared from the present and came to the future. When the moon god bead slammed into Yang Feng with unparalleled power, It passed through him as if it hit air, and didn't trigger any destructive force. In an instant, Yang Feng returned to the present from the past, appeared under the abdomen of the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor, and slashed with his halberd. A strange rune flickered, and the moon god bead appeared in front of the halberd of the battle god and blocked Yang Feng's killing blow. Boom! A fearsome explosion spread in all directions in an instant, and green halberd rays slashed at the moon-swallowing crocodile emperor and cut open terrifying wounds. Chapter 1329. Not bad, moon-devouring crocodile emperor, you're pretty strong. There was a flash of admiration in Yang Feng's eyes. Then, his body turned illusory, and he disappeared from the present and appeared in the future. When the green Kuan-Pang spear stabbed into Yang Feng, as if it stabbed into a bubble. Even though it launched the law of karma, it still couldn't trace back to the future and assassinate Yang Feng. Yang Feng appeared from the future, appeared behind the moon-devouring crocodile emperor, and slashed with the halberd. Boom! The moon god bead flashed, and it teleported in front of the war god halberd and blocked Yang Feng's all-out strike. This time, cracks appeared on the moon god bead. It suffered a heavy injury that is difficult to heal. The moon god bead is a secret treasure of the moon-devouring crocodile emperor. It is extremely mysterious and possesses all kinds of incredible powers. Even so, it can't resist the continuous attacks of Yang Feng, an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. The teleportation, which is almost like a scapegoat secret method, consumes the moon god bead's origin force. It can only be used a few times. First Fiend Emperor. The moon-devouring crocodile emperor's eyes shimmered fiercely, and it faced the sky and issued an earth-shaking roar. After Yang Feng mastered the peerless secret method space-time stroll, with the power of the Wheel of Time, he can freely disappear from the present for a short period of time and stroll in the past and future. This is simply heaven-defying. Except for the first Fiend Emperor, the moon-devouring crocodile emperor and the green Kuan-Pang great emperor have no way to deal with Yang Feng. Demonic Realm Summon. The first Fiend Emperor stared at Yang Feng as if to deal with his mortal enemy who has already promoted to an eternal sovereign. Countless mysterious runes appeared, and vast demonic chi diffused from him. 18 eternal demonic bones containing eternal breath flew out from behind the first Fiend Emperor. The 18 eternal demon bones were the bones of an incomparably powerful eternal sovereign. After the first demon emperor obtained them, he used all his strength and threw them into the endless demon cave, absorbing the blood essence and souls of 13 emperors. It took him millions of years to refine them into an artifact. Each one of them was an invincible artifact, and when the 18 eternal demon bones were combined, their power was even more astonishing. As soon as the 18 eternal demon bones flew out, endless demonic chi mixed with wisps of eternal chi formed a terrifying demon realm that sealed the void. Endless demonic energy surged, freezing time. Lord Devourer, this is my demonic domain world. In this world, the past, present, and future are all in my hands. You won't be able to escape to another time. Dang! The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor flashed fiercely, and he brandished the Fiend Emperor sword and slashed at Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a peerless sword ray, which seems to contain the malice of the universe, slashed towards Yang Feng. Indeed, in this infernal domain world, there is only one past, present, and future. The first Fiend Emperor is indeed worthy of being an invincible overlord, to be able to break through my invincible secret technique. Yang Feng looked at the Wheel of Time, whose light has dimmed and whose mysterious light has been suppressed by a lot, and praised lightly. Yang Feng's space-time stroll, a secret method that allows him to travel freely between the past, present, and future, is simply a heaven-defying spell. To be able to toy with the moon-devouring crocodile emperor and the green Kuan-Pang great emperor, only the secret method cast by the first Fiend Emperor can restrain Yang Feng's secret method. If it wasn't for the first Fiend Emperor, Yang Feng would have been able to slay the moon-devouring crocodile emperor and the green Kuan-Pang great emperor without suffering any injuries. This was the terrifying part of the Time Lord's invincible secret technique, space-time traversal, that made people tremble in fear. However, even though you have broken through my space-time stroll, you are still not my opponent. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the green Yang halberd appeared in his hand. The green Yang halberd trembled and cheered, fully recognizing Yang Feng as its master. A majestic, holy and mighty aura erupted as a resplendent green sun that seemed capable of suppressing the entire universe appeared and slammed towards the terrifying demonic sword light. As soon as the dazzling universe-suppressing cyan sun appeared, Countless cyan flames sputtered in all directions, igniting the demon qi, incinerating and purifying all of it. In an instant, the cyan sun collided with the terrifying sword light that contained the malice of the universe. The cyan sun instantly shattered the sword gleam that contained the malice of the universe. The void distorted, and fearsome shockwaves spread in all directions. The greatly weakened cyan sun slammed into the first demon emperor and released terrifying cyan sun flames that enveloped the first demon emperor's body. The green sun flames intertwined with the first fiend emperor's fiend force, and strange black smoke rose. One after another, strange human faces emerged from the black smoke and issued hair-raising cries. The moon-devouring crocodile emperor controlled the moon god bead, and the green Kuanpang great emperor controlled the green Kuanpang spear to attack Yang Feng. The starry sky has been fixed by the 18 eternal demonic bones. Yang Feng can no longer use space-time stroll to move between different spacetimes, nor can he perfectly dodge the attacks of the two emperors. It's true that I can't perfectly dodge your attacks now. However, against you, I don't need to dodge at all. Fourth form. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with frigid killing intent. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Xishan armor, and a vague projection walked out and merged with him. A vast and boundless force poured into Yang Feng from the Xishan armor, making him more fearsome. Break! Yang Feng brandished the halberd, and green halberd rays erupted, and projections containing the essence of power appeared, crushed the void, suppressed everything, and slashed towards the moon god bead. Boom! Amidst an earth-shaking explosion, the moon god bead was blasted apart, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions. My moon god bead! Lord Devourer, I'll fight you to the death. With his secret treasure broken, the moon-devouring crocodile emperor spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence. His eyes shot with blood, and he issued an earth-shaking roar. You won't have the chance. A cold voice was heard in the void. A cyan halberd tore through the sky and struck the body of the moon-devouring crocodile emperor, cutting it in two. Chapter 1330. Devourer Lord, how about we call it a day? Demonic chi revolved around the first fiend emperor, and his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He spoke in a deep voice. Call it a day? You want to stop me from advancing to the Empyrean realm? You want me to stop this kind of enmity with just a few words? You're dreaming. Yang Feng's eyes flickered brightly and locked on the first fiend emperor. Countless mysterious runes flickered on his body, extracted the life force of the three Empyrean powerhouses, and strengthened his body and soul. In that case, let's fight to the death. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first fiend emperor. Countless runes formed from primordial dark demonic chi shone brightly, and he slashed with his hand, and a crack appeared in the void. From the crack, 4 pitch-black coffins engraved with countless mysterious runes flew out. The lids of the 4 coffins opened one by one, and 4 fiend emperors with lifeless eyes but exuding Empyrean rank breath slowly stepped out of the coffins. Fiend emperors, for Empyrean rank fiend emperors. Those are 4 fiend emperors, which is equivalent to 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses. 4 fiend emperors, for Empyrean rank powerhouses. So this is the underlying strength of the first fiend emperor. What a terrifying underlying strength. What a terrifying method. When the spectating powerhouses above the holy steps saw the 4 fiend emperors, they inhaled a breath of cold air at once. Each emperor realm expert was extremely talented and they swept the world. They were terrifying existences that were invincible in an era. An Empyrean rank powerhouse can turn a weak race into a fearsome race that can dominate an era. For the first fiend emperor to take out 4 Empyrean rank fiend emperors at once is simply heaven-defying. This is what I've saved up for hundreds of millions of years. Except for the fiend emperors who have been slain, all the previous fiend emperors eventually fell into my hands. They are the embodiment of the universe's primordial dark force. Devourer Lord, since you want to be my enemy, then let me slay you. I'll plunder everything you have. The eyes of the first fiend emperor shimmered fiercely, and he suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. The figures of the 4 Empyrean rank fiend emperors flickered, and they turned into 4 rays rushing towards Yang Feng. First demon emperor, I am not fighting alone either. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then teleportation light appeared around him, and the 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses Zero, Shadow, Mycelia, and Shiryu appeared in front of him and attacked the 4 fiend emperors. A torrent of time revolved around Yang Feng, and as if teleporting, He appeared in front of the first Fiend Emperor and stabbed at the first Fiend Emperor with the halberd of the god of battle in his hand, leaving after images behind. The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor flickered fiercely, and he unleashed various powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. The entire void trembled continuously as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The demonic realm world refined from 18 eternal fiend bones is extremely powerful. Although the 10 Empyrean rank powerhouses fought inside, they still weren't blasted apart. Yang Feng, however, firmly suppressed the first Fiend Emperor and slashed open wounds on the other party's body. Zero also completely suppressed a Fiend Emperor. On the other hand, Obscurus fought to a draw with a Devil Emperor. The two false Empyrean rank powerhouses Mykelia and Sure you could only barely resist the attacks of the two Fiend Emperors, and countless wounds appeared on their bodies. The demonic realm world is full of demonic chi and demonic path force. This world is the domain of Fiend Emperors. In this world, the Fiend Emperors become more and more courageous as they fight. Their injuries heal at an astonishing speed, and they become stronger and stronger. Mykelia, who is slightly weaker, was finally breached by the Fiend Emperor, and a fiend sword slashed her, nearly cutting her in two. Devourer Lord, you don't want to reconcile with me, but you don't know that I don't want to reconcile with you either. As long as I kill you and take away everything you have, I will have hope of advancing to the Eternal Mark Realm. You are the key to my advancement to the Eternal Mark Realm. You are dead today. No one can save you. The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor shimmered fiercely. Bathed in demonic blood, he unleashed all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods and attacked Yang Feng recklessly. As long as the false Empyrean rank powerhouse Mykelia is slain by the Fiend Emperor, the first Fiend Emperor's advantage will snowball and eventually kill Yang Feng. As expected of the first Fiend Emperor, an invincible overlord of the Eternal Era. It's worth it for me to use all my strength to kill you, so you can die in peace. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he pointed with a finger, and the Wheel of Time floated in the air and radiated resplendent light, and time runes poured out of it. Wheel of Time. I admit that space-time walk is indeed an invincible secret method, almost invincible. But in my world, the past, the present, and the future are all the same. Even if the Time Lord comes back to life, only death awaits him in my world. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, the first Fiend Emperor slashed at Yang Feng with his sword brimming with overbearingness and confidence. The Wheel of Time has more uses than this. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then his face turned solemn in an instant, and he barked, "In the name of the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race. The power of the entire human race is at my disposal." Countless mysterious runes flickered, and a magnificent and loud voice spread throughout the universe with the Zhongji Plane as the core. Within the Zhongji Plane's battle demon sect, Yang Feng's voice reverberated in the ears of all human warlocks. The eyes of an infinity warlock flashed fanatically, and he said loudly, "Your Majesty, please feel free to use my power." A speck of light was extracted from the infinity warlock and disappeared. "Your Majesty, please feel free to use our power." In the battle demon sect, one voice after another sounded without hesitation. In the vast universe there is a powerful human warlock group. The eyes of a Holy Spirit warlock shimmered with a scorching shade. "Your Majesty Devourer Lord, please feel free to use my power." Within a mysterious secret realm, Kong Fong Ao suddenly showed a smile. "Devourer Lord, since you need my power, then take it." In the universe, almost 90% of human warlocks contributed their power. Chapter 1331. Treading on a torrent of time, Yang Feng shuttled through the void and extended his hand, and giant hands extended towards the eternal demon bones and grabbed the 8 eternal demon bones. The other 9 eternal demonic bones flickered, entered the void, and disappeared. The 4 Fiend Emperors fighting fiercely with Mykelia and the others surged with demonic chi and fled in different directions. It's too late to escape. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. As if an invincible transcendent, he pointed with a finger, and the Wheel of Time radiated mysterious and resplendent rune light. 4 torrents of time emerged from the Wheel of Time and enveloped the 4 Fiend Emperors. The 4 Fiend Emperors trembled slightly, and then fell into a strange state of time disorder, and their speed became extremely slow. Mykelia and the other 3 powerhouses flew out and attacked the 4 Fiend Emperors. Time runes flew out from the Wheel of Time and entered the bodies of the 4 powerhouses, causing their speed to soar once again. Zero swung the ruler's whip, like a venomous dragon, lashing out at a devil emperor's body. The demon emperor had never been a match for Zero, and now that the demon realm had been destroyed, it was no match for Zero. Now that the demonic realm was broken, he was weakened by the Wheel of Time, and Zero was strengthened by the Wheel of Time. With one strengthening and one weakening, the Fiend Emperor is naturally not Zero's opponent. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, Zero whipped the Fiend Emperor until his bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Rune chains descended from the sky, stabbed into the Fiend Emperor, suppressed it, and pulled it into a sealed jade coffin. Zero raised her eyebrows slightly and brandished the whip of ruler at the Fiend Emperor attacking Shadowy. After the demonic realm disappeared, Shadowy's strength was far above that of the Fiend Emperor, who has lost most of its consciousness. Zero joined the battle. When the two joined forces, as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, it only took them a few moves to seriously injure the Fiend Emperor. The rune chains appeared once again and pierced into the Fiend Emperor's body, suppressing and sealing it. Ling and Shadow joined forces again and attacked the remaining two Demon Emperors. They defeated the remaining two Demon Emperors and suppressed and sealed them. In a dark space, a black coffin floated in the air. The surface of the black coffin was inscribed with countless mysterious runes and emitted a terrifying demonic might. Damn it, if I hadn't woken up in advance, I would have killed you. Master Devourer, how dare you kill my incarnation and destroy my secret treasure? When I wake up, I will definitely kill you. An enraged roar came from the black coffin. Traces of destiny energy revolved around the coffin, completely erasing the black coffin from the trajectory of destiny in this universe. Stars fell from the sky one after another. Large amounts of blood-colored clouds rolled, and bursts of blood rain filled the sky. It was as if the universe was crying. Stars fall, blood rain fills the sky. It's the sign of an emperor's death. Another 4 emperors of our universe have fallen. Those emperors didn't die on the battlefield but from internal strife. How heartbreaking. Our universe has always been weak. Now 4 more emperors have fallen. I'm afraid that we're even worse than the Gamana universe. When the powerhouses of the major races saw the stars fall and the blood rain fill the sky, their eyes shimmered with worry. Every single emperor was a genius amongst geniuses, a freak amongst freaks, and they were the top forces in the universe war. In the long history of the universe, in order to advance to the eternal realm, many emperors used secret methods to seal themselves in an attempt to wake up in this era. However, most of them died in the River of Time due to various accidents. When the human race's 8 warlock emperors went on expeditions, they killed many emperors who sealed themselves like this. According to the statistics and analysis of human warlocks, the number of emperors that will appear in this era may be about 100. Once those emperors die, no one will be able to fill their vacancy in a short period of time. Although the Devourer Lord is invincible, but his killing intent is too great. Unless the Devourer Lord can advance to the eternal realm, he will be besieged and killed by those emperors. He has killed too many of our universe's emperors. I'm afraid that he will have to fight alone in the future. The Devourer Lord has killed all of our universe's emperors. How can we have allies who can contend against the powerhouses of other universes? The Devourer Lord's methods are too cruel. If he shows a little mercy and reaches a compromise with those emperors, it would be the best way to resist the Gamana universe's powerhouses together. In the void, the powerhouses looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in their eyes. The Cicada Lord and the other emperors are emperors of the world of warlocks. Their death is a huge blow to the world of warlocks. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng scanned the powerhouses in the void. In the void, the powerhouses are silent, not daring to say anything. The 4 emperors besieged Yang Feng, and even the first Fiend Emperor, an invincible overlord, were slain by Yang Feng. This kind of battle prowess is heaven-defying, surpassing that of the human 8 warlock emperors. No one dares to provoke Yang Feng's dignity anymore. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the blue mirror of fate flew out. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a wisp of the first Fiend Emperor's breath of fate entered the blue mirror of fate. The blue mirror of fate shone, and the breath of fate diffused from it. The surface of the mirror distorted and blurred, and then nothing appeared. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. To be able to erase the trajectory of your fate, as expected of an old monster from the age of eternal sovereigns. It seems that the legend that the first Fiend Emperor once competed with an Eternal Sovereign for the position of Eternal Sovereign is true. The goal of the first Fiend Emperor is to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm, and Yang Feng's ultimate goal is to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. The contradiction between the two cannot be reconciled. Only then did Yang Feng brazenly slay the first Fiend Emperor's clone and suppress the seals of the 4 Fiend Emperors. Let's go fight the twin universe flowers together. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he walked towards the twin universe flowers. Zero and Shadow followed behind Yang Feng, followed by a dense mechanical torrent. Mykelia looked at the backs of Zero and Shadow with unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. Curses, I'm still too weak. Sure, you sighed faintly. If only I could advance to the Empyrean realm. Mykelia and Sure, you possess Empyrean rank battle prowess thanks to the blessing of the Magic Note Throne. Their essence is still that of a quasi-Empyrean. Once they enter the twin universe flowers, they will become quasi-Empyrean, and it will be difficult for them to intervene in a war between Empyrean rank powerhouses. This is why Yang Feng left them behind to guard the 9th Warlock dynasty. The Devourer Lord wants to go to the twin universe flowers. He wants to fight in the twin universe flowers. The twin universe flowers are a passage connecting 2 universes. The Gamana universe's Empyreans walk inside, yet he dares to go in. As expected of the Devourer Lord. What a fearsome spirit! Seeing this scene, the eyes of the powerhouses that came to the world of warlocks shimmered with a scorching shade. Once the twin universe flowers grow, it means that a passage connecting 2 universes has appeared. The stable passage can allow invincible Overlord rank Empyrean rank powerhouses to walk. This also meant that the twin universe flower had become the focus of the competition between the 2 universes. Whichever universe occupied the twin universe flower meant that it had obtained a strategic advantage. It could attack and retreat, and it was the offensive side. There are countless precious resources in the twin universe flowers, many of which are even extinct in this universe. Once you occupy the twin universe flowers, you can get a large amount of resources to support you and become more powerful. Looking at Yang Feng's back, many of the powerful races in the world of warlocks fell silent. It is true that there are countless precious resources in the twin universe flowers. But now is also the time for the Empyrean rank powerhouses to fight for the top. Anyone below the Empyrean rank who enters will become the prey of other Empyreans. Even peerless geniuses like the Gold Qilin Emperor and the Phoenix Empress are vulnerable in front of true Empyreans. Naturally, the powerhouses of the world of warlocks don't dare to act rashly. Open. As soon as Yang Feng arrived in front of the twin universe flowers, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and light containing wisps of eternal breath flew out of his eyes and entered the twin universe flowers. The twin universe flowers burst out with resplendent light and opened a huge passage. Yang Feng stepped into the huge passageway, and the huge mechanical legion behind him poured in as well. Countless mysterious runes shone on the twin universe flowers on the other side of the Gamana universe, and a huge passage opened. Someone evaded the eternal opportunity. Someone has obtained the eternal opportunity. The twin universe flowers have opened. Everyone can enter and look for opportunities. Kill your way in. The twin universe flowers belong to our universe. As long as we can occupy the twin universe flowers, our universe will have more advantages. We will become stronger. At the entrance to the Gamana universe's twin universe flowers, there are fearsome armies. In the center of each army, there is an Empyrean rank powerhouse exuding Empyrean might. The armies rushed into the twin universe flowers without hesitation. In the Gamana universe, the 3 eternal sovereigns suppress everything. There is no chance to advance to the eternal realm. Only by entering the twin universe flowers, plundering resources, and then capturing the world of warlocks, making great contributions, and gaining the favor of the universe can these Empyreans have a chance to advance to the eternal realm. Chapter 1332. With flashes of light, one Tier 5 hive after another, surrounded by Tier 4 and Tier 3 hives, flew to the entrance of the twin universe flowers. The 18 sacred races. The 18 sacred races are here. The 18 dogs raised by the 3 eternal sovereigns have finally appeared. The dogs are finally dispatched. At the entrance of the twin universe flowers, the Gamana universe's army looked at the hives with dignified looks in their eyes. Many experts looked at the divine nests with jealousy and disgust in their eyes. In the Gamana universe, The 3 eternal sovereigns rule the universe, while the 3 divine races and the 18 sacred races are their tentacles. After advancing to the Empyrean realm, many powerhouses of the Gamana universe choose to submit to the 3 eternal sovereigns, join the 18 sacred races, and become puppets of the 3 eternal sovereigns. Alternatively, they can only use secret methods to seal themselves and wait for the universe war to find the only opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Each of the 3 eternal sovereigns of the Gamana universe made great contributions to their universe in the universe war, won the joy of the universe, and finally set foot on eternity. Since many of the Empyreans were forced to seal themselves, they naturally don't have a good impression of the 18 sacred races of the Gamana universe. The combat power of a Tier 5 hive is comparable to that of an Empyrean, which is the hallmark of the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns. Ordinary low-rank hives are fine. But if existences that are not under the control of the 3 eternal sovereigns use a Tier 5 hive, they will be suppressed. In the worst-case scenario, the 3 eternal sovereigns will take action. The Tier 5 hives landed and surrounded the Tier 5 hives, forming 10 distinct groups. The Phantom Butterfly Sacred Race, the Green Rhombus Sacred Race, the Purple Rhombus Sacred Race, the Shadow Claw Sacred Race, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Race, the Radiant Thunder Sacred Race, the Dark Sea Sacred Race, the Ghost Blade Sacred Race, the Gold Occult Sacred Race, and the Blaster Sacred Race. The 10 sacred races have all been dispatched. The 3 old monsters are fine when they don't move, but once they do, they're like lightning, not giving anyone a chance. The 10 sacred races and the 10 Empyreans are enough to crush anyone. The 3 old monsters are really decisive and vicious. The hearts of all the emperors shook slightly when they witnessed this scene. The 10 holy clans had all come out in full force, and they were all trusted aides of the 3 eternal sovereigns. Once they joined forces, their battle prowess was simply heaven-defying. Even an emperor at the rank of an invincible overlord would die if he didn't flee when facing the siege of the 10 hallowed clans, and the slightest carelessness would cause him to be instantly crushed. There are more than 30 Gamana universes emperors gathered here. But even if the 30 Gamana universes emperors join forces, they may not be a match for the 10 sacred races. With flashes of light, the Gamana universe's emperors gathered here flew into the twin universe flowers one after another, wanting to be the first to plunder resources and make contributions. In an exquisite palace within a Tier 5 god nest, there was an exquisite round table. There were 11 seats at the table, and every single one of them was occupied by a terrifying emperor. The eyes of the green caltrop lord, who has a green rhombus crystal embedded in his forehead, flashed with ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, "A bunch of fools. How can it be so easy to make contributions? If the war of devouring between 2 universes was so simple, how could it be called the end of the universe?" The Shadow Claw Lord, shrouded in layers of shadows, uttered coldly, "Few of those fools have experienced the last war of devouring between 2 universes. Naturally, they don't know the dangers of the war of devouring between 2 universes. The war of devouring between 2 universes is the most dangerous. A moment of carelessness can cause even eternal sovereigns to fall. They only saw His Majesty the Eternal Frost advance to the Eternal Realm, but they didn't see that almost all the emperors of the same era as His Majesty the Eternal Frost perished. Naturally, they thought they were lucky. That's right, the war of devouring between universes is the most dangerous. Even eternal sovereigns can fall if they are careless. Therefore, I hope that everyone can work together and complete this mission together with me." A handsome winged emperor with short blue hair and a pair of blue wings on his back said with a smile. The dignified Steel Lord, who is wearing countless mechanical accessories, said faintly, "Lord Blue Wings, please rest assured, we will join hands with you and do our best to complete the task." The other emperors nodded in agreement. The Lord Blue Wings is the lord of this era of the Winged Emperor, and a confidant of the Eternal Wing. He obtained the unanimous approval of the 3 eternal sovereigns, who agreed to let him command the 10 sacred races. The 3 eternal sovereigns are old freaks who have experienced countless wars and even the war of devouring between universes. They are well aware of how important it is to have a unified command in a war. With the Lord Blue Wings commanding and coordinating, even if 20 emperors attack the 10 sacred races, the 20 emperors will have a slim chance of survival. Under the deterrence of the 10 sacred races, the emperors of the Gamana universe entered the twin universe flowers. Under the guidance of the 25 Tier 5 hives, the hives flew into the twin universe flowers one after another. In the void of the twin universe flowers, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in this area. 0. Shadow. Yang Feng turned around, looked at Zero and Shadow, and uttered unhurriedly. Zero and Shadow looked at each other and nodded to Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes shone, and 2 level 7 strongholds 1,000 kilometers in diameter appeared. Like the small world inside Yang Feng, the 2 level 7 strongholds can evolve and grow continuously, and provide Zero and Shadow with formidable power. The 2 level 7 strongholds dropped from the sky and landed on the ground, before turning blurry and disappearing. From the void, spherical machines sprayed out. As soon as the spherical machines landed on the ground, they quickly extended and turned into mechanical towers engraved with countless mysterious runes. Countless engineering androids were operating in the area, building all sorts of fortifications and weapon factories. Once the munitions factories are built, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion can repair and build in the world of Twin Universe Flowers, increasing its combat power by more than 10-fold. Countless runes shone on Zero and Shadow, and they sank into the ground and disappeared. Go, kill the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Collect resources. Yang Feng swept the huge Mechanical Legion with a glance and ordered coldly. The huge Mechanical Legion dispersed, flew in different directions, and began to hunt the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the Eternal Origin Sea with enigmatic light in his eyes, and then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the Eternal Origin Sea. On a spiritual mountain, a green light flashed, and a 10,000-meter-long green dragon engraved with countless mysterious runes and exuding quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power flew out and fled into the void. The Azure Dragon Emperor. A peerless genius of the world of warlocks is really vulnerable. The world of warlocks is really weak. Watch me, the Ghost Cicada Emperor, shoot a true dragon. A bold and confident voice filled with an overbearing aura resounded from the Spirit Mountain. A young man with a horn on his head and 2 pairs of insect wings on his back exuding an invincible and domineering aura shot towards the Azure Dragon Emperor's son with a black bow in his hand. In an instant, a black arrow tore through the sky, stabbed into the green true dragon the Azure Dragon Emperor has transformed into, and pierced through the green true dragon. Countless mysterious runes appeared, and the Azure Dragon Emperor fell from the sky, and blood spilled on the ground. The Azure Dragon Emperor spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Curses, I shouldn't have separated from my father. The Azure Dragon Emperor's son was also an ambitious genius. Although he had followed the Azure Dragon Emperor into the Twin Universe Flower World, he had decisively separated from the Azure Dragon Emperor. He wanted to find his own opportunities and find a way to become an emperor. In the beginning, the Azure Dragon Emperor did obtain a lot of opportunities. But then he ran into one of the Gamana Universe's 4 supreme geniuses, the Ghost Cicada Emperor, and was defeated. The Ghost Cicada Emperor walked to in front of the Azure Dragon Emperor, stepped on his head, and, as if sizing up a beast waiting to be slaughtered, said with a contemptuous smile, "If I extract your dragon tendon, I can refine a true dragon bow. Unfortunately, you aren't an Empyrean-ranked true dragon, so you can't refine an Empyrean-grade secret treasure." A quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse said to the Ghost Cicada Emperor with a smile, "Your Highness, can you leave the dragon whip to me? It's a great tonic." The Ghost Cicada Emperor responded with a heroic smile, "No problem. I don't need that thing." A strong sense of humiliation welled up in the Azure Dragon Emperor's heart, and mysterious runes appeared in an attempt to resist the Ghost Cicada Emperor's suppression. "Still want to struggle? You're courting death." The Ghost Cicada Emperor smiled contemptuously and stomped on the Azure Dragon Emperor's head, and a fearsome force shattered the Azure Dragon Emperor's resistance. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple, causing this once high-spirited genius to appear extremely pitiful. "To dare attack someone from our universe, you've got some nerve. Go to hell." A cold voice rang out, and a huge palm containing terrifying emperor might descended from the sky, slapping towards the Ghost Cicada Emperor. "Empyrean!" The Ghost Cicada Emperor's face fell, and green leaves containing endless mysteries appeared on his body. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the green leaves turned into a mysterious courtyard containing countless extraordinary plants. The huge palm grabbed the mysterious courtyard and crushed it. Chapter 1333. With a flash of green light, the Ghost Cicada Emperor appeared 10,000 kilometers away, his face pale. "Not bad. To be able to evade my blow, you have some skill." A calm voice sounded in the void, and Yang Feng's figure turned corporeal and appeared in the void. "Devourer Lord." When the Azure Dragon Imperial Prince saw Yang Feng's figure, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. At the time when the Azure Dragon Imperial Prince emerged, he, who possesses true dragon bloodline, looked down on a mere human warlock. As a result, ever since Yang Feng defeated him, he evolved at a speed far exceeding that of his peers, and finally founded the 9th Warlock dynasty and became a fearsome powerhouse. Even his father, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, has to pay attention to him. Devourer Lord. The countenance of the Ghost Cicada Emperor and the other powerhouses of the Gamana universe changed dramatically, and apprehension shimmered in their eyes. The Ghost Cicada Emperor is one of the Gamana universe's 4 emperors of this era, a peerless genius on par with the Silver Emperor, an invincible figure in the same rank as him. Even though he is strong, but he has to admit that he is far from being a match for Yang Feng. World of Warlocks. Devourer Lord. Very well, if I kill you, my chances of attacking the Eternal Realm will increase by a bit. A calm voice sounded in the void, and a tall powerhouse dressed in white armor, with white eyes and an overbearing aura walked out of the void, and fearsome Empyrean might slowly diffused from him. Great Emperor Bai Qilin. Great Emperor Bai Qilin is here. Devourer Lord is dead for sure. Great Emperor Bai Qilin is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean of our universe. Since he is here, Devourer Lord is dead for sure. When the Ghost Cicada Emperor and the other powerhouses of the Gamana universe saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Great Emperor Bai Qilin is a top Empyrean of the Gamana universe. Although he hasn't reached the invincible overlord rank, but he has defeated several Empyreans. Although the Gamana universe's powerhouses know that Great Emperor Bai Qilin is still a long way from becoming an invincible overlord, but they still flatter him. In the eyes of the Ghost Cicada Emperor and them, since Great Emperor Bai Qilin has arrived, only death awaits Yang Feng. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, Emperor Bai Qilin looked at Yang Feng and uttered coldly, "Devour Lord, kneel. This way, I can give you a complete corpse and let you die more comfortably." Do you really think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Yang Feng smiled coldly, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step forward. With a flash of light, the green sun halberd appeared in his hand, and he slashed down, and a resplendent green halberd ray slashed towards Emperor Bai Qilin with Empyrean might. As expected of the Devourer Lord, a quasi-emperor is actually able to exert the pressure of an emperor. He's quite capable. But a quasi-emperor is a quasi-emperor. You haven't crossed the boundary of Emperor Realm, yet you actually dare to attack me? You're truly courting death. Emperor Bai Qilin's eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a tyrannical white Qilin projection exuding Empyrean might suddenly appeared and sent a claw bearing at Yang Feng. When the green halberd ray slashed the white Qilin projection's claw, it cut the white Qilin's claw in two, and then slashed the white Qilin Emperor in two. You have advanced to the Empyrean realm. How is that possible? The Silver Emperor has clearly occupied the sole Empyrean seat in your world. How can you have advanced to the Empyrean realm? The white Qilin Emperor's body was cut in two. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the two halves of his body, and he fled in two different directions. Seeing that the white Qilin Emperor was seriously injured by Yang Feng, he realized that Yang Feng has advanced to the Empyrean realm, and an invincible overlord rank Empyrean at that. If he continues to stay, only death will await him. The white Qilin Emperor was defeated. How is that possible? The Devourer Lord has advanced to the Empyrean realm. How is that possible? The Silver Emperor has clearly occupied the sole Empyrean seat in that universe. How can he have advanced to the Empyrean realm? On the Spirit Mountain, the Ghost Cicada Emperor and his followers felt cold all over, as if they fell into an ice cave. However, they are peerless geniuses who are far more outstanding than ordinary people. After just a moment of shock, they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light that fled in different directions. It's too late to escape. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and the Wheel of Time suddenly appeared, shone with countless mysterious runes, and two torrents of time gushed out and swept towards the two halves of the white Qilin Emperor's body. The two halves of the white Qilin Emperor's body fell into a strange state of time distortion. An engulfing black hole suddenly appeared and swept the white Qilin Great Emperor into it. A boundless engulfing force swept towards the sky. As if ants, the Ghost Cicada Emperor and his followers were sucked into the Devour Black Hole. A tremendous Devour force gushed out of the Devour Black Hole and devoured the life origin of the white Qilin Emperor and them. Within a few breaths of time, The ghost cicada emperor and them turned into ashes and disappeared. The white Qilin emperor only persisted for a dozen breaths of time before his life origin was devoured and turned into a pile of ashes. The green dragon emperor's eyes flashed with shock. So strong, so this is the Devour Lord. Too powerful. He can even kill Empyreans at will. In other words, he has already crossed the barrier and advanced to the Empyrean realm. When Yang Feng was in the quasi-Empyrean realm, he was indeed very powerful. He could already defeat an Empyrean. However, it is very difficult, almost impossible to kill an Empyrean. Only in a confined space like the Eternal Duel Arena, where Empyreans cannot escape, can he kill an ordinary Empyrean. The White Qilin Emperor was an Empyrean infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. For such a fearsome existence to be easily killed by Yang Feng, there is only one possibility. That is, Yang Feng has broken through the Empyrean boundary and advanced to the invincible overlord rank. Green Dragon Emperor, you may still be of some use. Yang Feng glanced at the Green Dragon Emperor and pointed with a finger, and a resplendent torrent of runes gushed out of his finger and entered the Green Dragon Emperor's body. Thank you for your help, Devour Lord. The Green Dragon Emperor's son changed into his human form and bowed respectfully to Yang Feng with a complicated expression on his face. At this time, Yang Feng has already advanced to the Empyrean realm. Furthermore, as soon as he advanced to the Empyrean realm, he became an invincible overlord rank Empyrean on the same level as the Green Dragon Emperor and the First Demon Lord. Naturally, the Green Dragon Emperor has to be respectful to Yang Feng. No need. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a god chain of order appeared, wrapped around the Green Dragon Emperor, and locked him in place. Then, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the Eternal Origin Sea. In a dense forest. This is a Heavenly Treasure 7-color orchid. With this Heavenly Treasure 7-color orchid, I have a 30% chance of advancing to a great sage. A Gumana Universe's saint stared at a Heavenly Treasure 7-color orchid not far away with a scorching shade in his eyes. A fearsome black hole suddenly appeared, swept towards the Gumana Universe's saint, and pulled him inside. Along the way, whenever Yang Feng encountered a powerhouse of the Gumana Universe, he suppressed and devoured them. A total of a dozen plus Gumana Universe's saints were devoured, refined, and turned into ashes. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea. 3 Empyreans, and they are from the Gumana universe. Very well, if I slay you, I will be able to get more universe favor. As soon as Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea, he saw 3 Empyreans waiting for him. Evidently, they want to enter the deepest part of the Eternal Origin Sea and look for the Eternal Mark opportunity. Before Yang Feng left the island of Eternal Eternity, he destroyed the leaf boats. Most of the Empyreans are trapped on the island of Eternal Eternity, and the news hasn't spread. You are the Devour Lord. To provoke us, what a fool. You're courting death. A 100-meter-tall ox demon lord with a bull's head and a human body covered in black scales stared coldly at Yang Feng, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. A handsome wind demon lord with a black horn on his head and countless mysterious runes engraved on his body said flatly, Ox demon lord, don't be impulsive. The Devour Lord is not alone. There is an Empyrean rank alchemical golem following him at all times. Wind demon lord, you are too cautious. Even if there is another Zero Emperor by the Devour Lord's side, he is not our opponent. Let's go together, kill him, and plunder everything he has. The eyes of the Gold Goose Emperor covered in golden feathers shimmered fiercely, and countless runes flickered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long extraordinary life-form golden goose covered in golden feathers and radiating resplendent golden light. The golden goose is a true spirit extraordinary life form of the universe. It is only slightly inferior to true dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and other true spirits. But it is also a terrifying existence. The golden godly goose flapped its wings, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and grabbed at him with its talons, emitting terrifying golden radiance. The golden goose Great Emperor's goose claw was extremely terrifying. A single claw strike could even penetrate the head of a true dragon. It was extremely ferocious. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Ox Demon Lord, and he appeared behind Yang Feng with a wolf tooth club in hand and slammed the club containing the essence of power barreling towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1334. The 3 of you are pretty strong. If you ran into other existences, you might be able to compete with them. Unfortunately, the person you ran into is me. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the Wheel of Time appeared, blooming with mysterious and dazzling light. As if a transcendent manipulating time, Yang Feng took a step into the future. When the attacks of the three Empyrean sovereigns slammed into Yang Feng, it was as if they hit air. A weird shadow flickered, and Yang Feng appeared above the Gold Goose Great Emperor and slashed the other party's head with his halberd. A fearsome green halberd ray slashed at the head of the Gold Goose Emperor, and cut his head as well as his huge body in two. A devouring black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the Golden Goose Great Emperor, pulling him into it and frantically devouring his life essence. No matter how the Gold Goose Emperor struggles in the devour black hole, his tremendous life origin is still being devoured by Yang Feng to nourish his body and soul. When the Wind Ghost Lord saw this scene, a chill ran down his spine. "Devour Lord, you have already promoted to an Empyrean." The Ox Demon Lord seems to be full of muscles, but he is a very astute Empyrean Emperor. Countless runes shone, a pair of huge dragon wings appeared on his back, and his figure fluttered. Enveloped by the essence of speed, he fled into the distance. When the Ox Demon Lord saw Yang Feng's space-time walk, he realized that unless they can break this time-type Empyrean grade secret method, only death will await the two of them if they join forces against Yang Feng. Back then, the King of Time had relied on the Wheel of Time to perform the space-time traversal secret technique to fiercely battle several ancient god emperors and kill them one by one. That was how he established his reputation as an invincible overlord. From this it can be seen how terrifying this secret method is. When the Wind Ghost Lord saw this scene, his face fell. Countless mysterious runes revolved around him, and he mixed the essence of wind and the essence of speed, turned into a stream of light, and fled in the opposite direction from the Ox Demon Lord. How decisive! That's a battle-hardened Empyrean for you. If you had chosen to run away as soon as you saw me, then even I would have to spend some effort to chase you down. Unfortunately, since you dared to attack me, then your fates have already been decided. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and the Wheel of Time shone with countless runes and turned into two torrents of time that swept towards the Bull Demon Lord and the Wind Ghost Lord. Scoured by the torrent of time, the time around the two emperors fell into a strange state of disorder. Yang Feng stepped out of the torrent of time, appeared leisurely in front of the Wind Ghost Lord, and brandished his halberd. A dazzling cyan halberd ray slashed through the layers of defensive boundaries around the Wind Ghost Lord in an instant, and then slashed at the Wind Ghost Lord, cutting him in two. A devouring black hole appeared, swept towards the Wind Ghost Lord, and devoured his life force. After killing the Wind Ghost Lord, Yang Feng flickered, appeared in front of the Ox Demon Lord, and slashed at him with his halberd. "Lord Devourer, stop. I am the magic bull that pulls the carriage for Lord Eternal Divine I. Please spare my life. If your universe is breached in the future, I can plead with the great Lord Eternal Divine I to spare your life." A cyan bell appeared inside the Ox Demon Lord, radiated brilliant light, and blocked in front of him. Countless runes flickered on the cyan bell, and 9 worlds emerged and joined together to form a fearsome barrier. When Yang Feng's halberd slashed at the fearsome barrier, the barrier shattered, and a fearsome force smashed the 9 worlds in an instant. Then, the halberd slashed at the Ox Demon Lord and opened a terrifying wound on his body. The Bull Devil Lord roared without any backbone. "Stop! Lord Devourer, have mercy. I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Okay, give up resistance and let me set up a rune in your soul." A cold ray flashed in the deepest part of the Ox Demon Lord's eyes, and he clenched his teeth, and a vague bull soul projection with a pair of dragon wings emerged. Yang Feng suddenly moved. Shrouded in cyan light, the green sun halberd in his hand slashed the Ox Demon Lord in an instant and split him in two. "You!" The Ox Demon Lord was both shocked and angry. The remaining 2 halves of his body were devoured by the Devour Black Hole. "Blessed by an Eternal, your soul is filled with trump cards. If I set up a restriction in your soul, I'm afraid that you won't be able to deceive me. Do you really think that I don't know anything?" Yang Feng looked at the Ox Demon Lord struggling in the Devour Black Hole, smiled coldly, and uttered frigidly, "The means of an Eternal are heaven-defying and extremely powerful. Even though Yang Feng has the god armor of dawn, but it is impossible for him to control an Empyrean subordinated to an Eternal." There was a flash of unwillingness in the Ox Demon Lord's eyes. Then, his life origin was extracted, and he turned into dust that scattered with the wind. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand and collected the treasures carried by the 3 Empyreans, and then his figure fluttered, and he entered the Eternal Origin Sea. The Eternal Island. The two sides are clearly separated, yet they aren't fighting. They are really smart people. When Yang Feng stepped into the Eternal Island from the Eternal Origin Sea, he scanned the island with his powerful soul force, and sensed that the Empyreans of the world of Warlocks and the Empyreans of the Gamana universe occupy two spirit mountains respectively. Although they are confronting each other, but they aren't fighting. At this time on the Eternal Island, the world of Warlocks has a total of 6 Empyreans and the Gamana universe has 7 Empyreans. In terms of strength, the Gamana universe has a slight advantage. However, if the two sides really fight, both sides will suffer. Moreover, the area within the twin universe flowers was filled with danger. Once both of them were heavily injured, then the latecomers would probably reap the benefits. So, they were restraining each other, and this was the reason why an extremely strange balance was maintained. This soul force is the Devour Lord. He's back. That damn bastard dares to come back. He's courting death. When the Empyreans sensed Yang Feng's soul aura, their eyes shimmered fiercely, and they flew over. Within a few breaths of time, the 13 Empyreans appeared on the edge of the Eternal Island. A cold ray flashed in the Skylight Lord's eyes, and he suggested, "Devour Lord, you dare to come back? You're courting death." Azure Dragon Great Emperor, First Demon Lord, let's attack together and kill the Devour Lord, and then refine him into a supreme elixir. We only want a quarter of the elixir, and you can have the remaining 3/4. When they heard this, the eyes of the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the First Demon Lord flickered slightly, and they stared coldly at Yang Feng. There are 13 Empyreans here, and there are even 4 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans. Except for Eternal Sovereigns, virtually no one can defeat the Empyreans here. If it wasn't for the fear that Yang Feng would escape into the Eternal Origin Sea, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the other Empyreans would have already taken action and quelled Yang Feng. Azure Dragon Great Emperor. This is your son I saved along the way. I'll return him to you. Yang Feng tossed a green ball of light, which turned into the Azure Dragon Emperor's son and flew to the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's side. Imperial Father. With a flash of shame in his eyes, the Azure Dragon Emperor stood quietly behind the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. An enigmatic ray flashed in the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes, and he uttered calmly, "Thank you, Devour Lord." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Azure Dragon Great Emperor, First Demon Lord, you must have guessed that I have already advanced to the Empyrean realm. Even if you join forces, you can only defeat me at most, but not kill me. In the Eternal Origin Sea, it is meaningless for you to defeat me. Why don't we join forces, kill all the Gamana universe's Empyreans, and divide their treasures equally?" "Okay, I agree. Let's join forces and kill all the Gamana universe's Empyreans." The eyes of the First Demon Lord flickered, countless mysterious runes appeared, 12 pairs of wings unfolded behind him, and exuding invincible Overlord rank breath, sent a claw barreling towards the Skylight Lord. "Okay, I will join forces with you to kill all the Gamana universe's Empyrean emperors. This can be considered as repaying you for saving my son." The Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes flickered, and then he turned into an Azure Dragon and sent a claw barreling towards the Myriad Tree Ancestor. The eyes of the other 4 Empyreans flickered, and then they clenched their teeth and attacked the other 5 Empyreans of the Gamana universe. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of a 10,000-meter-tall Rock Dragon Lord engraved with countless mysterious runes and slashed at the Rock Dragon Lord with his halberd. "You want to compete in strength with me? You're courting death." The eyes of the Rock Dragon Lord shimmered fiercely, and he extended his claw. In an instant, the essence of petrification and the essence of power merged and turned into a beam that can petrify and crush everything, and the beam shot towards Yang Feng. The green halberd ray slashed at the beam of petrification, shattered it, and then cut the Rock Dragon Lord in two. "Invincible Overlord. You're actually an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean." The eyes of the Rock Dragon Lord shimmered with despair, and he roared wildly. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the Rock Dragon Lord, and engulfed the Rock Dragon Lord's life origin. An invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. Sure enough, the Devour Lord has advanced to an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. The countenance of the remaining 4 Empyreans changed dramatically, their minds shook, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Chapter 1335. I'll hold them back. Skylight Lord. Kill the Devour Lord. The eyes of the Myriad Tree's ancestor shimmered fiercely, countless runes shone on his body, and he changed into a 1,000-kilometer-tall ancient tree that reaches into the sky. Stars appeared on the body of the huge ancient tree, blooming with dazzling starlight. The Empyreans can see that these stars are giving birth to countless life forms. Each star is a world. Among the countless stars on the body of the all-tree ancestor, he was the only god, a supreme existence. Countless thick vines extended in all directions, radiated dazzling light, and divided the world. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the first demon lord, and the other 4 Empyreans were separated into another world. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the first demon lord, and the other 4 Empyreans cast powerful offensive secret methods and bombarded the boundary set up by the myriad tree's ancestor. The stars on the all-tree's ancestor's body suddenly exploded, and the billions of living beings within the stars all perished. Hurry up, I can't hold on for long. I can only hold on for an hour at most. The myriad tree's ancestors' thoughts reverberated in the minds of the Skylight Lord and the remaining 4 Empyreans of the Gamana universe. For the myriad tree's ancestor to seal 2 invincible overlord rank Empyreans and 4 Empyreans in a world of trees by himself, this is simply a miracle. Even though he is an invincible overlord rank existence, but he still has to use his origin force, and he can't hold on for long. Heaven holy, go to hell! The eyes of the Skylight Lord flickered fiercely, then countless runes appeared on him, formed a circle, and changed into the Skylight Mountain, which radiates endless divine light. Along with dazzling light, 9 skylight beads flew out from inside the Skylight Mountain, turned into 9 stars, and barreled towards Xiaofan. The 9 skylight beads are peerless beads that the Skylight Mountain has nurtured since its inception. Each of them is comparable to an invincible Empyrean secret treasure. With 9 of them, even an eternal sovereign will be seriously injured if they are hit. The eyes of the Black Silver Lord flickered fiercely, countless runes flickered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall black silver giant, radiating black silver light. In an instant, tens of billions of black silver monsters eroded by the black silver light emerged, cast various offensive secret methods, and barreled towards Xiaofan. A cold glint flashed in the Snake Dowager's beautiful eyes, and she turned into a terrifying demonic snake as large as the sky. Countless huge demonic snakes revolved around the Snake Dowager, each of them exuding heart-palpitating extraordinary fluctuations. A gold vertical pupil appeared in the void, and a gold ray shot out and barreled towards Xiaofan. The vertical golden eye was called the Eye of 10,000 Snakes, and it contained the power of the Snake Dowager to give birth to countless children. It controlled all sorts of curses. If an invincible overlord rank Empyrean is hit by this eye ray, they will be plagued by countless curses. The Dragonfish Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he turned into a colossal monster with a dragon head and a fish body. 10 thick arms grew from his body and 10 Empyrean-grade secret treasures in his hands barreled towards Xiaofan from 10 different directions. An indifferent expression on his face, the Spirit Corpse Lord, shrouded in endless death chi and corpse chi, appeared in front of Xiaofan with a huge bone of eternity in his hand, and waved the huge bone of eternity barreling towards Xiaofan. When 5 Empyreans join forces, their power is simply earth-shattering. Even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean will be apprehensive when facing the siege of 5 Empyreans. A moment of carelessness, and they will be seriously injured or even killed. Xiaofang's eyes shimmered with admiration. How decisive! As expected of an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. The myriad tree ancestor is really amazing. The myriad tree ancestor had to burn his life origin to split 2 worlds to trap the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the other 5 Empyreans. However, each of the 6 Empyreans is a world-shaking existence. How can they be so easy to trap? After this battle, regardless of the outcome, the myriad tree ancestor will be seriously injured. At best, he will be seriously injured and fall into a dying state. At worst, his origin will be exhausted and he will turn into a corpse. If it wasn't for the myriad tree ancestor's decisiveness, Xiaofan could have killed the weaker Empyreans one by one, and then went to hunt down the myriad tree ancestor and the Light Lord. In this way, the Gamana universe's Empyreans have no chance of survival. Unfortunately, your only mistake is to run into me. Xiaofan smiled indifferently, and the wheel of time flew out. Countless mysterious runes shone, and enveloped by the essence of time, he stepped into the future, leaving only a shadow in the present. When the 5 Empyreans joined forces and slammed a huge hole into the shadow Xiaofan left behind, the law of karma continued to trace, but it couldn't trace back to Xiaofang's true body. Open! Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the future and appeared on the huge spiritual mountain the Light Lord has transformed into. With a roar, he brandished the halberd of the god of battle in his hand and slashed at the huge spiritual mountain. A torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole appeared and blasted into the huge spiritual mountain. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering noise, the huge spirit mountain that the Skylight Lord has transformed into split open. Let us die together. Devour Lord. A voice full of despair came from the spiritual mountain the Light Lord has transformed into. Countless runes shone, and an earth-shaking explosion engulfed Yang Feng and everything around him. Damn it! You're crazy! Light Lord, are you crazy? Bastard! The countenance of the Snake Dowager and the other Empyreans changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods and opened layers of defensive barriers. The endless light devoured everything, and the defensive barriers set up by the Snake Dowager and the other Empyreans collapsed and were devoured by the white light. The first Demon Lord looked at the endless white light with anticipation in his eyes. The Light Lord blew himself up. Has he been killed? The Azure Dragon Great Emperor also looked in that direction, and a complicated ray shimmered in his eyes. Is he dead? In the fight against the Gamana universe, Yang Feng is an ally of the first Demon Lord and them. However, in the fight for the eternal opportunity, Yang Feng and the other Empyreans are enemies. Deep down, the first Demon Lord, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, and the other Empyreans believe that it is better for Yang Feng to die. In this way, they will have one less peerless enemy to fight for the eternal opportunity. After the endless white light dissipated, a huge hole appeared on the ground. The hole is filled with twisted laws of power. Even if a great holy enters this place, they will be killed by the twisted laws of power. On the ground, the flesh and blood of Empyreans are scattered everywhere. Riddled with holes, the Snake Dowager and the other 3 Empyreans are on the verge of death. As expected of the Lightless Lord. Sure enough, no invincible overlord rank Empyrean can be underestimated. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked from the future to the present. His face paled slightly, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. When the large mouthful of blood sprayed out, it turned from bright red to white and turned into a white arrow stabbing towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and the white arrow, which can kill a great holy, collapsed. If I hadn't mastered the spell Space-Time Walk, I'm afraid that I would have been seriously injured by the Lightless Lord's explosion. Sure enough, no Empyrean can be underestimated. Devour black holes appeared on Yang Feng and eliminated the law force generated by the Lightless Lord's explosion, and his breath became more and more terrifying. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor sighed in her heart. He can't be killed like this, what a monster! The first Demon Lord's eyes flickered, and he uttered unhurriedly. Space-Time Walk is a top-secret method that only powerhouses proficient in the essence of time can master. Only by mastering this top-secret method can Empyreans have a chance to slay eternal sovereigns. Space-Time Walk is an invincible secret method mastered by the Time Lord as well as a trump card that allows him to rampage in the world. However, as long as an eternal sovereign advances to the eternal sovereign realm, they will master the secret method Space-Time Walk. It is because of this that eternal sovereigns are so terrifying and invincible. However, now that Yang Feng has mastered Space-Time Walk, he may be able to break the Space-Time Walk spell of an eternal sovereign, making it possible for Empyreans to besiege and kill eternal sovereigns. A devour black hole swept towards the Dragon Fish Lord, devoured the seriously injured Dragon Fish Lord, and frantically devoured his life origin. Even if I die, I won't be a stepping stone for your evolution. The eyes of the Spirit Corpse Lord shimmered fiercely, and countless runes flickered, and he wanted to detonate himself. It's no use. You are far inferior to the Lightless Lord. Besides, you are already seriously injured. Even if you want to detonate yourself, you have to see if I agree or not. The Wheel of Time flew out, and a dazzling chain formed from time runes flew out and stabbed into the Spirit Corpse Lord. Suppressed by the chains of the time runes, the corpse Tao power inside the Lord Spirit Corpse trembled slightly and could no longer budge. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the Spirit Corpse Lord. After a few breaths of time, the Spirit Corpse Lord turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 2 remaining Gamana universe's Empyreans turned cold. The figure of the Black Silver Lord fluttered, and he flew towards the Eternal Origin Sea. He would rather be turned into Origin Force by the Eternal Origin Sea than become a stepping stone for Yang Feng's evolution. Chapter 1336. It's no use. You're destined to die at my hands. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the Black Silver Lord like a ghost, and slapped the Black Silver Lord with a palm, and countless mysterious runes flickered and entered the Black Silver Lord. The Lord of Black Silver transformed into a huge black silver mountain that was 500 kilometers tall. The Black Silver Mountain shrank until finally, surrounded by countless mysterious runes, it turned into a palm-sized black silver mountain, which Yang Feng threw into a box. The countenance of the Snake Dowager changed several times, and then a pleading look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered pitifully, "Devour Lord, please spare my life. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." Yang Feng glanced at the Snake Dowager and said coldly, "I really don't dare to accept an Empyrean rank maid. You'd better be a stepping stone for my evolution. Any Empyrean is an invincible existence with a perfect grade immortal body. Even if Yang Feng uses the armor of dawn, it will be difficult to penetrate their soul. Moreover, there are 3 eternal sovereigns in the Gamana universe. With their unfathomable means, they can forcibly dispel the means Yang Feng set up in the Empyrean souls." The Snake Dowager gritted her teeth and transmitted, "Devour Lord, I know that you don't trust me. However, I know that there is a treasure trove in the Gamana universe that can help you advance to the eternal realm. If you swear to spare my life, I will take you to that treasure trove. If you swear to spare my life, I will take you to that treasure trove." Yang Feng frowned, and the black hole collapsed. He stared coldly at the Snake Dowager and said, "If there really is such a treasure trove, why don't you go get it yourself?" After Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, his strength will once again advance by leaps and bounds. However, the resources he will need to advance to the eternal realm will make him despair. He won't let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. There are countless dangerous places in the vast universe. Although 99% of the places in the Gamana universe pose no threat to us Empyreans. However, there are still several dangerous places where even Empyreans are in danger of dying. That treasure is in a dangerous place. I originally wanted to wait until I stepped into the invincible Overlord realm before heading to that place and taking the treasure away. But now, I can only use it to protect myself," the Snake Dowager sighed faintly. "Fine, I'll spare your life." Yang Feng pondered for a while, then spread the fingers of a hand, and countless mysterious runes flew out and stabbed into the Snake Dowager. The Snake Dowager, who was as big as the sky and could easily devour heaven and earth, turned into a palm-sized small snake, which Yang Feng casually put into a jade box. Rumble! Along with an earth-shaking blare, a huge crack appeared on the ancient tree that the myriad tree ancestor has transformed into. No matter how strong the all-tree's ancestor was, it was impossible for him to resist the joint attacks of 2 invincible overlord emperors and 4 emperors for a long period of time. Fearsome offensive secret methods slammed into the ancient tree and blasted it into pieces. Giant hands formed from spells grabbed the remains of the ancient tree that the All-Tree's ancestor has transformed into. The All-Tree's ancestor is an invincible overlord rank god tree that is formed from an eternal god tree. Every part of its body contains powerful essence. Any small piece of it is a precious treasure that can change the fate of an ordinary person. Yang Feng watched this scene quietly. He didn't take action to compete with the other Empyreans for the remains of the All-Tree's ancestor. The eyes of the first demon lord shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Alternate space-time walk is really amazing, Devour Lord. With such an invincible secret method, even if the Time Lord is resurrected, he won't be your opponent." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "I was just lucky." A complicated look flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. To be able to advance to the Empyrean realm in this era, the Devour Lord is really too powerful, too heaven-defying. No wonder he can master the invincible secret method alternate space-time walk. The other Warlock Emperors looked at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in their eyes. They understand that from today on, Yang Feng has stepped into the apex of the world of warlocks and become one of the most fearsome tycoons. Yang Feng has mastered the invincible secret method alternate space-time walk. Unless someone can break this secret method like the first Demon Emperor, they won't be able to do so. Otherwise, no matter how many Empyreans there are, they won't be able to defeat Yang Feng. These are the treasuries of the Gamana universe's Empyreans. According to our agreement, you can choose whatever you want. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and small worlds opened. The treasuries of the Gamana universe's Empyreans opened and radiated resplendent light. When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other 3 Empyreans saw the treasuries of the Gamana universe's Empyreans, their eyes lit up, and they extended their hands and took their share of the resources. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor said, "Devour Lord, you didn't come here just to kill them, right?" Gazes fell on Yang Feng, flickering with probing glints. Yang Feng responded calmly, "That's right. I came here to join forces with you to control the Twin Universe Flowers. It's still too difficult for me to control the entire Twin Universe Flowers on my own." After Yang Feng advanced to the Empyrean Emperor realm, his battle prowess can be rated as heaven-defying. He can easily suppress ordinary Empyreans. However, it was an emperor of the Gamana universe that attacked the Twin Universe Flowers. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng could only look for allies. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the First Demon Lord are 2 invincible Overlord rank emperors who have already awakened in the world of warlocks. If they can join Yang Feng's camp, they can greatly enhance the strength of Yang Feng's camp and increase his chances of success. The First Demon King smiled faintly and said, "What benefits do we get from joining hands with you?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "First Demon Lord, if you join forces with me. If so, I can hand over the Endless Abyss to you." The First Demon King's eyes lit up. "Is that true?" The Endless Abyss was the birthplace of the First Demon Master. It contained countless secrets. At the time, he was forced to emerge in advance and had to hand over the Endless Abyss to Yang Feng. Now that the Endless Abyss has fallen into Yang Feng's hands, the First Demon Lord has completely lost control of the Endless Abyss, and his strength has weakened greatly. In his heyday, the First Demon Lord was a terrifying existence that could contend against the First Fiend Emperor. After losing the Endless Abyss and awakening in advance, his strength has been greatly weakened. He is only comparable to an ordinary invincible overlord, far from his heyday. Now that Yang Feng wants to return the Endless Abyss to him, he is naturally excited. Yang Feng spoke decisively. "As long as you join forces with me and occupy the Twin Universe Flowers, I will hand over the Endless Abyss to you." Originally, Yang Feng's clone could advance to an emperor rank powerhouse in the Endless Abyss after another 10,000 to 20,000 years. However, compared to the Twin Universe Flowers, the Endless Abyss is not worth mentioning. As long as Yang Feng can occupy the Twin Universe Flowers, he can get countless precious resources, and even cultivate several emperor ranks. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered brightly, and he said, "As for you, as long as you fight the enemy with me and occupy the Twin Cosmos Flower World, we can distribute the resources of the Twin Cosmos Flower World according to merit." The Blue Moon Sea Monarch spoke decisively. "Okay. Lord Devourer, we Blue Moon Sea Clan are willing to fight the Gamana Universe's powerhouses together with you. In this great tribulation, powerhouses can get more resources and become stronger and stronger. The weak can only be eliminated, or even exterminated. The Twin Universe Flowers is a world formed from the origin of 2 universes. There are countless resources in this world, including many rare treasures that can allow people to break through the Heaven-Man boundary and God-Man boundary, as well as treasures of heaven and earth that can allow people to break through to the Emperor rank. If the Blue Moon Sea Monarch didn't join the party to divide up the Twin Universe Flowers, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, once he joins Yang Feng's alliance, he will have to contend against the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, and even face the risk of dying. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch has long expected this. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor pondered for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, he said decisively, "In that case, I will also join your alliance." The Withering Flame Lord, who looks like a dead tree but is covered in strange flames, said lightly, "I will join as well." The Whirlwind Lord, who is shrouded in a whirlwind and looks like a twisting gale, said, "I will join as well." The Green Rock Great Emperor, who is made of cyan secret steel rock, pondered for a while, and then refused. "It's too dangerous to fight here. Please forgive me for refusing. Since you are willing to fight for our universe, then what's the point of keeping you? Wasting resources?" A cold voice came from behind the Green Rock Great Emperor, and a fearsome claw stabbed into the Green Rock Great Emperor and dug out his heart. "Well said. Since you don't want to ally with us, then go to hell. Lest we expose our information." A fierce gleam flashed in the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes, and he slammed his claw into the Green Rock Great Emperor's head and crushed it. A devouring black hole appeared and enveloped the Green Rock Great Emperor's body, frantically devouring the life force of the Green Rock Great Emperor. When the other three Empyrean powerhouses saw this scene, their hearts shook. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he rejoiced. If he wanted to leave the alliance, he would have been killed by Yang Feng, the first Demon Lord, and the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. Since Yang Feng and the other two invincible Overlord-rank Empyrean powerhouses decided to swallow the Twin Universe flowers, they naturally can't leave behind any fence-sitters. Those who aren't on their side must be eradicated, so that there won't be any variables or accidents. Chapter 1337. The Gumana universe's forces are huge and in their heyday. They must have more Empyreans than us. After leaving the Eternal Island, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor uttered. The gazes of the first Demon Lord, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, and the other Empyreans focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Yes, the Gumana universe does have more Empyreans than our universe. However, only the 18 sacred races truly obey the orders of the three eternal sovereigns. These Empyreans are smart people. They understood the implication at once. Although there are many powerhouses in the Gumana universe, but every Empyrean has their own pride. Few Empyreans will submit to the three eternal sovereigns and become their lackeys. Only the 18 sacred races truly obey the three eternal sovereigns. In the Twin Universe flowers, even if an Empyrean cast a spell, it will be difficult for them to transmit a message 1,000 kilometers away. This is our best chance, and also our only chance. My mechanical legion has already made arrangements in the world of the Twin Universe flowers. I have all the information on the Twin Universe flowers under my control. Yang Feng said with a confident smile. Amazing. The Devourer Lord's mechanical legion is really amazing. When the Empyreans heard this, their hearts shook slightly, and they looked at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in their eyes. These Empyreans are peerless powerhouses who have experienced many battles. They naturally know the importance of information. In the world of the Twin Universe flowers, they are shrouded in a powerful force field. Even the soul force of an Empyrean can't go far. For Yang Feng to be able to grasp the information on the Twin Universe flowers by relying on the huge mechanical legion is simply heaven-defying. Prey found. Let's go. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he revealed a smile and waved his hand, and a blue mechanical sphere flew out, landed on the ground, opened, and turned into a warp gate. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate and disappeared. An enigmatic gleam flashed in the first Demon Lord's eyes, and he praised sincerely. This is the crystallization of another core alchemy ability of the Devourer Lord, Warp Gate. To be able to cross endless distances in an instant, what an amazing alchemy ability. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch said faintly. Indeed. With this Warp Gate, the Devourer Dynasty's forces can be instantly projected into their sphere of influence. It's equivalent to increasing my strength by more than 10 times. The Lord of Withering Flame said slowly, having such an enemy makes one unable to eat or sleep in peace. However, Lord Devourer is now our ally. This kind of ally is really reassuring. The eyes of all the emperors flickered for a moment, and then they stepped into the Warp Gate. As soon as they walked out of the Warp Gate, they saw a floating city with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers floating in the void. One after another, lion-headed warriors with a pair of dragon wings on their backs flew out of the floating city. They landed on the ground and gathered all sorts of precious resources before flying towards the floating city. Yang Feng said with a smile. In this floating city, there is a dragon lion demon. The owner was the Dragon Lion Emperor. An ordinary emperor. Let's join forces and kill him. I'll do it. The eyes of the first Demon Lord shimmered fiercely, countless runes shone on his body, and he transformed into a 1,000-kilometer-tall demon giant. The first Demon Lord wielded a devil sword and slashed out. A boundless sword light that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens descended from the sky and slashed towards the floating city. In the wake of the demonic sword, demonic light shone, and the bodies of the Dragon Lion demon powerhouses exploded. The life force of the demonic sword was devoured by the demonic sword, making the sword ray even more fearsome. Who dares to attack me, the Dragon Lion Emperor? A world-shaking roar came from the floating city, and a huge dragon lion great emperor with the head of a lion and the body of a human, with 3 pairs of dragon wings on his back, appeared and extended his claw at the fearsome sword ray. Boom! In the floating city, countless mysterious runes shone and blessed the Dragon Lion Great Emperor, allowing him to crush the demonic sword ray with his claw. At the center of the incomparably terrifying explosion, space distorted and disorderly, and spatial cracks appeared one after another. When the Dragon Lion Emperor saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with apprehension. An invincible overlord rank emperor. The first demon lord frowned slightly. Sure enough, powerhouses who dare to enter the twin universe flowers have some skill. It will take some effort for me to break this tortoise shell by myself. Even though the first demon lord was an invincible overlord rank emperor with tyrannical battle prowess that far exceeds that of the Dragon Lion Emperor. But it was very difficult to capture the floating city that the Dragon Lion Emperor spent a lot of wealth to build. First demon lord. Let's go together. It's a time of war. It's different from exchanging pointers. Accompanied by the roar of a true dragon, a Cyan true dragon with a length of 500 kilometers appeared and slammed its claws towards the floating city. Countless runes appeared on the Whirlwind Lord, and he slashed at the floating city with the Whirlwind Blade, and a blade ray containing the essence of wind slashed towards the floating city. The Withered Flame Lord opened his mouth, and a sea of flames appeared and swept towards the floating city. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch pointed at the floating city with a scepter in hand, and a blue waterline descended from the sky and slashed towards the floating city like a blue blade. Boom, boom, boom. Under the siege of the 5 emperors, the floating city crumbled inch by inch. Inside the floating city, the Dragon Lion clan powerhouses turned into streams of light and flew out in an attempt to escape. But as soon as the Dragon Lion clan powerhouses flew out of the floating city, they were blasted into pieces by the attacks of the 5 emperors. Remember this, you will repay today's enmity 100-fold in the future. With a flash of black light, the Dragon Lion Emperor turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Filled with resentment, he glared at the 5 emperors and cursed. It's useless. Because you're destined to die here today. The Wheel of Time appeared in the void, and a torrent of time formed from time runes flew out of the Wheel of Time and slammed into the Dragon Lion Emperor, causing the time around him to fall into disorder. Yang Feng emerged from the torrent of time and slashed with his halberd, and a green halberd ray slashed into the Dragon Lion Emperor and cut him in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured half of the Dragon Lion Emperor's body. With a flash of green halberd ray, the remaining half of the Dragon Lion Emperor's body shattered and turned into streams of light that flew into the hands of the first demon lord and the other 4 emperors. Besieged by 6 emperors and 3 invincible overlord rank emperors, such a terrifying lineup has rarely appeared even in the Eternal Sovereign era. This lineup is enough to besiege and kill an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. It's naturally earth-shattering. If Yang Feng takes Zero, Shadow, and his huge mechanical legion, he may be able to wipe out the Dragon Lion clan, but it won't be that easy. Let's go next. After dividing up the wealth of the Dragon Lion clan, Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the first demon lord, and he urged, "Let's go." The eyes of the other emperors flickered with excitement and were filled with battle intent. Every emperor was an incomparably huge treasure vault. After the Dragon Lion clan was destroyed, the wealth of the Dragon Lion clan fell into the hands of Yang Feng and the others. Even though the 6 emperors divided it equally, but everyone still gained tremendous benefits. After passing through a warp gate, a huge spirit mountain emitting 5-colored light appeared in front of Yang Feng and the other 5 emperors. Attack together! With a fierce glint in his eyes, the first demon lord brandished his sword and attacked the huge spirit mountain emitting 5-colored light. The other great emperors also unleashed powerful offensive secret techniques and attacked the huge spirit mountain. The sky fell, the earth cracked, the earth quaked, and the mountain shook. It didn't take long for the enormous spirit mountain to be breached by the joint attacks of the 5 emperors. The spirit mountain lord has just escaped from the spirit mountain, when he was killed by Yang Feng using the Wheel of Time. A steady stream of information came from the mechanical legion spreading inside the twin universe flowers. The alliance formed by Yang Feng and the other 5 emperors swept through the Gamana universe's emperors and wiped out the Gamana universe's emperors one by one. Every time they kill an emperor, Yang Feng and the other 5 emperors get a huge amount of wealth. Originally, the alliance was just an alliance established by many emperors due to circumstances. But as the battles continued and more emperors were killed, the alliance became more and more stable. The first demon lord and the Azure Dragon Great Emperor became more and more proactive. The 2 of them are emperors who awakened in advance for the sake of the eternal opportunity, and have yet to fully recover their strength. Every time they slay an emperor and devour their soul, flesh and blood, they can recover a portion of their strength and make up for the lost lifespan. In each battle, Yang Feng uses the blue mirror of fate to conceal the fluctuations of fate and slays all the enemies, leaving no traces behind. After 2 days, a total of 19 emperors of the Gamana universe died at the hands of Yang Feng's alliance. The alliance's 6 emperors have gained tremendous benefits. Every Empyrean is a huge mobile treasure trove. Yang Feng obtained many rare materials and even precious ores that are already extinct in the world of warlocks, which are enough for him to improve the performance of Zero and Shadow and refine the 3rd level, 7 stronghold. Chapter 1338. In the twin cosmos flower world, on a vast plain, hives sat on the plain. Countless tentacles surged out of the hives and pierced the ground, extracting world energy. Hives are the crystallization of the Gamana universe's civilization. They can extract plane force and world force, turn them into energy sources, and transform them into all kinds of mysterious extraordinary forces. In the Tier 5 hives, even if an ordinary person only has a head left, but as long as their soul isn't shattered, they can be easily saved. In a Tier 5 hive, there are 11 holy sovereigns of the Gamana universe's 18 sacred races sitting before a huge round table. In the seat of honor, the Blue Wings Lord said unhurriedly, "There has been no news from the Dragon Lion Great Emperor for 2 days. It seems that he has died. The elites of the Dragon Lion race should have been wiped out." The Shadow Claw Lord frowned and said, "How is that possible? The Dragon Lion Great Emperor has the Dragon Lion City with him. In the Dragon Lion City, even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean may not be his opponent. Unless an Eternal One made a move, who among the twin universe flowers would be able to silently erase him? Could it be that he discovered a secret realm and deliberately cut off the connection with us?" The other Empyreans nodded. The reason why the Dragon Lion Great Emperor and the other Empyreans didn't enter the twin universe flower world immediately was for safety reasons. This time, they entered the twin universe flower world with their nests. In their nests, even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean may not be their opponent. The Blue Wings Lord uttered flatly, "If it was just the Dragon Lion Great Emperor, then this explanation would make sense. But in the past 2 days, 19 Empyreans have cut off contact with us. This isn't an accident, but someone is hunting our universe's Empyreans." When they heard this, the faces of the 10 sacred race leaders flickered. Every Empyrean is an invincible existence who has gone through countless wars before finally standing out. If any Empyrean of the Gamana universe comes to the world of warlocks, they will be able to cause a monstrous calamity and slay countless powerhouses. Now that 19 Empyreans have fallen, it is a heavy blow to the Gamana universe. The Swift Steel Lord's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he uttered slowly, "In that case, an Emperor Alliance has formed in the world of warlocks. The leader of the Emperor Alliance must be the Devourer Lord. The tentacles of his mechanical army have already spread throughout the entire twin universe flower world. Only he can control the whereabouts of those emperors." The other Empyreans nodded when they heard this. In the world of the twin universe flowers, the ability of the emperors to scan hundreds of millions of kilometers with a single spell was greatly weakened. Unless it was an emperor who specialized in investigative techniques, an ordinary emperor's soul power could only cover a radius of 1,000 miles. Under such circumstances, the emperors could only rely on their subordinates to explore and search the twin universe flower world. The powerhouses of the 10 sacred races fought with Yang Feng's mechanical legion, which covered the entire twin universe flower world, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Universe flower world, where Empyrean Emperor wore twin universe crystals. World, only, Yang God. The Lord of Blue Wings chuckled. "If I'm not wrong, the Lord Devourer should have obtained the eternal opportunity from the twin universe flowers and advanced to the Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much energy on the twin universe flowers." The Lord of Light and Lightning spoke slowly. "Yes, if another Emperor obtains the eternal opportunity. The Lord Devourer had to guard against the Emperor who had obtained the eternal opportunity. That Emperor must return to the Zhongji Plain to fight for more resources and find a way to advance to the Eternal Realm. The dream of all emperors was to reach the Eternal Realm. Only by reaching the Eternal Realm would they be able to live forever. They wouldn't have to worry about their lifespan running out and their soul rotting away. Whether it is the world of warlocks or the Gamana universe, the lifespan of an emperor is only about 1 million years, which is not even comparable to that of a feeble divine force rank god hiding in a divine country. Once one's lifespan was up, no matter how powerful a monarch was, their soul would decay and turn into a pile of bones. Of course, those emperors could also fall into a deep slumber like the Mother of Chaos Spider and the other terrifying existences. But in that way, those emperors would be no different from the living dead. Only those emperors who yearn to advance to the eternal realm would use a secret technique to make themselves live like the living dead. When the great calamity of the universe came, they would fight for a chance to advance to the eternal realm. Advancing to the eternal realm is the ultimate dream of countless emperors as well as the reason why they have survived to this day. In order to advance to the eternal realm, these emperors are willing to pay any price. Even emperors of the same universe will fight each other for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. In the world of warlocks, the Zhongji plane is the center of the universe, the essence of the universe, and the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. This is why countless powerhouses are fighting over it. As long as the human race shows a trace of decline, it will attract countless ferocious races to tear the human race apart and occupy the Zhongji plane. The beautiful fantasy butterfly lord, the only female among the 11 emperors, frowned and asked, "What do we do now? Do we confront the Lord Devourer here?" The Blue Wings Lord's eyes flashed coldly. "Of course not. The Emperor Alliance formed by Lord Devourer has already killed 19 of our universe's emperors and plundered their treasures. If we continue to confront them, our universe's emperors will only be defeated and killed one by one. We can only join forces and launch a fatal blow against the Lord Devourer. We have to drive the Devourer dynasty's power out of the twin universe flowers. Otherwise, the Lord Devourer's power will only get stronger and stronger." The other emperors pondered for a while, and then agreed with the Blue Wings Lord. Over the years, when the two universes fought each other, countless spies investigated the Devourer dynasty. They have discovered that the Devourer dynasty's battle robots have never stopped production, and the number is getting higher and higher. Once Yang Feng gains a foothold in the twin universe flowers, the Gumana universe's powerhouses will have to pay 10 times or even 100 times the price to drive the Devourer dynasty out of the world of the twin universe flowers. The Blue Wings Lord uttered with a smile. "By attacking the Devourer dynasty alone, even if we win, we will have to pay a huge price. Our top priority now is to contact the other emperors, inform them of the intelligence, and have them join forces with us to annihilate the Devourer dynasty." When the other emperors heard this, they showed smiles, feeling even more satisfied with the Blue Wings Lord as their leader. Although the 10 sacred races are confident that they can defeat Yang Feng's Devourer dynasty, but a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. The addition of any emperor can enhance the fighting power of the 10 sacred races, and can even have a miraculous effect on the battlefield. Despite having the upper hand, the Blue Wings Lord still didn't forget to go all out and did everything possible to enhance the fighting power of his side. This naturally satisfied the 10 sacred races. Along with flashes of light, news spread by the powerhouses of the 10 sacred races fell into the hands of the Gumana universe's emperors. In the center of the stamen of a large tricolored flower, there is a beautiful and luxurious palace. Inside the palace, on a throne, sits a handsome young man with insect antennae on his head. This handsome young man is the Star Locust Lord, a fearsome being whose fighting power is second only to invincible overlord rank emperors. Hundreds of beautiful girls of different races are dancing in the hall, and the fragrance of flowers permeates the air, making this place look like a fairyland. The eyes of the Star Locust Lord shimmered gloomily, and he sighed slowly. "Dragon Lion Great Emperor, Gold Sea Great Emperor. They all died. The universe-end tribulation is really dangerous. The Devourer Lord, a universe child of another universe, it's too dangerous. Let's withdraw." The death of 19 emperors in the Two Heavens world has shocked the Gumana universe's emperors. As supreme geniuses, the Gumana universe's emperors quickly understood the current situation and chose to withdraw to the Gumana universe. The other emperors chose to join the 10 Sacred Races coalition army. Originally, the emperors were unruly and didn't want to join the 10 Sacred Races and become the lackeys of the 3 eternal sovereigns. But with Yang Feng and them chasing after them, if the emperors still want to gain benefits from the twin universe flowers, they can only join the 10 Sacred Races coalition and defeat the Devourer dynasty together with them. The moment those emperors joined the alliance of the 10 Saint clans, it was like adding wings to a tiger. They crushed everything in their way, destroying all the mechanical armies in their way. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, Yang Feng's mechanical legion harassed the rear of the 10 Sacred Races coalition. Several emperors joined forces to form a terrifying mobile force. In the wake of the emperors, the mechanical legion was quelled and destroyed. Although Yang Feng's mechanical legion attacked continuously, but it was still crushed by the terrifying 10 Holy Alliance army all the way. A few days later, Tier 5 hives, spirit mountains, warships, floating cities, mystical flowers, 7-color cloud city, and other emperors' palaces appeared in front of the Devourer dynasty's largest mechanical city. In front of the largest mechanical city of the Devouring dynasty, there were countless mechanical fortresses and 36 mechanical planets floating in the void. Densely packed cannons could be seen everywhere, making one's heart palpitate with just a glance. The Blue Wings Lord looked at the huge mechanical city with a scorching shade in his eyes and said, "This is the final base of the Devourer dynasty. As long as we break through here, we will be able to expel the Devourer dynasty's power. Pass down my order. Attack." From the Type 5 hive and the various spirit mountains, countless soldiers flew out towards the mech city. Chapter 1339. Countless battle robots flew out from the huge mech city to fight with the warriors of the various races. The robots and the warriors of the major races were all cannon fodder. Their role on the battlefield was to conserve energy for the emperors of their respective races. The huge mechanical legion clashed with the warriors of the various races. Beams of energy flickered, and tens of thousands of warriors of the various races were wiped out. Although there were battle robots that were besieged and killed by the warriors of the various races from time to time, the ratio of casualties on both sides was on a completely different level. The Lord of Blue Wings looked at the battlefield, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He said slowly, "The Lord Devourer's alchemy is indeed terrifying. These golems possess pinnacle Starfield rank, Infinity Warlock rank, battle prowess infinitely close to the Starcraft rank. Moreover, they can be mass-produced. If it's a competition of consumption, we really can't outlast them." In the Gumana universe, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are already regarded as middle-high level powerhouses. They are bigwigs who can be conferred noble titles on many celestial bodies. It takes a lot of resources for each race to cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, on the other hand, are just cannon fodder in a battle of this level. If this goes on, even if the Gumana universe's side suffers 1-to-1 casualties, they won't be able to hold on. The Shadow Claw Lord smiled coldly and said, "The Lord Devourer's alchemy is indeed powerful. But the ones who will decide the outcome of the war are not those Starfield ants, but us." The rest of the emperors also revealed a smile. "I am the Blue Wings Lord, commander of the Gumana universe's expeditionary army. Lord Devourer, please come in for a chat." Surrounded by blue light, the Blue Wing Lord's figure fluttered, and he appeared above the Tier 5 hive, which served as the headquarters. Radiating mysterious blue light, he looked like a handsome and powerful transcendent. In the mechanical city, there was a flash of light, and a young man dressed in black armor with an extraordinary temperament and exuding an overbearing aura appeared above the mechanical city. It was Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked around and said calmly, "I am the Devourer Lord." "That's Lord Devourer Yang Feng." As expected, he has advanced to Emperor Realm. He is the most terrifying enemy of our universe. The universe-devouring battle isn't that simple. Although the world of Warlocks is half an energy level lower than our universe, but it is still a powerful universe that once gave birth to eternal sovereigns. If not for the calamity that befell their universe and lowered the energy level of the universe, there would definitely be Eternals born. A universe with such a deep foundation is the most terrifying. As long as it's given enough time, a new Eternal One will be born. As long as we kill him, we will be able to obtain eternal opportunities. Inside the hive, the eyes of the Gumana universe's Empyreans filled with killing intent focused on Yang Feng. The devouring battle between the two universes was extremely dangerous. Even the weakest universe had a chance to turn the tables, and that was to give birth to an Eternal. Along the way, Yang Feng killed countless powerhouses of the Gumana universe. Even if he wasn't originally a son of universe favored by the universe will, but he has become one. As long as the Gumana universe's emperors can kill him, it will be equivalent to making a great contribution to the Gumana universe, gaining the favor of the universe will, and obtaining the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Lord Devourer, surrender. Your universe is much worse than ours. Our universe has 3 eternal sovereigns. When the time comes, the 3 eternal sovereigns will descend upon your universe, and all your efforts will be in vain. Your relatives, lovers, and friends will all suffer because of you. It's not too late for you to surrender. As long as you surrender to our universe and join the 3 eternal sovereigns, your human race can become one of our sacred races and obtain our inheritance. You can also become the ruler of the human race and enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. The Blue Wings Lord's eyes flickered, and he persuaded. Yang Feng uttered, "If I surrender to your universe, more than 90% of the life forms in our universe will die. Besides, you will force me to personally suppress our universe's forces. Most importantly, once I surrender to your universe, I won't be able to advance to the eternal realm. Therefore, I can't surrender to your universe." There was a flash of frigid killing intent in the Blue Wings Lord's eyes, and he uttered frigidly, "Sure enough. I knew you wouldn't surrender. In that case, we can only meet on the battlefield." One after another, fearsome Empyrean auras gushed out from the Tier 5 hive. A total of 20 Empyrean auras gushed out from the depths of the Gamana Universe's army and swept the sky. After receiving the message from the Blue Wings Lord, many of the Gamana Universe's Empyreans chose to return to the Gamana Universe. However, there are still 9 Empyreans who joined the 10 Sacred Races camp. The 20 Empyreans joining forces is a rare sight even in the Eternal Sovereign era. Without Eternal Sovereigns, there is virtually no force that can contend against the 20 Empyreans. Among the 20 Empyreans, there are even 2 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans. One is the Blue Wings Lord, and the other is the Swift Steel Lord. 20 Empyreans, the Blue Wings Lord is really generous. In the giant steel city, the first Demon King was holding a cup of demon wine in his hand. He leisurely took a sip and said with a faint smile. Deeply worried, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch sighed faintly. 20 Empyreans, even if we join forces, we still won't be their match. The first Demon Lord uttered with a smile. Blue Moon Sea Monarch, why are you worried? Let's see what trump card the Devourer Lord has. If he doesn't have a trump card, we can only abandon him and leave. If he doesn't have a trump card, we can only abandon him and leave. The covenant between us doesn't stipulate that we have to risk our lives for him in a situation of certain death. The Blue Dragon Great Emperor replied calmly. That's right. If the Devourer Lord doesn't have a trump card, then I can only leave here. 20 Empyreans have already exceeded the limit we can deal with. The Withering Flame Lord and Xiaofan Great Emperor nodded silently. They are all Empyreans who entered the world of Twin Universe Flowers in order to set foot in the Eternal Sovereign Realm. As Yang Feng's allies, they won't fight to the death for him. Even if the Gamana Universe occupies the world of Twin Universe Flowers and occupies a great advantage, but it will still take a long time to capture the world of Warlocks. Of course, once the Gamana Universe captures the world of Twin Universe Flowers, the world of Warlocks will be at a complete disadvantage. Standing quietly in the void, Yang Feng swept the 20 Empyreans with an indifferent gaze and revealed a smile. Blue Wing Lord, thank you for bringing them to die. In an instant, mechanical towers rose from the ground, resonated with each other, and shone with countless mysterious runes and formed mysterious chains of order. Countless mysterious runes shone, and projections of zero and shadow emerged in the void, looking like an indifferent, aloof, and invincible transcendent. 2 sky-wide level. 7 strongholds emerged and resonated with the 36 mechanical stars as hubs. Numerous mysterious chains that could seal and suppress everything appeared in this expanse of space, and they swept towards the 20 emperors. When the 20 Empyreans saw the mysterious chains emerge, a sense of alarm welled up in their hearts, and they cast secret methods and barreled towards the mysterious chains. Under the attacks of the emperors, the incomparably mysterious chains broke one after another. After the chains were broken, all of the energy in the void was extracted, and the space became extremely stable, making it impossible to cast spatial spells. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the eyes of Zero and Shadow's projections, and they mobilized all their computing power to carry out calculations. 36 destruction cannons and 1,653 Saint Slaughter cannons appeared and flashed, and fearsome beams tore through the sky. Thanks to Zero and Shadow's frightening computing power, they adjusted their trajectories and barreled towards the 20 Empyreans. No! There was a flash of panic in the Blue Wing Lord's eyes. He discovered to his horror that no matter how he dodges, he will be hit by the destruction cannons in the end. Blue runes shone, and secret treasures flew out and blocked in front of the Blue Wing Lord. Damn it! This is a trap. Devourer Lord, I curse you. Stop! Furious roars came from the Empyreans, Countless mysterious runes shone, and secret treasures flew out of the Empyreans to protect them. This space has been completely suppressed and sealed by the mechanical towers. Even though the Empyreans are proficient in countless evasion secret methods, they can't use them. This area is a mechanical world, as well as Yang Feng's mechanical domain, comparable to the world of demons created by the first Fiend Emperor using 18 eternal demon bones. The space is stable, and the past, present, and future are the same. The beams of destruction cannons and Saint Slaughter cannons engulfed the 20 Empyreans. Bombarded by the beams of light, the secret treasures of the Empyreans collapsed inch by inch, and were finally engulfed by the beams of light. There was a dignified look in the eyes of the first Fiend Lord, and he said slowly, "So strong. This is the Devourer Lord's trump card." The Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Invincible defense. Unless an Eternal takes action, no one can break the mechanical world set up by the Devourer Lord." What fearsome alchemy! It turns out that the strongest ability of the Zero Emperor and the Shadow Emperor is not fighting, but using tremendous computing power to coordinate the trajectories of the cannons to achieve a prophetic effect. Without knowing this, even if 30 Empyreans enter this trap, they will be engulfed by the cannons. Chapter 1340. See, Emperor Blue Moon's heart was filled with fear. How terrifying! So the Lord Devourer still had such a trump card hidden. At the time when the 9th Warlock dynasty was established, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch had thought of stirring up trouble in the demonic fighting sex base. However, the thought flashed through his mind and he did not put it into action. If he had caused trouble in the Battle Demon sex lair, he would have been reduced to dust by now. After the destructive light disappeared, only 7 figures were left in the void. Blue Wings Lord, Swift Steel Lord, Illusionary Butterfly Lord, Shadow Claw Lord, Lightning Lord, Green Caltrop Lord, Ghost Blade Lord, as expected of the Gumana universe's 10 sacred races. You are still alive. Amazing. Yang Feng looked at the 7 Empyreans in the void and raised the corners of his mouth. At this moment, all of them were covered in injuries. Among the 7 monarchs, only Lord of Blue Wings had lost his right arm, and Lord of Swift Steel had lost his left leg. His injuries were relatively light. Most of the other emperors' bodies had been vaporized. Lord Qing Chestnut only had her head left. Blue Moon Neptune sucked in a breath of cold air. Amazing! All 13 emperors perished under this attack. This attack is even more powerful than a casual attack from an Eternal. The Azure Dragon Emperor said indifferently, "In terms of power alone, it is indeed close to the level of an Eternal One's full power attack." However, he was still a far cry from a true Eternal. At the very least, this kind of attack cannot be launched consecutively. The other emperors nodded slightly as well. Retreat! A cold glint flashed in Lord Blue Wing's eyes. The blue wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a blue stream of light as he fled. Once the Blue Wings Lord returns to the Gumana universe, he will be deprived of all his power and punished severely. But it was still better than dying here. The figures of the other 6 emperors flashed slightly, and they fled in different directions. Snake Dowager, now is the time for you to make a contribution. Do it, capture them alive for me. If you can't do it, then die. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Snake Dowager flew out of a jade box and landed in front of him. Yes. My lord. Looking at Yang Feng's ice-cold gaze, the Snake Dowager's heart trembled slightly, and she said respectfully, "The trap Yang Feng set up killed 13 Empyrean emperors and seriously injured the other 7 Empyrean emperors in one fell swoop. This is simply heaven-defying. After this battle, the twin universe flower world will fall into Yang Feng's hands. The world of warlocks gained the initiative in this war. If before this battle, the world of warlocks only had a 10% chance of winning against the Gumana universe. But after this battle, the world of warlocks will have a 30% chance of winning against the Gumana universe, which is a glimmer of hope." Yang Feng had also made a great contribution to the world of warlocks. The Snake Dowager's body shook slightly, and she turned into a giant snake the size of a star and chased after the 7 emperors who fled. Rays of light flashed as the first Demon Lord, the Azure Dragon Emperor, and the other emperors flew out and chased after the 7 emperors. Stop them! We must not let them pass. Once they go there, my lord will be in danger. Tier 5 hives and Tier 4 hives flew out from the ground, turned into powerful nest monsters, and attacked the first demon lord and the other Empyrean emperors. Strengthened by the power of the great holy and holy rank powerhouses, the Tier 5 hives are comparable to pseudo-Empyrean rank powerhouses in terms of battle prowess. Erupting with Empyrean rank battle prowess, the Tier 5 hives blocked the first demon lord, the Azure Dragon Emperor, and the other Empyrean emperors. The powerhouses of the 10 sacred races have gone crazy and are doing everything they can to stop the first demon lord and the other Empyrean emperors. Once the Steel Lord and the other Empyrean emperors die, the 18 sacred races will fall from their status as sacred races and become ordinary superior races. The 18 sacred races have countless enemies in the Gumana universe. Once they fall from the ranks of the sacred races, their enemies will swarm them and tear them to pieces. Damn ants! Get out of my way! There was a fierce flash in the first demon lord's eyes, and he turned into a star giant and slashed at a Tier 5 hive monster with a huge sword in his hand. The Tier 5 hive monster issued an earth-shaking wail, and its right shoulder was cut by the first demon lord's sword. Countless powerhouses of the Gumana universe were killed by the first demon lord's sword. The Tier 5 hive monster, however, still rushed towards the first demon lord and attacked him frantically, completely blocking his path of attack. The other Tier 5 hive monster also pounced over, attacking the first demon lord in a frenzy. With a cold look in his eyes, the first demon lord unleashed all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods to attack the two Tier 5 hive monsters. With his invincible overlord rank Empyrean strength, slaying the two Tier 5 hive monsters is just a matter of time. However, it is enough for the Gumana universe's 7 Empyrean emperors to escape. The 4 Empyrean emperors, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, the Withering Flame Lord, and the Whirlwind Lord, were blocked by the hive monsters. The hive behemoths weren't a match for the 4 emperors, but the 4 emperors had to use 100% of their strength to fight the hive behemoths. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would be seriously injured by the hive behemoths. In the void, the Wheel of Time suddenly appeared, shone with countless mysterious runes, and poured out torrents of time and shot towards the 7 Empyrean emperors. The time around the 7 Empyrean emperors fell into disorder. The Green Caltrop Lord, who only has a head left, the Ghost Blade Lord, who only has a lower body left, and the Shadow Claw Lord, who only has a claw left, have the time around the 3 Empyrean emperors reverse and fly back in their original direction inch by inch. Among the other 4 Empyrean emperors, the time around the Illusionary Butterfly Lord and the Luminous Lightning Lord distorts, and their flying speed slows down. However, there are no signs of time reversing. The Blue Wings Lord and the Swift Steel Lord are completely unaffected by the torrents of time. A black hole appeared and swept towards the Green Caltrop Lord, the Ghost Blade Lord, and the Shadow Claw Lord, and the 3 Empyrean emperors were drawn into the black hole. A fearsome devour force erupted and drained the life origin of the 3 seriously injured Empyrean emperors, and they turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. I'll block him or we'll all die. When you go back, remember to protect my luminous lightning race. The eyes of the luminous lightning lord shimmered coldly, and a sparkling and translucent lightning crystal melted. His destroyed limbs were regenerated in an instant, and vast Empyrean might diffused from him. The lightning crystal is the life origin of the luminous lightning lord. Once it is broken, the luminous lightning lord is dead. Even if an eternal sovereign takes action, they won't be able to save him. The Blue Wings Lord shouted, "Luminous Lightning Lord, as long as I am alive, your luminous lightning race will be under my protection." The Luminous Lightning Lord nodded. Like an invincible god of lightning, he stabbed at Yang Feng with a lightning halberd in his hand. "Luminous Lightning Lord, your opponent is me." A fearsome aura came from the void, and the Snake Dowager, who has transformed into a giant snake, plunged towards the Luminous Lightning Lord. Shocked and angry, the Luminous Lightning Lord roared, "Snake Dowager, how dare you betray our universe? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out by the 3 eternal sovereigns?" The Snake Dowager smiled sweetly and said coldly, "If my race is wiped out, so be it. As long as I am alive, I can create a race. It doesn't matter if all of them die. There are all kinds of Empyrean. Some Empyrean emperors put their race first and struggle for the rise of their race throughout their lives. However, even more Empyrean emperors are selfish and put self first. The Snake Dowager, on the other hand, doesn't put her own race in her eyes, because it is a race she created. Even if her entire race is destroyed, she won't feel sad. While the luminous Lightning Lord was blocked by the Snake Dowager, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the Swift Steel Lord and slashed with his halberd. Among the many Empyrean emperors, the one Yang Feng wants to suppress the most is none other than the Swift Steel Lord. The Swift Steel Lord contains the secrets of the Blasteel race and the crystallization of their technology. Once he grasps the Blasteel race's most advanced technology, Yang Feng's strength will increase by a large margin. Black Steel. The eyes of the Swift Steel Lord shimmered fiercely, and he barked. A dilapidated black mecha emerged and merged with the Swift Steel Lord, and a fearsome aura erupted from the Swift Steel Lord in an instant. Break! The eyes of the Swift Steel Lord shimmered fiercely, and he slashed down with a black blade. Accompanied by a copious amount of black light, the blade tore through the sky and slashed towards Yang Feng. Boom! Along with a loud blare, the black blade in the Swift Steel Lord's hand was jolted away by Yang Feng, and the blade slashed into the Swift Steel Lord and cut him in two. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the Swift Steel Lord. Countless mysterious runes flickered and frantically devoured the Swift Steel Lord's life origin and his memories. The Swift Steel Lord is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. Originally, it wouldn't have been that easy for Yang Feng to defeat him. But when he was blasted by the destruction cannon, his fleshly body almost collapsed and his soul was severely injured. He only has a tenth of his strength left, which is why he was easily defeated by Yang Feng. The Blue Wing Lord gritted his teeth and took out a feather, which exudes wisps of eternal breath. The feather burst out with countless mysterious runes, turned into a feather of light, enveloped the Blue Wing Lord, and swept him away. In an instant, the Blue Wing Lord disappeared. Chapter 1341. A feather that contains a trace of eternal origin. A means of the Wing Eternal. It seems that the Blue Wings Lord is really favored by the Wing Eternal. Yang Feng looked at the Blue Wings Lord who disappeared into the distance and frowned slightly. That feather looked ordinary, but it was a feather that contained a trace of eternal origin. As strong as the Wing Eternal is, it won't make too many, or it will hurt its origin. If the Blue Wings Lord wasn't an invincible overlord rank Empyrean, the Wing Eternal would never have given him a feather containing eternal origin to protect himself. As if an invincible god, Yang Feng looked at the Fantasy Butterfly Lord and said flatly, "The Blue Wings Lord has escaped. Fantasy Butterfly Lord, do you surrender?" "No. Once I surrender, my Fantasy Butterfly race will die without a burial ground. Devourer Lord, let's die together." The beautiful eyes of the Fantasy Butterfly Lord shimmered with a resolute gleam, and countless mysterious runes shone on her. Her figure fluttered, and she turned into a 10-meter-long fantasy god butterfly engraved with countless mysterious runes. Fantasy god butterflies are a kind of heaven and earth variant in the universe. They have only appeared 3 times in the world of warlocks. They are extraordinary life forms comparable to divine dragons. They are innately proficient in the essence of illusion, making them extremely powerful. Even true dragons, if careless, can be confused by the fantasy god butterfly's illusions and eventually become their food. The phantom god butterfly shone with runes, and a blue trident containing invincible overlord rank fluctuations shot towards Yang Feng, seemingly capable of piercing through Chongqiang, passing off the fake as the genuine, unparalleled illusions. Unfortunately, if you were in other places and in other environments, you would be able to display your strongest battle prowess. But in this environment, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he exuded invincible confidence and aggressiveness. When he punched the blue trident, power stars emerged and smashed the blue trident. When the blue trident shattered, strange phantasmal light erupted from the blue trident and turned into transparent phantasmal threads sweeping towards Yang Feng. If any of these threads were to entangle a saint, then that saint would be unable to free himself from the illusion and become the lord of the illusionary butterfly's captive. A devouring black hole appeared and engulfed the illusory threads in a frenzy. Yang Feng walked out of the devour black hole, appeared in front of the illusionary butterfly lord, and punched the illusionary god butterfly lord, blasting the illusionary butterfly lord into pieces. Strange ripples flickered, and the phantom ruler appeared. Countless threads pierced into the remains of the illusionary god butterfly and devoured it. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the phantom ruler's body, making it even more powerful. Strange ripples appeared, and the phantom ruler directly hid in the void and disappeared. Every single emperor was a terrifying existence that had experienced hundreds of battles. Their wills were firm like steel, and their fleshly bodies were perfect and flawless. Even the Lord of the illusionary butterfly's illusions would find it difficult to affect an emperor. After the phantom ruler advanced to the Empyrean realm, it has been hiding in the dark and quietly casting illusions to affect the minds of the emperors. By magnifying or shrinking the emotions of the emperors, the phantom ruler made the wrong judgment at the critical moment. Several emperors were influenced by the phantom ruler and made the wrong decision. This is the most terrifying ability of emperors who mastered illusions. After the Lord of the illusionary butterfly was killed, the Tier 5 and Tier 4 hive monsters scattered and fled in different directions. The mission of the hive monsters was to cover the escape of the emperors. Now that the emperors have either died or fled, since their mission has been accomplished, the hive monsters naturally won't stay here. You still want to escape? Do you think I'm made of clay? When the first demon lord saw the hive monsters besieging him begin to flee, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he smiled ferociously. Countless runes flickered, and an abyssal realm emerged and swallowed the hive monsters. In the abyssal realm, the first demon lord is like an invincible demon lord. In the wake of his sword rays, the hive monsters were slashed apart. Eroded by the fearsome abyssal chi, the life forms inside the hive monsters were eroded and transformed into abyssal fiends. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the other emperors went all out to kill the hive monsters. The hive monsters are the crystallization of the Gumana universe's civilization and contain endless secrets. Besides, the Gumana universe's elites piloting the hive monsters can reap great benefits whether they are killed or subdued. The emperors were naturally willing to take action. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, the Gumana universe's expeditionary army was annihilated. The Devour dynasty's mechanical legion began to expand frantically in the world of the twin universe flowers. In the center of the Gumana universe, there are three huge celestial bodies comparable to the Zhongji plane. The three huge celestial bodies comparable to the evolved Zhongji plane are the Bona Divine Realm, the Winged Divine Realm, and the Frost Divine Realm. These three celestial bodies are the home planets of the three Protoss races as well as the places where the three eternal sovereigns reside. In the center of the Winged Divine Realm, there is a huge temple covering an area of hundreds of millions of square kilometers. This temple is the Winged Temple. On the throne in the deepest part of the Winged Temple, there is an extremely handsome young man with long black hair and a mysterious rune engraved on his forehead. With a flash of blue light, the Blue Wings Lord riddled with scars appeared in the temple, knelt in front of the young man and uttered piously, "Thank you, my lord, for the secret treasure you bestowed upon me and for saving my life." The young man sitting on the throne is the Wing Eternal, one of the Gumana universe's three eternal sovereigns. The Wing Eternal uttered indifferently, "Blue Wings, it seems that you lost." "I'm sorry, my lord. I failed to live up to your expectations. These are my memories. Please take a look." The Lord of Blue Wings' body trembled slightly. Countless runes shone on his body, and rays of light emerged from his body. They floated in the void and formed a light screen that displayed everything that had happened in the past. The Wing of Eternity said coldly, "The cosmos' final tribulation is indeed not that simple. The Devourer should be one of the hopes of the world of warlocks. I know what's going on. Although your orders weren't too wrong, it's still the same as before. However, for destroying the essence of my 10 great sacred clans, you can go to Emperor Prison Mountain and receive punishment for 100 years. Yes, my lord." The Blue Wing Lord's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and said respectfully, "The Emperor Prison Mountain was an extremely terrifying demonic mountain. Any emperor that entered it would suffer extremely terrifying torture. The Lord of Blue Wings knew that the Wing of Eternity had given him a light punishment. If he fell into the hands of the other two Eternals, he would definitely die." With a flash of light, the Blue-Winged Lord disappeared from where he stood. The Wings of Eternity frowned slightly and said slowly, "The Devouring Master has actually grown to such a level." The Wing of Eternity pondered for a while, and then pressed towards the void. Ripples shone, and the temple shone, and a place shrouded in mysterious light. In the mysterious space shrouded in mysterious light, there are two thrones. 2 rays of light flashed, and 2 people appeared on the 2 thrones. One of them has short blue hair, is dressed in a silver battlesuit, and is very handsome. He looks like a young man, but his eyes are filled with vicissitudes of life. The other one has long silver hair, is very handsome, and radiates a dazzling look in his eyes. These two are the 2 eternal sovereigns who dominate the Gumana universe, the divine eyes eternal and the frost eternal. The wing of eternity uttered unhurriedly. The blue wing lord was defeated. The 10 sacred clans were completely wiped out. There was a flash of vicissitudes in the eyes of the divine eyes eternal, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Sure enough, the universe-devouring battle isn't that easy." The frost eternal uttered coldly, "If nothing unexpected happens, the devouring master will advance to the eternal rank in the future." The other 2 eternal sovereigns nodded silently. The war of devouring between 2 universes is extremely dangerous. Even a slightly weaker universe will use all its resources to give birth to an eternal sovereign in their universe. Even if it isn't Yang Feng, but an emperor like the first demon lord, the first fiend emperor, or even the blue moon sea monarch will advance to the eternal rank due to various opportunities. The divine eyes eternal uttered unhurriedly, "The devouring master is too powerful. He is not suitable to advance to the eternal rank. If he advances to the eternal rank, our universe's odds of winning will be less than 60%. There are different grades among eternal sovereigns. The weaker the emperor who advances to the eternal rank, the weaker the eternal will be. Eternal sovereigns of different paths have different fighting strength. Once an emperor with illusions as their core advances to the eternal rank, they will be invincible among emperors. They can use illusions to manipulate emperors and play with people's hearts. However, an eternal who advances to the eternal rank with illusions as their core will be at a disadvantage when facing other eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng's core path is that of devour and machinery. Once he advances to the eternal rank, he will be extremely terrifying even among eternal sovereigns. The Wing of Eternity asked, "Then who should we support to advance to the eternal rank?" The Frost Eternal uttered coldly, "I won't split my eternal origin." The essence of eternity was the essence of life and power of an eternal. Only the eternal quintessence could help an emperor advance into the eternal realm. At the time, the Silver Emperor obtained a small piece of eternal origin, which allowed him to advance to the Emperor realm in the world of warlocks. In the world of warlocks, if an emperor obtains enough eternal origin, they may even advance to the eternal rank. Chapter 1342. A strange light flashed through the Eternal Frost's eyes. "Who is it?" The Divine Eye Eternal smiled and said a name. The Eternal Frost nodded slightly. "It's him?" "If it's him, it's indeed possible for him to advance to the eternal realm." The Divine Eye of Eternity said slowly, "Then we have decided to fully support him." The other 2 eternal sovereigns exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The world of warlocks. The Devourer Lord joined forces with the First Demon Lord, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, the Withering Flame Lord, and the Whirlwind Lord to slay the Gamana Universe's 38 emperors and wipe out the Gamana Universe's expeditionary army. A piece of news appeared in the weave and caused an uproar. 38 emperors have fallen. How could that be possible? That's an emperor. 38 emperors are enough to sweep through everything. That's impossible. No matter how strong Lord Devourer is, how could he possibly annihilate so many emperors in a short period of a few days? This news must be fake. The entire human weave was in a state of discussion. More than 90% of people thought that it was just a rumor. Every emperor was a genius of an era, a terrifying existence that was invincible in the same realm. Even the mutants that were doted on by the universe couldn't withstand a single blow from those emperors. Before the recovery of the world of warlocks, an emperor rank powerhouse was enough to sweep through the world of warlocks. Even if it was now, if those 38 emperors joined forces, it would simply be heaven-defying. The number of awakened emperors in the world of warlocks universe might not even reach 38. It's true. Her Majesty the Mother Empress and Lord Devourer did indeed fight the Gamana Universe's emperors, slay a number of the Gamana Universe's emperors, and annihilate the Gamana Universe's allied forces. Princess Lan Yu of the Blue Moon Sea Clan left a message on the human weave. "Princess Blue Moon, she has spoken." Princess Lan Yu never lies. Since he had spoken. In that case, the Lord Devourer has indeed defeated many emperors. What an invincible demeanor. To ally with 5 Empyreans, the Devourer Lord annihilated the Gamana Universe's Empyreans in one fell swoop. That's the ruler of the 9th human warlock dynasty for you. As long as the Lord Devourer is around, our universe will never be annexed by other universes. The Lord Devourer is eternal. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor is eternal and undying. The entire human weave is in jubilation. Countless human warlocks are excited, and cities are singing in jubilation like a grand festival. The Blue Moon Sea Clan was also jubilant and celebrated day and night. Many races of the world of warlocks were also jubilant and full of excitement. The Gumana universe's 38 emperors died at once, which means that the Gumana universe won't be able to launch another large-scale attack on the world of warlocks in a short period of time. Everyone can enjoy a short period of peace. The Zhongji Plain, in the center of a hidden secret realm, there is a mysterious crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin is a black crystal skull. Two extremely mysterious flames suddenly appeared in the eye sockets of the black crystal skull, and an extremely strange mental fluctuation reverberated in this space. The Lord Devourer actually advanced to the Emperor realm and killed 38 emperors. It's getting more and more terrifying. The Zhongji Plain, in the deepest part of the Thunder Sea shrouded in endless thunder all year round, the silt suddenly trembled and separated, and a worn-out ancient chest appeared. A strange sigh slowly spread in the area. What a pity! What a shame! He was too late. He was too slow, and so was he. After all, it is 100 times more difficult for us to compete for the eternal opportunity than it is for the supreme geniuses of this era. After confirming the accuracy of the weave's intelligence, sighs came from the mysterious ancient lands. At this time, the universe has recovered to the extent that the most recent emperors of this era can revive. The ancient emperors can now separate a trace of their soul to perceive this world. The death of the 38 emperors caused many ancient emperors to feel a chill in their hearts. Except for the era of eternal sovereigns, there were only 9 emperors at most in the other eras. The death of 38 emperors is extremely rare even in the era of eternal sovereigns. So many emperors would only perish during such a calamity of the universe. The Battle Demon sect, in a huge underground laboratory on the branch floating continent. As expected of an emperor, how rich! There are small worlds suspended in front of Yang Feng. Inside the small worlds, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth shining brightly. These small worlds are the storage worlds of the emperors killed by Yang Feng. After Yang Feng killed those Empyreans, their storage worlds fell into his hands. In this huge underground laboratory, there are 2 level 7 strongholds with many damaged parts suspended in the air. The 2 level 7 strongholds are 0 and Shades level 7 strongholds. Although the 20 emperors were seriously injured by 0 and Shade, but they were also seriously injured by the resistance of the 20 emperors and the hive monsters. At that time, they were unable to follow Yang Feng to pursue the Gumana universe's emperors. These treasures are enough to let you evolve again. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 2 torrents of treasures entered the 2 level 7 strongholds with many damaged parts. After the 2 level 7 strongholds devoured the treasures of heaven and earth, countless runes flickered, and they became even more mysterious and resplendent. After the level 7 strongholds devoured the treasures of heaven and earth, they quickly repaired themselves, and all kinds of injuries healed quickly. Yang Feng sighed slightly. Unfortunately, even though I killed so many emperors, it is still extremely difficult to cultivate an Empyrean. Although there are many geniuses under Yang Feng's command, but only Mykelia, Shi Yu, Zhou Ruoling, Regina, Wu Meiying, and a few others have the potential to advance to the Empyrean realm. Mykelia and Shi Yu are already quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses, only a step away from the Empyrean realm. But that step is like an insurmountable moat. There was a flash of a smile in Yang Feng's eyes. But this time, my harvest is huge, enough for me to create 2 more Monarch of Sovereigns. Time elapsed, and 10 years went by in a flash. The Battle Demon sect, in an underground laboratory on the branch floating continent. A level 7 stronghold with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers is suspended in the void. In the center of the level 7 stronghold, there is a mysterious rune slowly condensing. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and one Empyrean soul force after another turned into pure soul force and entered the mysterious rune. After absorbing the pure Empyrean soul force, the rune of the level 7 stronghold absorbed a total of 3 Empyrean souls and finally took shape. Yang Feng looked at the level 7 stronghold with regret in his eyes. To only be able to absorb 3 Empyrean souls, the potential is similar to that of Shadow. It's still a lot worse than 0. 0 absorbed a total of 12 Empyrean souls before he was somewhat satisfied. After absorbing 3 Empyrean souls, Shadow felt a little bloated. This is the gap in potential between them. After all, Zero is a monarch of sovereigns refined using Kunmadu stone, an eternal stone, and has the potential to advance to the eternal sovereign rank. Although Shadow is a monarch of sovereigns refined by Yang Feng using various treasures of heaven and earth, but his potential is still much inferior to Zero's. The level 7 stronghold opened. In the center of the level 7 stronghold, there is a beautiful girl with short black hair, sparkling skin, and a heroic aura. The beautiful girl opened her eyes, which shone brightly. Countless runes flickered, and a silver armor covered her body. She jumped from the center of the level 7 stronghold, arrived in front of Yang Feng, and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng looked at the beautiful girl and uttered with a smile. "From today on, you are called Star Concubine." Star Concubine replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." "Little sister Concubine, let me test your skills." Without any sound, Shadow emerged from a shadow and looked at Star Concubine with a smile. A torrent of time flashed, and the domineering and majestic Zero, who looks like an invincible empress, appeared in the present and looked calmly at Star Concubine. "Yes, big sister Shadow." A calm expression on her face, Star Concubine opened the level 7 stronghold behind her and resonated with Shadow's level 7 stronghold and formed a small world. "Be careful." Shadowy smiled sweetly, and the ruler's shadow spear in her hand flickered with countless mysterious runes. In an instant, 9 shadow avatars with Shadowy's aura, power, and soul fluctuations suddenly appeared and shot towards Star Concubine from 9 different directions. Amazing. He has reached the realm of confusing the real with the fake. Even I can't tell the real from the fake. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked at the shadows with admiration in his eyes. Even though he used various eye techniques, he still couldn't tell which one was the real shadow. Zero commented proudly, "Not bad." Facing Shadow's 9 clones, Xingji's expression was calm. Light flashed in her hand, and a Lord Star Shield suddenly appeared. Countless resplendent starlight sparkled, and 36 stars appeared on the Lord Star Shield, forming a huge astral barrier. When Shadow's 9 shadows stabbed towards the star barrier, fearsome energy blasts spread in all directions. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. There are 3 shadow avatars that can display power comparable to that of his true body. Shadow is really amazing. He finally stepped into the invincible overlord realm. After absorbing countless treasures of heaven and earth, Shadow evolved again in the past 10 years and finally stepped into the invincible overlord realm. His battle prowess is comparable to that of the weakest invincible overlord. He can kill an ordinary Empyrean by himself. Even if he fights 3 ordinary Empyreans at the same time, he isn't afraid. Zero's beautiful eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and her cheeks puffed up. "He's far worse than me." Chapter 1343. Yang Feng smiled and praised, "Of course, Zero, you're the strongest." Zero showed a satisfied and proud smile, and said no more. Shadowy controlled countless shadows, shuttled freely among the shadows, and attacked Xingji from all kinds of incredible angles. Xingji just opened a star barrier to resist Shadowy's attacks. "I'm done." "How boring. Only Big Sister Zero's whip can tear this tortoise shell apart. It's so annoying. If this goes on, it won't be easy to decide the victor for 10 days and 10 nights. No matter what flaws Shadowy reveals, Xingji didn't attack. She just quietly opened a defensive barrier. This made Shadowy impatient, and he jumped away from the battlefield. "Lord, you must help me get Kunmo Dusk Stone. Otherwise, these little sisters will catch up and surpass me." Shadowy's figure fluttered, and he appeared beside Yang Feng, hugged Yang Feng's arm, and spoke coquettishly. The Star Concubine's beautiful eyes shone brightly like a cute puppy, and she said pitifully, "My lord, I also want the Kunmo Dusk Stone." Kunmo Dusk Stone is an eternal god stone that contains endless mysterious power. Both Zero and Yang Feng's Dawn God armor contain Kunmo Dusk Stone, which is why they are so powerful and have the potential to evolve into eternal sovereigns. Although Shadowy and Xingji are both king of sovereigns, and after absorbing countless treasures of heaven and earth, their battle prowess is comparable to that of invincible overlord rank emperors. But it is virtually impossible for them to advance further and advance to the eternal sovereign realm. If Shadowy and Xingji want to advance to the eternal sovereign realm, they either have to integrate Kunmo Dusk Stone or an even more fearsome treasure of heaven and earth. Otherwise, There is basically no hope for them to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and said with a headache, "Okay. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely help you get Kunmo Dusk Stone." Although Shadowy and Xingji are Yang Feng's creations, and will obey him completely, they are far more loyal than other emperors. However, they also have a need to become stronger. As their creator, Yang Feng will naturally try his best to meet their needs. After Xingji was born, Yang Feng began to travel the universe and explore danger zones, looking for an opportunity to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. The world of warlocks began to recover rapidly. Treasures of ancient great sages and emperors emerged one after another, and even relic sites of eternal sovereigns emerged. Yang Feng entered several eternal relic sites and gained a lot. However, the gains didn't allow him to evolve in essence. After the twin universe flowers were occupied by the Devour Imperial Court, Yang Feng managed them impenetrably. All the resources were divided equally between Yang Feng, the first demon lord, and the other 4 emperors. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion has broken out of the twin universe flower world several times, entered the Gamana universe, and fought with the Gamana universe's powerhouses several times. After a few small victories, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion stopped attacking the Gamana universe, as it was meaningless. No matter how many times Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion defeats the Gamana universe's cannon fodder, as long as the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns take action, they can suppress everything and reverse the situation. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. The world of warlocks, at the bottom of a sea full of endless mysterious waters. Suddenly, the mud at the bottom of the sea churned, the sea split open, and a huge spirit mountain constructed from the bones of countless transcendents emerged from the deepest part of the sea. The huge spiritual mountain made of countless transcendent bones cracked open, and 4 quasi-emperor ranked transcendent carrying a golden throne inlaid with 36 suns walked out of the spiritual mountain step by step. Sitting on the golden throne was a handsome man who exuded a domineering aura. He looked like the Lord of Gods and Demons, the Emperor of Gods. A small seal engraved with countless god and demon marks floated in front of him. When the man opened his eyes, countless transcendent phantoms flickered in his eyes. Transcendent phantoms comparable to Empyrean ranked transcendent phantoms flickered and roared in his eyes. Within an area of millions of light years, fearsome vigor of heaven and earth gathered and formed whirlpools that poured into the man. As the ripples flickered, small illusory seals converged from all directions and merged into the small seal, which was engraved with countless fiend god marks. What's going on? How come my transcendent Empyrean imprint was taken away? It took me 1,000 years to refine the transcendent Empyrean imprint. How could it be taken away? Who is it? To be able to take away my transcendent Empyrean imprint. In the world of warlocks, the faces of the human warlocks who have cultivated the transcendent text changed dramatically, and they discovered to their horror that the transcendent Empyrean imprint they have spent countless resources to refine has disappeared. A large part of their power has been absorbed by the transcendent Empyrean imprint. It's him, the Transcendent Lord. He finally woke up. The Transcendent Lord, the 3rd Warlock Emperor. He is also one of the most powerful human Empyreans. He has woken up. He must compete with the Devourer Lord for control of the human race. There can be no room for 2 tigers on one mountain. Since he has woken up, the human race will have a good show to watch. In the world of warlocks, the gazes of terrifying existences fell on the man who looks like a transcendent lord, and their eyes filled with peculiar light. The man who looks like a transcendent lord from the endless deep sea is the Warlock Emperor of the 3rd Warlock dynasty, the Transcendent Lord. He is recognized as the most powerful invincible overlord in the universe. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, although most Warlock Emperors are peerless geniuses invincible in the same rank, but they all once had formidable enemies that were very difficult to deal with. Before the Star Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm, he was even more unbearably suppressed. Before the Taboo Lord set foot on the Bloodline Warlock path, he was a waste. Only the Lord of the Demon God was able to sweep all geniuses of the same realm the moment he appeared. No matter which race it was, they were all killed by him. He stepped into Emperor realm in an invincible manner without any suspense. After he stepped into the Empyrean realm, he was also invincible and killed many venerable emperors. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the Transcendent Lord is the existence who killed the most other race Empyreans. According to legend, invincible Empyreans in ancient times even died at his hands. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord is a great hero who can do anything for the rise of the human race. The Taboo Lord is a hard-working person for the rise of the human race. The Transcendent Lord is an arrogant and invincible genius. The Death Lord is an affectionate person. The Star Lord is handsome, unrestrained, and intelligent. He is the #1 human prophet. The Magic Note Lord is a fanatic of alchemy. According to legend, the purpose of the Magic Note Lord fighting for the position of Empyrean is to obtain more alchemy materials. Only by becoming a warlock emperor and shaking the universe can he obtain enough rare materials to carry out alchemy research. If the Magic Note Lord has not founded the 7th warlock dynasty, it would be impossible for him to collect so many alchemy materials and refine all kinds of powerful Empyrean-grade secret treasures. It is indeed very easy for a warlock emperor to pick the stars and the moon by themselves. However, the efficiency of searching for alchemy materials in the universe cannot compare to that of a warlock dynasty. Yang Feng said apologetically, "That's my core secret. I can't exchange it with you. I'm very sorry." The Magic Note Lord uttered with an expectant look on his face. "That's right. Alchemy that can refine an Empyrean is indeed very precious. How about this? I can teach you all the alchemy I know. Besides, after learning your alchemy, I can swear that I won't teach it to anyone else and won't use it against you. As for the alchemy I know, you can teach it to others at will. How about it?" Yang Feng refused decisively. "I'm sorry, but I can't. I'm determined to get the position of eternity. Magic Note Lord, you are also one of my competitors. I can't teach you alchemy to improve the strength of my competitors. If I advance to the eternal warlock rank in the future, I can teach you alchemy." Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Magic Note Lord is a true secret treasure genius. If it wasn't for the fact that the laws of the universe forbid it, he might even be able to refine an eternal treasure. If the Magic Note Lord obtains Yang Feng's alchemy, he will be like a tiger that has grown wings, and become even more terrifying and powerful. The Magic Note Lord pondered for a while, and then said decisively, "The position of eternity. How about this? You teach me alchemy. I give up fighting for the position of eternity, and I can use my alchemy to serve you. Of course, I have a few conditions. The first is that you must only fight the Transcendent Lord in 10 years, and you must stay alive. The second condition is that you will never betray the human race. The third condition is that after you advance to the eternal warlock rank in the future, if possible, help me get a pseudo-eternal state." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he responded decisively, "Okay." The Magic Note Lord is an alchemy fanatic and an Empyrean whose words carry enormous weight. In history, apart from his reckless pursuit of alchemy, he doesn't have any bad reputation. At most, like other Empyreans, he shows no mercy to enemies. Pseudo-eternal is when an eternal consumes a part of the eternal origin to bless an Empyrean, extending the lifespan of the Empyrean by 100 times. Originally, except for gods, Empyreans can only live for 1 million years at most. Once they are blessed with a pseudo-eternal state, the lifespan of an Empyrean can reach hundreds of millions of years. But in this way, once an eternal dies, the Empyrean blessed with a pseudo-eternal state will die as well. Of course, no eternal will easily bless another Empyrean with a pseudo-eternal state, as it will consume a trace of the Empyrean origin. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Magic Note Lord, didn't you awaken in this era for the sake of the eternal seat? Why did you give it up so decisively?" The eternal seat is the dream of all Empyreans. Using various secret methods, countless Empyreans give up the glory of invincibility and live to this day in order to advance to the eternal warlock rank. They simply won't give up the opportunity to advance to the eternal warlock rank. The eyes of the Magic Note Lord radiated resplendent light. "It's really too difficult to advance to the eternal warlock rank. Originally, I did have an idea. But after seeing you and the Transcendent Lord, I gave up on that idea. I love alchemy, and I love the human race. Since there is you and the Transcendent Lord, then you can fight over the eternal seat. I just want to study alchemy and see where the limits of alchemy lie." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a crystal flew into the Magic Note Lord's hand. "Wonderful! Wonderful! Wonderful! This alchemy is wonderful." Immersed in the alchemy, the Magic Note Lord couldn't extricate himself, and praised repeatedly. The Magic Note Lord said indifferently, "By the way, Devour Lord, if nothing unexpected happens, the Death Lord will also wake up in a few days. as long as you promise to help him resurrect his wife after you advance to the eternal warlock rank. There is a 90% chance that he will work for you. Yang Feng frowned and said, resurrect his wife? His wife's soul has been shattered, and so much time has passed. How can she be resurrected? After the death of the Death Lord's wife, her soul was shattered, and her fleshly body collapsed and disappeared. If it was within the first day of the death of the Death Lord's wife, then with Yang Feng's current strength, he could cast a heaven-defying spell to resurrect her. But after countless years, the universe law has transformed the soul of the Death Lord's wife into who knows what. Even if it was an eternal sovereign, it would be very difficult to resurrect her. Otherwise, after the Death Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm, he would have already used a heaven-defying spell to resurrect his wife. The magic note Lord uttered with a smile. After everyone dies, if nothing unexpected happens, their soul will enter the Styx, be cleansed by the Styx, and turn into the purest soul force. Then, it will turn into the soul of intelligent life forms in the universe. In the deepest part of the Styx, there is an extraordinary divine flower called the Two-Life Flower. As long as the Death Lord has the soul fragment of his wife, coupled with the Two-Life Flower and your power, you can summon the other soul of his wife. As for the fleshly body, it's not a problem for you. Yang Feng frowned and said slowly, but that's the deepest part of the Styx. Chapter 1345. Warlock emperors were terrifying existences at the pinnacle of the world of warlocks. There were few dangerous places in the universe that could threaten their lives. In the world of warlocks, only the netherworld Styx could threaten warlock emperor rank powerhouses. The Styx was the embodiment of the law of death in the world of warlocks. Without the support of gods, after most intelligent life forms died, their souls would enter the Styx and be broken down by the Styx, becoming a part of the Styx. Even after an eternal sovereign died, if their soul wasn't taken away by the enemy, it would enter the Styx and become a part of the Styx. Any emperor could cast heaven-defying spells to intercept some of the Styx's water and use it for various experiments. However, no emperor could control the Styx. The Styx had countless tributaries that ran through countless planes, forming countless netherworlds. For a powerhouse like Yang Feng, entering the netherworld was as easy as turning over his hand. However, entering the deepest part of the netherworld was very dangerous. If careless, even an emperor would be eroded by the Styx, turn into an idiot, and have their soul enter the Styx. The magic note lord rolled his eyes at Yang Feng. If entering the deepest part of the netherworld was that easy, the Death Lord would have resurrected his wife long ago. Why would he wait for you? Yang Feng smiled and said, indeed. In order to resurrect his wife, the Death Lord studied the essence of life and death. On the path of life and death, he was many times stronger than Yang Feng. His research on the netherworld and the Styx was far above Yang Feng's. The magic note lord said seriously, after you defeat the transcendent lord, I will hand over my people to you. Remember to treat them well. Yang Feng said, don't worry. I will treat them equally. There were many alchemy geniuses among the powerhouses who followed the magic note lord. If they joined the Devour dynasty, Yang Feng's Devour dynasty would become even more powerful. I'm going to study alchemy. Don't come to me if there's nothing important. The magic note lord's figure shook slightly, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The Zhongji Plain, the Amukha subcontinent, an ancient castle. In the castle, a large family was holding a grand banquet. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and appeared in the castle. As if they hadn't seen Yang Feng, the people in the banquet still enjoyed the banquet to their heart's content. Yang Feng walked up to an ancient mural and said with a smile, Death Lord, I think you should have woken up. The ancient mural trembled slightly, and a black coffin flew out. The black coffin opened, and the Death Lord, shrouded in dense death chi, slowly walked out of the coffin and looked coldly at Yang Feng. The Death Master said coldly, Devouring Master, what are you here for? Yang Feng uttered with a smile, I came here in hopes that you, Death Lord, will lend me a hand and help me advance to the Eternal Realm. I can swear that once I advance to the Eternal Realm, I will go to the depths of the netherworld to help you find the Two-Life Flower and resurrect your wife. The Lord of Death said coldly, Wouldn't it be better for me to advance to the Eternal Realm and resurrect my wife? Yang Feng said frankly, Your chances are very small. At this moment, my power has already been established, and the entire universe belongs to me. I have over 4 emperors under me and countless allies. The Magic Note Lord has also become my ally. You can't compete with me. At this time, the foundation of the 9th Warlock dynasty established by Yang Feng has been stable, and its influence has spread throughout the universe. Countless rare treasures of heaven and earth are produced from all over the universe and fall into Yang Feng's hands, increasing his influence and strength every day. In terms of power alone, the 9th Warlock dynasty has already surpassed the top 8 Warlock dynasties of the human race. The Death Lord was silent for a while before saying unhurriedly, "If you can defeat the Transcendent Lord, then we'll talk." Yang Feng responded with a smile. "Okay." With a flash of light, the Death Lord entered the black coffin and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the eternal dueling arena, streaks of light flashed as one terrifying existence after another descended upon this place. With a flash of blue light, the Blue Moon Sea Empress appeared in the void. She scanned the surroundings with her tremendous soul force, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with light. She tore open the void with her hands and stepped into a dark space. In that dark space there are 2 people sitting. They are the Withering Flame Lord and the Whirlwind Lord. Among the 5 emperors allied with Yang Feng, the Blue Moon Sea Empress, the Withering Flame Lord, and the Whirlwind Lord formed a small alliance, vaguely contending with the First Demon Lord, Yang Feng, and the Azure Dragon Emperor. Blue Moon Sea Empress, you've become stronger again. Countless runes flickered in the eyes of the Withering Flame Lord, and he took a deep look at the Blue Moon Sea Empress with enigmatic light in his eyes. The Blue Moon Sea Empress uttered with a sweet smile, "There are countless resources in the twin cosmos flower world, including treasures of heaven and earth useful to emperors. We have all benefited greatly, but the greatest benefit has been obtained by that person." The Withering Flame Lord and the Whirlwind Lord fell silent when they heard that, and their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Although the twin cosmos flower world is said to be shared by the 6 races, but in fact, it is dominated by the Devour dynasty. The Withering Flame Lord and the other 4 emperors have indeed obtained a lot of precious treasures of heaven and earth, but Yang Feng has occupied even more of them. In the decisive battle with the Gumana Universe's expeditionary army, it was the Devour dynasty that defeated the Gumana Universe's expeditionary army by itself. Now that the Devour dynasty has occupied the twin cosmos flower world, the other emperors can only acquiesce to this fact. The Withering Flame Lord uttered unhurriedly, "I wonder how powerful he is now. After this battle, we will know how powerful he has become. Didn't so many emperors gather here to witness this amazing battle?" The Blue Moon Sea Empress looked into the void, and mysterious runes appeared in her eyes. Even though she used the supreme eye ability of the Sea Emperor Divine Pupils, but she can still only vaguely see a few blurry Empyrean barriers around the eternal arena. The Whirlwind Lord uttered, "They're here." Suns emerged in the distance and got closer and closer. 4 quasi-Empyrean ranked transcendents carrying a gold throne strode over. There are 36 suns inlaid on the gold throne, each of which radiates dazzling sunlight. If anyone below the Moonlight Warlock rank looks directly at the Transcendent Lord sitting on the gold throne, they will be blinded and their soul will be injured. Transcendent Lord. 3rd Warlock Emperor. One of the strongest human Warlock Emperors. If we disregard secret treasures, then the Transcendent Lord is definitely the strongest human Warlock Emperor. Gazes from all directions focused on the Lord of Demon Gods. They were filled with fear, admiration, fear, and many other complicated emotions. The human race dominated the universe with secret treasures. The Time Lord mastered the invincible secret method space-time walk with the Wheel of Time. He was unparalleled in the world, and he killed arch-god emperors. The other Warlock Emperors relied on secret treasures that matched their path to suppress other emperors. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, although the Transcendent Lord has also refined Empyrean-grade secret treasures, but he suppressed other emperors by relying on his own strength, not the power of secret treasures. The Transcendent Lord is also recognized as the strongest human Warlock Emperor if he doesn't have a secret treasure. In the void, ripples flickered, and a huge warship with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers flew out. On the deck of the huge warship, there is a person sitting. It is Yang Feng, the Devourer Lord. The 9th Warlock Emperor founded the most powerful human Warlock dynasty, the Devour dynasty. The Devourer Lord is the monster most likely to advance to the eternal Warlock realm in the universe. There can't be 2 tigers on the same mountain. These two most outstanding human geniuses are really going to kill each other. The Devourer Lord is really too powerful. It would be great if he was slain by the Transcendent Lord. The best outcome would be for both sides to suffer. Gazes full of malice focused on Yang Feng. The emperors hoped that Yang Feng would die in the eternal duel arena. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Transcendent Lord and said unhurriedly, "Transcendent Lord, there is no enmity between us, so why do we have to fight to the death in the eternal duel arena? If we join hands, the human race will only prosper. Lord Devourer, I have been invincible all my life. I only have two wishes. The first is to advance to the eternal realm. The second is to fight the strongest emperor of the human race to the death. I want to see who is stronger. The Time Lord has died, and the fate of the Taboo Lord is unknown. However, fortunately, I still have you. By fighting you, I can fulfill my two wishes, so I will never give up. Come on, no more nonsense. As long as you can kill me, your chances of advancing to the eternal warlock realm will increase." The Transcendent Lord looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in his eyes, and then his figure fluttered, and he entered the eternal duel arena. "I ran into a battle maniac." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and entered the eternal duel arena. After the two parties signed a contract, countless runes flickered and slowly closed the eternal duel arena. "Devourer Lord, don't let me down too much." The Transcendent Lord's eyes flashed brightly. Without saying any nonsense, he pointed with his hand, and countless mysterious runes flashed on the Transcendent Empyrean imprint in his hand, and a black true dragon flew out from the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, exuding fearsome dragon might. "This is an Empyrean step black true dragon that I killed in the quasi-Empyrean realm. Don't let it defeat you." The Transcendent Lord pointed at Yang Feng, and the black true dragon flew towards Yang Feng with its claws and fangs bared. Chapter 1346. This is a transcendence suppressed by the Transcendent Lord. The Transcendent Lord's Transcendent Empyrean imprint is extremely mysterious. Any powerhouse he kills will be taken into the Transcendent Empyrean imprint and transformed into a transcendent under his control. How fearsome! Even though the powerhouses he kills are dead, they will still be driven by him. None of the human 9 warlock emperors are simple. The emperors looked at the black true dragon with a dignified look in their eyes. Among the human 9 warlock emperors, each of them has a fearsome invincible secret method. The Time Lord has space-time walk, while the Transcendent Lord has Transcendent Empyrean imprint. Any Empyrean killed by the Transcendent Lord will be sealed in the Transcendent Empyrean imprint and become a transcendent under the control of the Transcendent Lord. Moreover, as long as someone cultivates the Transcendent text and condenses a Transcendent Empyrean imprint, once their Transcendent Empyrean imprint is taken back by the Transcendent Lord, the power of their Transcendent Empyrean imprint will turn into the power of the Transcendent Lord's Transcendent Empyrean imprint. Among the human 8 warlock emperors, only the Golem Lord can turn slain Empyrean emperors into living golems and control them. However, he is still a notch below the Transcendent Lord. The eyes of the black true dragon flickered fiercely. True dragon aura permeated it, and it extended its claw. Like a true dragon hunting for food, sealing space and suppressing everything, it clawed at Yang Feng. True dragons are one of the most terrifying extraordinary life forms in the world of warlocks. When a true dragon extends its claw, true spirits retreat. Not many true spirits can resist a true dragon's claw. When the black true dragon's claw was about to hit Yang Feng, a shadow flew out from behind Yang Feng and stabbed at the black true dragon with the spear in its hand. In an instant, the ruler shadow spear, with the power to pierce through everything, pierced through the black true dragon's claw, and a large amount of true dragon Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Shadow Emperor. So strong. How can he be so strong? An invincible overlord. The Shadow Emperor has become an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. How could it be so powerful? This is the Shadow Emperor, one of the 2 strongest emperors under the Lord Devourer. How did he become so powerful? The spectating emperors gasped when they saw this scene. That black true dragon was a true emperor-grade true dragon. Under the nourishment of the demon god Emperor Seal, he became even more terrifying than when he was alive. Such a terrifying true dragon was actually injured by Shadow with a single strike. This could only mean that Shadow's battle prowess had risen to the level of an invincible overlord. The Sea Empress of the Blue Moon gritted her teeth and sighed faintly. It seems that the resources of the twin universe flowers have been used on the two emperors. The Withering Flame Lord smiled bitterly. Why did the Devourer Lord establish the 9th Warlock dynasty and occupy the world of twin universe flowers? Naturally, it was to obtain more resources and become stronger. If Shadow Emperor is already so powerful, I wonder how powerful Zero Emperor will be. The Whirlwind Lord sighed faintly. An invincible overlord. One step slower, every step slower. Slow down. After Yang Feng established the 9th Warlock dynasty, he gained the upper hand and controlled most of the universe's resources. After the world of twin universe flowers fell into Yang Feng's hands, countless precious resources fell into Yang Feng's hands. Coupled with the relics of the Gamana universe's emperors, Zero and Shadow became so powerful. What amazing alchemy! Devourer Lord, you're really extraordinary. The Transcendent Lord's eyes lit up, and he praised and pointed with a finger, and countless runes shone on the demon god Empyrean imprint. A black Feng Huang, a red fire Qilin, and a white tiger exuding a fierce aura emerged from the demon god Empyrean imprint and fought Shadow. Along with flashes of afterimages, Shadow fought the 4 emperors. Although he still has the upper hand, but he can't kill any of the true spirit transcendent. Devourer Lord, have your Zero Emperor come out. The Transcendent Lord smiled faintly and pointed at the demon god Empyrean imprint, and the demon god Empyrean imprint burst out with resplendent light. A Kuan Peng as large as the sky, a golden-winged Peng shining with bright gold light, a fiend emperor, and a 100-armed giant appeared, exuding emperor might, and attacked Yang Feng. Amazing, as expected of the Transcendent Lord. He actually has 8 Empyrean rank Transcendent. How fearsome. As expected of the Warlock Emperor of the 3rd Warlock dynasty. What unparalleled might. As expected of the Lord of Demon Gods who has crushed all opponents along the way. He dares to challenge the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord. The eyes of the many spectating Empyrean experts flashed with shock. The Transcendent Lord mobilized 8 Empyrean experts at will. This kind of combat power is simply heaven-defying. Many invincible Overlord rank Empyrean experts would die if they encountered the 8 Empyrean experts. The transcendent text created by the Transcendent Lord is definitely one of the strongest Empyrean texts in the world of warlocks. Spatial ripples flickered, and Zero appeared in front of Yang Feng, exuding endless pride. Zero swung the whip of ruler in her hand, and a terrifying whip image pierced through the sky. The power of stars appeared and lashed at the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock was torn apart by Zero's whip, and then the rock was sucked into the whip of the ruler. Mysterious runes flickered as the whip of the ruler frantically devoured the power of the golden-winged rock. After suppressing the golden-winged great rock with a whip, Ling's body shone with countless mysterious runes. Like an invincible demon god, she stepped on the air and waved her fists at the Kuan Peng, the demon emperor, and the Centimanes. Boom, boom, boom. Along with heaven-shaking blasts, Zero faced the 3 Empyrean experts head-on and blasted the 3 Empyrean-ranked Transcendent Lords apart, and Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. That's the Zero Emperor. Too strong. This is the Zero Emperor. Too heaven-defying. He has also become an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. How terrifying. He fought 4 emperors alone, and he even killed 1 and defeated 3. The Zero Emperor is really scary. The Zero Emperor alone is enough to establish an imperial court. The benefits the Devourer Lord obtained from occupying the twin universe flowers are too great. Whether it is the Transcendent Lord or the Devourer Lord, they are both freaks. When the Empyrean experts saw how terrifying Zero is, their eyes shimmered with shock. Many Empyrean experts are just as strong as the Empyrean Lords released by the Transcendent Lord. If they face Zero, they will be defeated or even killed within a few moves. Amazing. This is the Zero Emperor. Devourer Lord, your alchemy is really amazing, really perfect. You are worthy of being an enemy worthy of me going all out. The Transcendent Lord's eyes flickered with a scorching shade, and he pointed at the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, and a ray of light entered the imprint. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint burst out with dazzling light, and an 8-headed dragon emperor exuding invincible overlord rank breath flew out from the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. His eyes radiating ferocious light shot toward Zero. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint uttered with a smile. This is the 8-headed dragon emperor who survived from the Eternal Era. With 8 lives, he once fought with an eternal sovereign over the position of eternal. At the time, it took me great effort to kill him. With him here, the Zero Emperor can't interfere in our decisive battle. The 8-headed dragon emperor flickered fiercely, and the 8 dragon heads manipulated the essences of darkness, light, wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, and chi respectively and sent them barreling toward Zero. Under the siege of the 8-headed dragon emperor and the other 3 Empyrean true spirits, the tyrannical Zero fell into a disadvantageous position. The 8-headed dragon emperor, this Empyrean who survived from the eternal era, was actually suppressed by the Transcendent Lord. The Transcendent Lord is really fearsome. The Transcendent Lord and the Devourer Lord are both fearsome geniuses. Unfortunately, the Transcendent Lord has a proud and unyielding temperament. Otherwise, if the two of them join forces, it would be a disaster. When the Empyreans saw the fierce battle in the eternal duel arena, their minds surged, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Whether it is the Transcendent Lord or Yang Feng, the strength they displayed is far beyond their imagination. The Empyreans who used secret methods to hibernate until now are peerless powerhouses of an era. But after seeing this battle, they know that they are far from being the opponent of the Transcendent Lord and Yang Feng. Right now, no one can disturb our battle. Devourer Lord, let's fight. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Transcendent Lord, and a set of armor engraved with countless transcendent runes appeared on his body. As if an invincible transcendent, he took a step, appeared in front of Yang Feng, cast a secret method, and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. One after another, true dragon phantoms appeared behind the demonic divine lord. A total of 9 true dragon phantoms merged into one and entered the demonic divine lord's body, giving him the power of 9 true dragons in an instant. Fearsome true dragon roars gushed out of the Transcendent Lord's fist and turned into fearsome sound waves stabbing towards Yang Feng. The might of the Transcendent Lord's fist even surpasses that of an invincible overlord rank true dragon. In the entire human race, only the Taboo Lord and the Transcendent Lord can exert dragon force, which is more terrifying than that of true dragons. Okay, let's fight. With scorching fighting spirit in his eyes, Yang Feng sent a fist flying. The essence of power surged, power stars appeared, crushed the sky, and slammed into the Transcendent Lord's fist. Chapter 1347. When the Transcendent Lord's true dragon force and Yang Feng's ultimate power derived from the essence of power collided, the point of contact distorted time and space, and a terrifying hole appeared. A fearsome shock wave sent the Transcendent Lord and Yang Feng flying 10,000 kilometers away. They're evenly matched. The Lord Devourer is really terrifying. He can actually compete with the Lord Demon Deity in terms of physical strength. The Lord of Demonic Gods is publicly recognized as a terrifying existence whose physical strength is comparable to the Lord of Taboo. Yet the Lord Devourer is actually able to compete with him in terms of physical strength. How terrifying! Lord Devourer is growing too fast. Once a human warlock emperor establishes a dynasty, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Even so, Lord Devourer's improvement is too fast. A wisp of shock flashed through the eyes of the spectating emperors outside the eternal battlefield. The progress of Yang Feng's strength was far beyond their imagination. Rumble! 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 In the eternal battlefield, 2 afterimages flickered and terrifying explosions rang out incessantly. The Lord of Demonic Gods used the True Dragon, Kuan Peng, Golden-Winged Great Peng, and many other true spirit secret arts. It was as if he had transformed into an invincible overlord true spirit that was reborn in the world and suppressed all enemies. The human 8 warlock emperors are all peerless geniuses. Among them, the Transcendent Lord's talent in cultivating secret methods far surpasses that of the other warlock emperors. He could easily master any powerful true spirit secret technique, which was extremely terrifying. Unleashing various powerful offensive secret methods to fight the Transcendent Lord, Yang Feng pushed the essence of power to the limit and used the essence of power to crush the Transcendent Lord's attacks. In the eternal battlefield, stars exploded one after another, and terrifying black holes that couldn't be healed appeared in the void. Waves of extremely terrifying energy storms swept through the eternal battlefield, and they were capable of killing saints. So powerful! As expected of an invincible overlord emperor. If these 2 monsters weren't in the eternal dueling ground, they would definitely be able to turn a star field into a dead and silent starry sky. Both of these monsters have the eternal posture. The origin of this universe really loves the human race too much. Outside the eternal battlefield, the Empyreans gazed at the transcendent Lord and Yang Feng with dignified looks in their eyes. Many emperors' eyes were filled with jealousy. How satisfying! Ever since I killed the 8 heads dragon emperor, I haven't had such a satisfying fight in a long time. Lord Devourer, if not for the fact that there is only one eternal seat in this universe, I would definitely befriend you. With a flash of light, after the transcendent Lord forced Yang Feng back with a punch, he smiled heroically, and his eyes shimmered with bright light, looking carefree. Yang Feng sighed regretfully. What a pity! There is no enmity between the transcendent Lord and Yang Feng, but the universe where the world of warlocks is located can only give birth to one eternal sovereign. Whether it is the transcendent Lord or Yang Feng, neither is willing to submit to others. The position of eternal life is the focus of their competition. No one will concede half a step. Lord Devourer, I know that you have mastered the Lord of Time's space-time walk. Let me break your spell. The demon god world. The transcendent Lord's eyes shimmered coldly, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and the transcendent Empyrean imprint released a mysterious rune. 6 emperors, 36 quasi-emperors, 108 great saints, and 1,365 saints flew out from within the fiend god imperial seal. There are so many powerhouses inside the transcendent Empyrean imprint. The transcendent Lord is really insane. He killed so many powerhouses at the time. No wonder the transcendent imperial court collapsed as soon as the transcendent Lord disappeared. So many powerhouses died at his hands. 15 emperors. The transcendent Lord actually killed 15 emperors at the time. How savage! No wonder the transcendent Lord dared to fight the Devourer Lord in the eternal duel arena. How fearsome! When the emperors outside the eternal duel arena saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. The transcendent Empyrean imprint that walked out of the transcendent Empyrean imprint silently recited incantations, and then released bright light that entered the transcendent Empyrean imprint. The transcendent Empyrean imprint shone brightly and released endless transcendent force, and the surrounding environment changed into a transcendent world full of transcendent force. This is my transcendent world. In this world, the past, the present, and the future are all the same. At the time, I had imagined various scenes of fighting the Time Lord. This transcendent world is a secret method I created 30,000 years after I ascended to the Empyrean throne. With this transcendent world, I dare to say that I am the strongest warlock emperor. Even if the Time Lord is reborn, I can still defeat him. Filled with confidence and aggressiveness in his eyes, the transcendent Lord took a step forward, tore through the sky, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The Wheel of Time suddenly emerged, countless runes shone, and a river of time gushed out of the Wheel of Time and illuminated Yang Feng. Sure enough, I can't use space-time walk. As expected of the transcendent Lord. He is one of the strongest warlock emperors of the human race. He is a true genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he beckoned with a hand, and the green sun halberd appeared. The halberd tore through the sky, released a green sun, suppressed everything, and slashed towards the transcendent Lord. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the green sun collapsed and was blasted away by the transcendent Lord's fist, and a fearsome force sent Yang Feng flying 10,000 kilometers away. Blood flowed out of Yang Feng's mouth and scattered in the sky, radiating resplendent light. So strong! This transcendent world can strengthen the transcendent Lord. Doubled. In this transcendent world, the transcendent Lord can increase his combat power by more than double. He's unparalleled. The only way to break through this transcendent world is to not fight him in this world. Otherwise, no one can match him. Seeing this scene, the countenance of the emperors outside the eternal duel arena changed dramatically. The transcendent Lord is already tyrannical to begin with. Now that his strength has doubled, he is simply heaven-defying. Few of the emperors present are his opponent. The transcendent Lord is really strong. If it was in the endless abyss, I could defeat him. The eyes of the first demon lord hidden in the void flickered, and he stared at the transcendent Lord on the eternal battlefield and frowned slightly. The azure dragon great emperor stared at the transcendent Lord with apprehension in his eyes. As expected of the universe's end tribulation, there are more and more freaks. Devour Lord! Come out with all your strength and fight me. If this is all you have, then die here and become a stepping stone for me to advance to the eternal realm. Manipulating the transcendent world's transcendent force, the Transcendent Lord, like an invincible transcendent, unleashed an offensive secret method recorded in the transcendent text and attacked Yang Feng with overbearing killing intent. Transcendent Lord, become a stepping stone for me to advance to the eternal realm. Yang Feng's eyes burst out with countless mysterious runes, the Dawn God armor shone, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. A vast aura spread from Yang Feng, and one Empyrean-grade secret treasure projection after another appeared behind him. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the halberd of the god of battle appeared and slashed at the Transcendent Lord. In an instant, the illusions of the Emperor-grade secret treasures materialized one after another, filled with terrifying Emperor's might as they shot towards the demonic Divine Lord. Break for me! A ferocious light flashed in the demonic god master's eyes. He drew on the terrifying power of the demonic gods in the demonic god world to strengthen himself. Emperor images appeared behind him, and his fists were enveloped in a demonic light that suppressed everything, shattering Emperor-grade secret treasures one after another. When the 9th Empyrean-grade secret treasure was smashed by the Transcendent Lord, a gold horn pierced through the Transcendent Lord's abdomen. A queer Empyrean-grade secret treasure the Emperor subduing all suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light, and strangely stabbed the Transcendent Lord in the chest and ran him through. An incomparably terrifying halberd light descended from the sky, slashing onto the demonic god lord's body, splitting him into two. A black hole emerged and swept towards the Transcendent Lord. Amazing! Devour Lord, your strength is indeed far above mine. I am convinced that I lost to you. Let me fulfill your wish. The Transcendent Imperial Court is yours. Remember to treat my subordinates well. The Transcendent Lord laughed loudly and plunged into the black hole. Countless runes flickered on his body, and a tremendous amount of life origin overflowed and entered the black hole. In just one breath of time, the Transcendent Lord turned into ashes in the Devour black hole, and his life origin entered Yang Feng. The Transcendent Empyrean imprint suspended in the void turned into a stream of light and entered Yang Feng's hand. The Empyrean sovereigns fighting with Shadow and Zero stopped moving, and then knelt in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the place where the Transcendent Lord disappeared with a complicated look in his eyes. The Transcendent Lord is really a hero. Although the Transcendent Lord is arrogant and overbearing, but he is indeed a hero. After being defeated by Yang Feng, he took his own life without any hesitation and left a large inheritance to Yang Feng. In Yang Feng's hands, the Transcendent Empyrean imprint is equivalent to the 15 Empyrean sovereigns as well as the Quasi-Empyrean and Great Holy Step Transcendent Lords falling into Yang Feng's hands, greatly strengthening his underlying strength. In addition, the Transcendent Lord also left a lot of treasure trove information in the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, which will allow Yang Feng to make a fortune again. Chapter 1348. That bastard Lord of Demonic Gods, why didn't he burn his Emperor's source and perish together with Lord Devourer? Damn it, Lord Devourer is already powerful enough. Now with the addition of the Demon God Imperial Court's inheritance, it will only become more powerful. Master Demon Deity, why didn't you perish together with Lord Devourer? A wisp of pity flashed through the eyes of the spectating emperors when they saw this. For the other race emperors, it would be ideal for the Transcendent Lord and Yang Feng to perish together. In this way, they might be able to advance to the eternal realm in this universe. As for the invasion of the Gumana universe's powerhouses, as long as the Gumana universe's eternal sovereigns don't intervene, the emperors of the world of warlocks can hold on. Even if countless stars in the world of warlocks shatter and countless lives perish, but for these emperors, it is not as important as advancing to the eternal realm. The gate of the eternal arena opened, and Yang Feng slowly walked out and looked at the void. As far as Yang Feng's eyes can see, the powerhouses hiding in the void cast secret methods to hide themselves. No one dared to attack him. Many emperors originally planned to take advantage of Yang Feng and the Transcendent Lord's mutual destruction to kill the two human warlock emperors in one fell swoop. But at this time, no one dared to attack Yang Feng. The Blue Moon Ocean Emperor sighed. After this battle, Lord Devourer will be invincible. A complicated look flashed in the Withering Flame Lord's eyes, and he said slowly, the Demon Deity Lord was defeated by the Devourer Lord at his peak. After this battle, the Lord Devourer is indeed invincible. Those emperors who could use secret techniques to hibernate until now were once terrifying existences who were invincible in an era. Their strength was tyrannical and peerless. A drop of emperor blood could kill a great saint, and a finger could crush a star. Every emperor is very proud. But after this battle, they have to admit that Yang Feng is indeed invincible. The Whirlwind Lord said coldly, "So what if we're invincible? As long as we don't advance to the Eternal Realm, we still have a chance." See, Emperor Blue Moon and Lord of Withering Flame nodded slightly. No matter how strong Yang Feng is, he is still not an eternal sovereign. As long as they didn't advance to the Eternal Realm, the emperors would still have a chance. A black dead leaf exuding strange life and death force flew out of the void and fell into Yang Feng's hand. When the dead black leaf fell into Yang Feng's hand, wisps of life and death force surged and released bright green light. Full of vitality, the leaf turned emerald green and exuded the fragrance of plants. Yang Feng swept the green leaf with a glance, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, his figure shook slightly, and he disappeared. The demonic god master and the devourer master are fighting in the eternal arena. The lord of the demon gods used 15 demon emperors to besiege the Lord Devourer, but he still fell at the hands of the Lord Devourer. A message suddenly came out from the human weave. 15 emperors. The Transcendent Lord is indeed the human race's third warlock emperor for you. To be able to control 15 transcendent emperors, you're really powerful. The Transcendent Lord and the Devourer Lord are both human warlock emperors, so why are they fighting each other? If the two of them join forces, the human race will truly be invincible. The two of them working together? That's too difficult. The Transcendent Lord and the Devourer Lord aren't willing to be subordinate to others. How could they join forces? In any case, since the Devourer Lord won, who else in the universe can be his opponent? After this battle, the Devourer Lord will be invincible. No one will dare to provoke the human race anymore. On the human weave, human warlock powerhouses discussed spiritedly. Some human warlocks felt pity for the death of the Transcendent Lord, while even more human warlocks were excited. After that battle, the human warlocks of the Transcendent Imperial Court, the Magic Note Imperial Court, and the Death Imperial Court took the initiative to join the Devourer Imperial Court. After the Devourer Imperial Court got the human elites of the 3 warlocks to join, its power surged again. The warlocks of the 3 warlocks also took out various precious secret methods. The power of the Devourer Imperial Court spread throughout the universe. Time elapsed, and 56 years passed in a flash. In the deepest part of the world of warlocks, ripples shone, and a spider nest full of spider silk emerged, and a fearsome aura diffused in all directions. Primal Chaos Mother Spider. She has emerged. This fluctuation of power is from the Primal Chaos Mother Spider. She has finally awakened. When the holy experts traveling in the starfield sensed the undisguised domineering aura, their countenance flickered. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider is a first-generation life form born at the time of the universe's creation. According to legend, she has even bitten an eternal sovereign. She is definitely one of the most powerful emperors in the history of the world of warlocks. As soon as the Primal Chaos Mother Spider emerged, countless spider powerhouses flew towards the spider nest as if on a pilgrimage. In the depths of the universe, an ordinary dead star suddenly shone brightly and burst open. A copious amount of true dragon chi revolved around it, and a huge dragon mountain emerged. A fearsome true dragon exuding invincible overlord aura coiled around the dragon mountain, and fierce might spread in all directions. In the dragon plane of the 36 primary material planes, countless drakes, wyverns, and dragons trembled slightly. The bloodline force inside them boiled, and they evolved. What's going on? What's going on? Our bloodline has actually evolved. We've become more powerful. In the dragon plane, many dragon powerhouses have looks of excitement on their faces. They can feel the bloodline inside them boil, making them stronger. In the myriad Dragon Mountain's Dragon God Temple in the center of the dragon plane, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor opened his eyes and felt the bloodline inside him boil slightly. A complicated look in his eyes, he uttered unhurriedly, "Third Ancestor Dragon. He has awakened." When the world of warlocks was created, the first generation of life forms was born. Among the first generation of life forms, there were 6 ancestor dragons. They were the ancestors of all dragons, invincible overlord rank true dragons. The 6 ancestor dragons were the most fearsome powerhouses among the first generation of life forms. When the six joined forces, they even allowed the dragon race to dominate an era. Later, after the birth of Eternals, the first and second ancestor dragons were slain by Eternals, and the third ancestor dragon's whereabouts were unknown. The remaining three ancestor dragons exhausted their lifespan and died of old age. No one expected that the third ancestor dragon would awaken in this era. The true dragon emperor is a true dragon with pure bloodline, an invincible overlord rank emperor. But if he runs into the third ancestor dragon, he will be easily defeated. In the depths of the universe, on an abandoned celestial body, countless runes flickered, and the celestial body exploded, and a palace constructed from 10,000 suns suddenly appeared and radiated resplendent light. In the deepest part of the palace, there sits a blonde young man who exudes fearsome sun force that diffuses in all directions. At the moment when the palace constructed from suns appeared, great sun golden crows, three-legged golden crows, sun golden crows, and many other extraordinary life forms that can naturally control sun god fire trembled, and their bloodline boiled. Sun Lord. The Sun Lord who was once only a step away from eternity. The source of sun force. He has awakened. The complexion of an emperor with a flame rune engraved on the head and a mysterious aura flickered, and he felt the bloodline inside him boil. In an ordinary asteroid belt in the universe, one of the asteroids suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Then, a palace made from the bones of saints emerged abruptly, emanating an evil aura. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles. An extremely handsome young man with 5 eyes on his head, 3 of which were tightly shut, and an evil god horn on his head was sitting on a throne in the deepest part of the palace. The handsome young man smiled wickedly and said, "I, the evil god ancestor, have awakened. From today on, the evil god race must obey me, or you will all die." In the evil god plane, the voice of the ancestor of the evil god flew out from the bodies of the evil gods, reverberating in the void. Evil god ancestor. That is the source of us evil gods. How could he still be alive? He is an emperor from the eternal sovereign era. Damn it, why is he still alive? The evil god plane fell into chaos at once. There were many experts among the evil gods, and at their peak, they were only slightly weaker than the ancient gods. Among the evil gods, there were 4 emperors who had awakened. When they heard the voice of the evil god ancestor, their expressions changed drastically. The evil god ancestor was the source of the evil god race's bloodline, and an invincible overlord emperor. He had once fought with the eternal sovereign for the eternal throne, but after losing, he was seriously injured by the eternal sovereign and had been in a deep sleep ever since. The evil god ancestor was definitely one of the most terrifying emperors in the universe. The evil god ancestor smiled wickedly, and his figure flickered and disappeared. Not long after, the evil god ancestor appeared in the evil god plane and began fighting with the emperors of the evil god plane. After the primal chaos mother spider, the third ancestor dragon, the sun lord, and the evil god ancestor awakened, invincible overlord emperors from the eternal sovereign era and the ancient god era awakened one after another, and the entire universe was shaken. The primal chaos mother spider has awakened, and all spiders worship. The third ancestor dragon has awakened, and countless dragons have evolved. The Sun Lord has awakened, and all races are shaken. The evil god ancestor has appeared, and descended upon the evil god plane, killing 4 evil emperors in one fell swoop, and became the only ruler of the evil god plane. One explosive piece of news after another appeared on the weave, and tempestuous waves arose throughout the universe because of the appearance of those terrifying emperors. Chapter 1349. The awakening of invincible overlord rank Empyreans from the eternal and archgod eras set off huge waves in the universe. The awakening of an invincible overlord rank Empyrean signified the birth of a new powerful force. The new powerful forces collided and probed each other, and there were even fights between Empyreans. However, no matter how the ancient Empyreans fought each other, no one dared to provoke the Devour imperial court. The Transcendent Lord gave the Transcendent Empyrean imprint to Yang Feng, and the 15 Transcendent Empyrean imprint became Yang Feng's manipulation props. When the 15 Empyreans join forces, they can kill an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. Since Zero and Shadow are comparable to invincible overlord rank Empyreans in terms of battle prowess, the other Empyreans naturally won't come to provoke them and invite humiliation. In the Zhongji Plain, above the Blue Moon Sea, where Blue Moon's merfolk reside, ripples flickered, and a handsome powerhouse with a horn on his head and a mysterious rune containing the essence of water on his forehead walked out of the void. "I am the ghost demon whale lord. Blue Moon Sea Monarch. Come out and see me." The ghost demon whale lord looked down at the sea and uttered coldly. A vast and terrifying force suddenly emerged and separated the Blue Moon Sea, revealing the exquisite palaces built by the Blue Moon merfolk thousands of kilometers under the sea. Countless Blue Moon merfolk powerhouses looked at the ghost demon whale lord in the sky in shock and anger, but they didn't dare to say a word. If a low-level existence blasphemed an Empyrean, only death would await them. Even the Blue Moon Sea Monarch couldn't come to their rescue. With a flash of blue light, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch appeared in the void, frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "Ghost demon whale lord, what brings you here this time?" The ghost demon whale lord glanced coldly at the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and said frigidly, "I have taken a fancy to the sea where your Blue Moon merfolk live. Leave this place at once and give it to my ghost whale race." As the first Empyrean to recover, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch naturally occupied the fertile land of the Zhangji Plain. This sea region was the sea race's holy land. Every day, many incomparably precious sea race treasures would be born, which was why the ghost demon whale lord coveted it. Blue Moon Sea Emperor's pretty face sank as she said coldly, "Ghost demon whale lord, this sea is the foundation of my Blue Moon Sea clan. You want to forcefully seize the foundation of my Blue Moon Sea tribe? You're going too far." Ghost demon whale lord smiled coldly and threatened, "You're not convinced? Then let's go to the eternal dueling grounds to fight to the death. Otherwise, we can have a battle right here. But after this battle, I wonder how many of your Blue Moon Sea tribe will survive?" Blue Moon Ocean Monarch's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She looked deeply at the ghost demon whale lord and continued to weigh the pros and cons. Lord Ghost Demon Whale was an invincible overlord of the ocean during the era of ancient gods. He had never been defeated in the ocean. The Blue Moon Ocean Emperor was the first to awaken. He had obtained great benefits from the recovery of the universe and was now infinitely close to becoming an invincible overlord. But compared to the ghost demon whale lord, he was still inferior. The Blue Moon Ocean Emperor suddenly showed a bright and beautiful smile. "Ghost demon whale lord, I am an ally of the Devourer Lord. Aren't you afraid that the Devourer Lord will suppress you for snatching the land of my Blue Moon Sea tribe?" The ghost demon whale lord frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a look of apprehension, and he uttered slowly, "If you can get the Devourer Lord to step in, then I can reconsider." Ever since the Transcendent Lord died, Yang Feng has been recognized as the #1 expert of the universe. Evil god ancestor was ferocious and cruel. He killed 100 evil gods every day and absorbed their flesh and soul. Even such a ferocious and cruel evil god ancestor didn't dare to come to the Zhangji Plain to provoke Yang Feng. Each of the 9 branch floating continents of the heaven and earth spirit route gave birth to a secret treasure comparable to an invincible Empyrean secret treasure. Every day, countless treasures of heaven and earth would be born, and they were the targets of many races in the universe. However, the primal chaos mother spider, the third ancestor dragon, the Sun Lord, and other invincible overlords of ancient times didn't come to compete for them because they were afraid of Yang Feng. The beautiful eyes of the Blue Moon Ocean Emperor shimmered with enigmatic light, and a blue bead flickered and radiated mysterious light. On the Battle Demon Sex branch floating continent, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes and flicked his finger, and a rune entered a blue bead. In front of the Blue Moon Ocean Emperor, the blue bead flashed, and a rune flew out and turned into a huge scram character. Carrying an overbearing aura, the rune pressed towards the ghost demon whale lord. "You're telling me to scram? Devourer Lord, you're too overbearing." There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the ghost demon whale lord, and he sent a fist barreling towards the scram character in an instant. Lightning flashed, thunder rolled, and a gale rose. The Blue Moon Sea churned. The terrifying essence of water surged, sealed the void, and disintegrated all things. Even if an emperor was hit by the ghost demon whale lord's fist, they would be disintegrated and seriously injured by the essence of water. The word scram strangely crossed the river of time and disappeared, avoiding the ghost demon whale lord's earth-shattering blow. Then, from the past to the present, the word imprinted on the forehead of the ghost demon whale lord. A fearsome force broke out and sent the ghost demon whale lord flying hundreds of kilometers away. Time manipulation. The Devourer Lord is this strong. No wonder they didn't dare to test him. The ghost demon whale lord's face fell. Shocked and angry, Blue veins bulged all over his body, and a fearsome aura pervaded his body. But the ghost demon whale lord is an invincible overlord rank emperor for a reason. When he calmed down, he thought of the mysterious power contained in the rune, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Although the word scram didn't injure the ghost demon whale lord due to its lack of power, but it displayed the terrifying essence of time that Yang Feng grasped. If the real ghost demon whale lord was Yang Feng's enemy, Yang Feng could easily kill him. Blue Moon Sea Monarch, today's matter was a misunderstanding. Goodbye. The ghost demon whale lord squeezed out an unsightly smile, a gloomy expression on his face, and his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. The beautiful eyes of the Blue Moon Sea Monarch shimmered with a complicated look, and she sighed faintly. A rune can scare away an emperor. The Devourer Lord is getting stronger and stronger. When the Devour dynasty was just established, Yang Feng was still a quasi-emperor. As an emperor, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch looked down on him. But in less than 1,000 years, Yang Feng has become an invincible overlord rank emperor. To scare away an emperor with a single word, this is simply heaven-defying. The ghost demon whale lord forced the Blue Moon Sea Monarch to retreat with a single word from my lord. A piece of news quickly spread through the weave, causing an uproar. The ghost demon whale lord was an overlord of the sea in the arch-god era. He'd once crushed an emperor in the ocean and defeated the encirclement of 4 emperors. My lord forced the ghost demon whale lord to retreat with a single word. How heaven-defying. My lord's strength seems to have advanced by leaps and bounds again. In the future, he will definitely advance to the eternal realm. As expected of my lord. To scare away an emperor with a single word, that's simply heaven-defying. My lord is invincible. The entire weave was in jubilation. The human warlocks of the Devour dynasty were excited. The races attached to the Devour dynasty were also excited. The races that hated humans were disheartened and full of despair. The ghost demon whale lord was actually scared away with a single word. The Devour Lord is really worthy of being a universe child of this era. His progress was so fast that it was frightening. If it was in the era of Eternal Sovereigns, he would definitely be the most advantageous competitor for Eternal Sovereigns. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear in this era. Inside the spider shrine, countless spider silks were sparkling and radiating dazzling divine light. In the center of the temple, surrounded by countless spider threads, there is a peerless beauty with long chestnut hair, sparkling skin, and a golden ratio figure. This peerless beauty is the primal chaos spider mother, one of the most fearsome emperors in the world of warlocks. An enigmatic gleam flashed in the eyes of the primal chaos spider mother, and she fiddled with a black dragon scale in her hand. However, the stronger he is, the more enemies he will have. As long as he hasn't advanced to the eternal realm, we still have a chance. The myriad dragon mountain, in the dragon god temple, there is a person sitting on the throne. It is the third ancestor dragon. When the third ancestor dragon returned to the plane of dragons, even someone as strong as the Azure Dragon Emperor could only step down from the throne and submit to the third ancestor dragon. The dragons are extremely powerful. 6 Empyrean rank true dragons have already awakened from the river of time. Although they are invincible true dragons of an era, but they can only submit to the third ancestor dragon. The eyes of the third ancestor dragon shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said slowly, to force the ghost demon whale lord to retreat with a single word, the Devour Lord is getting stronger and stronger. A strange existence shrouded in a black cloak appeared behind the third ancestor dragon and said, Great third ancestor dragon, as long as you join forces with us, the Devour Lord is dead for sure. The third ancestor dragon was silent for a while, and then said unhurriedly, Okay. You are really wise. The strange existence shrouded in a black cloak suddenly collapsed and disappeared. There was a flash of contempt in the eyes of the third ancestor dragon, and he uttered frigidly, Gamana Universe's ants, do you really think I can't tell that you want to sow dissension? I'm just using you to kill the Devour Lord. As long as the Devour Lord dies, I will have hope of advancing to the eternal realm. At that time, I'll kill all of you lowly ants and rebuild the glory of my dragon clan. Inside a sun temple. Gamana Universe's ants, die! The Sun Lord suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand, and a sun spear stabbed into the void and pierced through a strange existence shrouded in a black cloak. Chapter 1350. Sun Lords Stop. The strange existence in the black cloak suddenly let out an incomparably terrified scream. When the sun spear stabbed into the strange existence in the black cloak, a karma spell activated, traced the origin of the strange existence in the black cloak, and stabbed into the void. In the core of an abandoned star in the world of warlocks, there is an exquisite palace. A sun spear emerged from the void and stabbed towards a black-robed Empyrean sitting on the throne in the exquisite palace. The complexion of the black-robed Empyrean changed greatly, and he extended a hand, which turned into a huge claw that extended towards the sun spear. When the sun spear stabbed into the black-robed Empyrean's claw, it shattered the claw, and then pierced through the black-robed Empyrean in an instant. Fearsome sun god fire erupted and engulfed the black-robed Empyrean. A black earthen jar exuding the aura of an immortal Empyrean flew out, and a large amount of liquid that looks like black oil gushed out of the jar, fell on the black-robed Empyrean, and extinguished the sun god fire. A large hole appeared in the chest of the black-robed Empyrean, and sun god fire stubbornly burned the black-robed Empyrean's life source. The Sun Lord is really fierce. As expected of one of the strongest Empyreans in this universe. I'm afraid that he isn't far from the Devour Lord. The black-robed Empyrean glanced at the big hole in his chest and smiled bitterly. Countless runes flickered, and black light dispelled the sun god fire bit by bit. The Sun Lord's all-out attack is earth-shaking. Even though it crossed a great distance, but it still seriously injured the black-robed Empyrean. Without treasures like eternal god fruits to nourish his body and soul, it would take the black-robed Empyrean at least 500 years to recover. There was a resolute flash in the eyes of the black-robed Empyrean. However, no matter how strong the Sun Lord is, he is far from being a match for the three eternal sovereigns. As long as he doesn't advance to the eternal sovereign realm, he won't be able to control his own fate. The Sun Lord is tyrannical and can easily seriously injure an Empyrean. But if he is not an opponent for an eternal sovereign, then if he doesn't escape in the first world, he will die. It will be very difficult to even injure an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng's words shocked the ghost demon whale lord into retreating. And the entire universe shook. No one dared to provoke the devouring dynasty. However, these Empyrean sovereigns are even more afraid of Yang Feng, and a secret anti-Great Lord alliance was quietly established. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The sky above the Whale Yuan continent suddenly split open and a star with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers descended. A boundless, terrifying presence surged out from the star and permeated the surroundings. The nobles of the three great empires all felt their bloodlines churning, causing them to transform and become even more powerful. Our ancestors have returned. They have returned. We will definitely become the masters of the Whale Yuan continent again. When the top nobles of the three empires felt the changes in their bloodlines, a look of excitement flashed through their eyes. Turin Great Emperor, that old bastard actually woke up. A cold light flashed in the Red Dragon Great Sage's eyes. He looked into the distance with a grave expression. One after another, white shark-class battleships flew out from the 3,000-kilometer-tall star and attacked the Whale Yuan continent. The mechanical legions and white shark-class battleships deployed in the Whale Yuan continent rose into the air and engaged the Turin Divine Race's battleships. Boom! 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 The sky fell, the earth cracked, the earth quaked, and the sound of explosions rang almost incessantly. The territory of the three great empires fell into chaos. Heaven Holy Yang Feng, damn you! A chilling voice came from the void as a terrifying immortal emperor aura surged out from the void. A giant hand as large as the sky slapped a mechanical legion. Under the attack of the giant hand, the white shark-class battleships and the mechanical legion crumbled, leaving nothing behind. Ancestor is invincible. Kill these barbarians. Excited, the aristocrats of the three great empires used various methods to watch the battlefield. The faces of the aristocrats and officials who are attached to Yang Feng are pale, and their eyes shimmered with despair. The Turin Great Emperor is invincible. The mechanical legion Yang Feng deployed in the Whale Yuan continent can kill great holies. But in front of the Turin Great Emperor, the mechanical legion can't withstand a single blow. The Turin Emperor is a legendary figure who defeated the three ancient powerful clans. Since he appeared, he won't let me off. It's time for me to escape. Monriadan looked at a screen displaying the Turin Great Emperor wiping out a mechanical legion with a single hand, and felt a chill in his heart. Against a terrifying existence like the Turin Great Emperor, Even if Yang Feng uses all of the trump cards he set up in the Whale Yuan continent, they still won't be able to withstand a single blow. Turin Great Emperor, you finally woke up. I've finally caught you. On the battlefield, ripples shimmered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and looked at the star with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The Turin Great Emperor has a grudge against Yang Feng, and he hides many secrets. All these years, Yang Feng has been waiting for the Turin Great Emperor to wake up. The place where the Turin Great Emperor sleeps is very strange and mysterious. Even though Yang Feng has the Fate Empyrean secret treasure, he can't find any traces of him. Only when the Turin Great Emperor appeared would he be able to locate the Turin Great Emperor. Heaven Holy Yang Feng, you dare to appear in front of me. It seems that you have advanced to the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, you're too stupid. A trifling new Empyrean dares to be my enemy. You're courting death. A stream of light flew out of the star with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers, and the Turin Great Emperor walked out with a flash of derision in his eyes. Yang Feng said flatly, Turin Great Emperor, where is Empress Turin? Let her come out. You're not my opponent alone. What big talk, Yang Feng. You're just an ant from a lower universe. I can kill you by myself. There's no need for Empress Turin to do anything. A fierce ray flashed in the Turin Great Emperor's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and 108 white spheres flew out and turned into 108 stars. Those 108 stars radiated with incomparably resplendent light. Countless starlight flickered, forming a starry sky barrier that locked down the void. If an ordinary Empyrean wants to break the starry sky barrier, they have to attack the starry sky barrier at least 100 times. Yang Feng glanced at the Turin Great Emperor, and pity flashed in his eyes. Seal the void? How stupid! Go to hell! A fierce ray flashed in the Turin Great Emperor's eyes, and a 1,000-kilometer-tall silver snake covered in silver scales and exuding Empyrean aura appeared behind him. A red true dragon covered in flames and exuding Empyrean aura is also a red true dragon. The eyes of the huge silver snake and the red true dragon are lifeless. Evidently, they are golems that the Turin Great Emperor refined from Empyrean corpses. The huge silver snake and the scarlet true dragon blurred, and then appeared in front of Yang Feng. The huge silver snake opened its mouth and spat out a silver beam of light with a diameter of 10 kilometers that contained the essence of destruction. The red true dragon opened its maw and belched true dragon fire, which can burn everything and even burn eternal sovereigns, burned mountains, boiled seas, and distorted the void as it swept towards Yang Feng. A devour black hole suddenly rose behind Yang Feng, radiated devour black light, and devoured everything. The silver beam fired by the huge silver snake and the dragon fire fired by the red true dragon were easily devoured by the devour black hole. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng passed through the silver snake and the true dragon as if teleporting, appeared in front of the Turin Great Emperor, and punched the Turin Great Emperor. Boom! A star of power suddenly appeared, and then, as if two huge stars collided, fearsome fluctuations of power spread in all directions. The Turin Great Emperor's bones cracked, and his Empyrean blood spilled. He slammed into the edge of the star barrier and spewed out a large mouthful of Empyrean blood, incredulity in his eyes. How is this possible? Even if you advance to the Empyrean realm in such a short period of time, you shouldn't be this strong. How is this possible? The Turin Great Emperor has already guessed that Yang Feng will be very strong, but he didn't expect Yang Feng to be this strong. Dang! With an indifferent look in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge devour black hole appeared and swept the Turin Great Emperor inside. Empress, save me! The Turin Great Emperor issued a heaven-shaking roar. Countless mysterious runes flickered all over him, and he turned into a silver cocoon and poured all his power into defense. The abdomen of the Empyrean rank silver snake suddenly split open, and a beautiful woman with long silver hair, a sexy and fiery figure, and a peerless appearance wearing a silver armor slashed at Yang Feng's back with a silver sword in her hand, exuding invincible overlord rank Empyrean breath. The speed of the Turin Empress is extremely fast. No one could have imagined that she was hiding in the abdomen of the silver snake. This sneak attack was ruthless to the extreme, and it was also fast to the extreme. If Yang Feng insists on killing the Turin Great Emperor, he will be seriously injured by the Turin Empress. Ripples shone, and the star concubine appeared behind Yang Feng with the Lord Star Shield in her hand. The Lord Star Shield shone, absorbed a copious amount of star force, and formed a star barrier. When the Turan Empress sword slashed at the astral boundary, a terrifying power instantly erupted, causing ripples to form on the astral boundary. Chapter 1351. The star boundary flickered, and a copious amount of star force erupted and the stars exploded. The terrifying force of the star explosion sent the Turan Empress flying. A blur flashed. The Turan Empress crazily slashed at the starry boundary, leaving behind a trail of blurs. No matter how the Turan the Arch-Empress attacked, the starry boundary did not budge. Ripples kept flashing and spreading in all directions. In the Devour black hole, countless Devour runes shone, and the silver cocoon formed by the Turan Great Emperor collapsed inch by inch. The Turan Great Emperor's life origin, memories, and everything else inside the silver cocoon were also devoured by Yang Feng. With a flash of black light, the Turan Great Emperor turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered unhurriedly, "It turns out that you are from the Cloud Universe. Compared to the Gumana universe, it has 9 eternal sovereigns guarding it." The countenance of the Turan Empress changed dramatically, and she turned into a silver ray and fled outside. "It's no use. Now that you have appeared, only death awaits you." An indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the wheel of time appeared, and a terrifying torrent of time suddenly flew out and swept towards the Turan Empress. The countenance of the Turan Empress flickered, and she waved her hand, and a mysterious, dilapidated, ancient silver bell exuding eternal and immortal breath flew out. As soon as the ancient silver bell flew out, countless runes shone, and the bell rang, and silver ripples spread and severed the torrent of time. An eternal treasure fragment. This treasure can kill ordinary quasi-Empyreans, but unfortunately, it has no effect on us. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng slashed with his halberd, and a green sun, which radiated green flames capable of burning and purifying everything, appeared and slammed into the ancient silver bell. Ding! A fearsome sound wave came from the silver bell and sent Yang Feng flying 10,000 kilometers away, and then disintegrated into countless fragments that splashed about. An eternal treasure fragment can kill a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. But when faced with an invincible overlord rank Empyrean like Yang Feng, it will be smashed to pieces. Even if it was an eternal treasure in perfect condition, it would be extremely difficult to crush an emperor if it wasn't being used by someone. The god armor of dawn on Yang Feng flashed, and a fearsome black light shot out, swept towards the fragments of the silver bell, and engulfed them. Remnant eternal treasures contain the mystery of eternity. In the world of warlocks, they are extremely rare. After Yang Feng founded the 9th Warlock dynasty, he only collected 13 eternal treasures. Although the eternal treasure fragment was of little use to Yang Feng, but it was a great supplement to the God of Dawn armor. In that instant, the Turan Empress had already flown to the edge of the starry sky boundary. She slashed at the back door of the starry sky boundary. She split the starry sky boundary and rushed out. Yang Feng sneered. "Amazing! How decisive! What a pity! Since I came here, how could I not be prepared? Let's finish this quickly. I still have to go back and research alchemy. It's shameful to waste time." An impatient voice came from the void, and a silver sphere descended from the sky and turned into a world that drew Yang Feng, the star concubine, and the Turan Empress into the silver world. Break! The Turan Empress was very decisive. Her beautiful eyes flashed coldly, and she erupted with invincible overlord rank Empyrean rank power and slashed at the boundary at the edge of the world. The sword strike of the Turan Empress can split the sky, easily crush a world, and slaughter all life forms in the world. Countless anomalies appeared on the sword ray. The edge of the silver world burst out with resplendent silver light, and a fearsome backlash force erupted and sent the Turan Empress flying 10,000 kilometers away. The magic note lord walked out of the void, looked at the Turan Empress with a complacent expression on his face, and said with a grin, "If you want to break my silver moon world with a strike, your offensive power can only compare to that of the Devour Lord. Unfortunately, you're still far from it." A torrent of time flashed, and Yang Feng walked out and spread the fingers of a hand, and a Devour black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the Turan Empress. The Turan Empress's beautiful eyes flashed coldly, and she slashed out with her sword, and a silver sword ray tore through the sky and smashed the world, slashing towards the Devour black hole. The black hole radiated black light and devoured everything. It devoured the silver sword light, and with a sweep, the Turin Empress was swallowed by it. When the Turin Empress was swallowed by the Devour Black Hole, one treasure after another flew out of her and attacked the Devour Black Hole. Countless runes flickered in the Devour Black Hole, and the treasures released by the Turin Empress turned into dust one by one. If you want my life, then let's perish together. The dozen-plus secret treasures released by the Turin Empress were easily destroyed by the essence of Devour. Her pretty face flickered, and she clenched her teeth. Countless runes shone on her, and a vast power gathered. Perish together? You don't have the qualifications to do so. A cold voice of ridicule sounded in the Devour Black Hole, and a halberd of the god of battle emerged from the Devour Black Hole, stabbed the Turin Empress with it, and ran through her. When the Turin Empress was run through by the halberd of the god of battle, the runes on her collapsed, and her life origin was extracted and turned into dust. The essence of Devour is really overbearing. No wonder it's one of the strongest essences. The magic note lord beckoned with his hand and withdrew the silver world. Then, he glanced at Yang Feng with an enigmatic shade in his eyes. Yang Feng has cultivated the essence of Devour to an unprecedented degree. Even invincible overlord rank Empyreans will die once they fall into his Devour Black Hole. Additionally, once those Empyreans are devoured, their memories and power will become Yang Feng's spoils of war. The magic note lord swept the Turin god race warship with a glance, and his eyes lit up and shimmered with excitement. They are not Empyreans of this universe. Devourer Lord, who the hell are they? Yang Feng replied flatly. They are from the Cloud universe, which has a higher energy level than the Gamana universe. They are guarded by 9 eternal sovereigns. The magic note lord trembled slightly and frowned, saying, 9 eternal sovereigns? Does the universe they belong to want to devour our universe? If a universe guarded by 9 eternal sovereigns wanted to devour the universe of warlocks, it would be virtually unstoppable. If the difference in energy level was too great, then there would be no suspense in a universe war of annexation. Yang Feng uttered. It's not that simple. It is very difficult for a universe with a high universe energy level to annex a universe with a low universe energy level. The two universes are not in the same universe dimension. The Turin Great Emperor and Turin Empress are just spies sent by the Cloud universe to plant coordinates in this universe. Once our universe evolves, the Cloud universe's eternal sovereigns will take action and forcibly launch a universe war of annexation. The magic note lord's face fell. They can forcibly launch a universe war of annexation. The Cloud universe's eternal sovereigns are really fearsome. According to the records of the world of Warlock's eternal sovereigns, a universe war of annexation is completely random and uncontrollable. Even the Gamana universe, which has devoured many universes, still finds it difficult to launch a universe war of annexation. For the Cloud universe's eternal sovereigns to launch a universe war of annexation is beyond the imagination of the world of Warlock's powerhouses. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. However, there are pros and cons. Since the Turin Great Emperor and Turin Empress have died, then the coordinates of our universe will be uprooted. Moreover, the coordinates of the Cloud universe have fallen into my hands. The magic note lord was speechless. You don't want to launch an attack on the Cloud universe, do you? Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a scorching light, and he uttered slowly, Not now. The magic note lord's eyes shimmered with excitement, and he licked his lips and uttered with a smile. Then not in the future? What a headache. You guys are all ambitious. It's really a headache. However, the Cloud universe's secret treasure technology is really exciting. The progenitor died. How is that possible? The progenitor, that's the progenitor who once defeated the 3 major races. He died. Impossible. After the progenitor awakens, he will rule the universe. This is the prophecy of the progenitor. How could this be? How could this be? In the Whale Origin continent, when the aristocrats of the 3 former empires saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts, and despair shimmered in their eyes. Monriadan laughed excitedly, as if he had returned to his youth. Ha ha! Lord is really invincible! Lord is really invincible! The magic note lord glanced at the Whale Origin continent and asked casually, What are you going to do with the ants down there? For emperors, except for holy steppe sovereigns, other existences are ant-like existences, not worth mentioning. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. Of course I'm going to purge them. I have enough people to replace those disobedient guys. I'm going over. Don't call me if there's nothing important. The Magic Note Lord's eyes shimmered with a scorching shade, and he blurred into motion and flew towards the celestial body of the Turan god race. Devour Lord, thank you for slaying the Turan Great Emperor and avenging my Crimson Dragon race. With a flash of red light, the Red Dragon Sage appeared beside Yang Feng. With a complicated look in his eyes, he bowed deeply to Yang Feng and uttered respectfully. Chapter 1352. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. It's nothing. It's just that it took a bit of effort to predict the day of the Turan Great Emperor's appearance. The Red Dragon Lord's eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. To be able to predict the time of an Empyrean's appearance, that's really amazing. This kind of prophecy involves the power of fate. The growth of the Devour Lord is really fast. Devour Lord, I found something good. Come and take a look. An excited voice came from the celestial body where the Turan divine race is located. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he took a step towards the celestial body and disappeared. Ripples shimmered above the Turan god race's star, and a spatial gate opened, and Yang Feng stepped out. At this time, countless battle robots are fighting the Turan divine race's powerhouses on the celestial body. A huge hole has been blasted open in the Turan temple in the center of the celestial body, and there is a powerful barrier around the hole. Countless experts of the Turan god clan held all kinds of weapons and attacked the incomparably powerful barrier. It's him. This is the bastard who killed my master. Kill him and avenge our lord. As soon as Yang Feng appeared, the eyes of the Turan divine race powerhouses turned bloodshot, and they howled and attacked Yang Feng. As if a shower of stars, a dense rain of light beams shot towards Yang Feng. A black hole appeared behind Yang Feng, suppressed and devoured everything, and swept towards the Turan god race powerhouses. As if the end of the world, thousands of Turan divine race powerhouses flew into the devour black hole involuntarily, had their life force extracted in an instant, and turned into ashes. Within a few breaths of time, all the Turan divine race powerhouses within an area of thousands of square kilometers were directly devoured and turned into ashes. Monster! This is an Empyrean. An invincible Empyrean. How can such a monster be killed? Seeing this scene, the eyes of the remaining Turan divine race powerhouses shimmered with despair, and their morale collapsed. Without giving the collapsing Turan divine race a look, Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the large hole blasted open by the Magic Note Lord. After passing through a 100-kilometer-long passage, Yang Feng stepped into the treasury of the Turan god race. The treasury of the Turan god race shines brightly and is filled with precious treasures of another universe as well as all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, any one of which can drive infinity warlocks crazy. However, although the treasury was sparkling with treasure light, but there were very few treasures that could catch Yang Feng's attention. For Yang Feng at this time, only eternal god fruit grade treasures or devouring powerful Empyreans can improve his strength quickly. In addition, 99% of the treasures in the universe of the world of warlocks had no effect on him. At the end of the treasury, there is a spirit mountain. On the summit of the spirit mountain, there is a 100-meter-tall altar engraved with countless mysterious runes. On top of the altar, there is a 3-petal flower radiating divine light. Sitting in front of the 3-petal flower, the Magic Note Lord's eyes flickered with mysterious runes as he stared at the 3-petal flower. You're here. The Lord Devourer was the legendary, dimensional flower. It can transmit our universe's dimensional coordinates to the cloud universe. Even if our universe is devoured, it will take root in the new universe and send the new universe's dimensional coordinates to the cloud universe. If we didn't find the dimensional flower, then after the war with the Gamana universe, our universe would fight the cloud universe. In the war with the Gamana universe, no matter who wins or loses, our universe will suffer great losses. When the universe barrier is at its weakest, it is very likely that the cloud universe will wipe us out in one fell swoop. After the cloud universe devours our universe, it will likely continue to evolve and become more powerful. However, since we found the dimensional flower, it is no doubt a pipe dream for the cloud universe to want to obtain the dimensional coordinates of our universe. Besides, once the dimensional flower falls into my hands, I can analyze its structure and develop a dimensional flower that we can control. The Magic Note Lord uttered with a fanatical expression. Yang Feng asked, "Then what did you call me here for?" Eyes radiating bright light, the Magic Note Lord stared at Yang Feng and uttered, I need the memories of the Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress. The Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress are Empyreans of the Cloud Universe. The Turan Empress is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. Their statuses in the Cloud Metropolis universe were not low either. Their memories and experience are an amazing wealth. With the memories of the Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress, the Magic Note Lord can better analyze the various technologies of the Cloud Universe as well as the most precious dimensional flower. Although the Magic Note Lord is the #1 alchemist in the world of warlocks, and his alchemy is even superior to Yang Feng's, but without the memories of the Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress, it may take him hundreds of thousands of years to analyze the dimensional flower. After uploading the memories of the two Empyrean to the Shizu database, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, countless runes flashed, and a memory crystal formed and flew into the Magic Note Lord's forehead. You can go now. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. With a satisfied expression on his face, the Magic Note Lord waved his hand at Yang Feng and said impatiently. Yang Feng glanced at the Magic Note Lord and smiled. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he disappeared. With the death of the Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress, the resistance of the entire Turan god race was easily suppressed. With Yang Feng's order, Monraten carried out a great purge in the Cetacean continent. The aristocrats who rebelled against the three empires were purged, and the Cetacean continent flowed with blood. The remaining people were completely controlled by Yang Feng and became his most loyal subordinates. Time passed, and 23 years passed. The Zhangji Plain. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root is already tens of millions of kilometers tall. Even a moonlight warlock can't see the crown from the bottom of the tree. Like a huge whirlpool, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root absorbs all kinds of energy from the universe. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Root is a holy land for cultivation. At the same time, it has become the territory of the Devour dynasty. Below the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root, there are newborn human cities, where countless human warlocks practice cultivation. Suddenly, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area of tens of thousands of starfields, and mysterious tree branches emerged from the starfields and absorbed the energy of the energy storm. The crown of the Spirit Root of Heaven and Earth radiated dazzling light, and a fearsome beam of light rose from the crown of the Spirit Root of Heaven and Earth and rose into the sky. It's finally here! This is the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm in this era. This is our last chance. This is the best and last chance. Only with this chance can we surpass the Devour Lord and advance to the eternal realm. I have been waiting for billions of years. It's finally here. Eternal. This is the opportunity of this era. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Root. This is the only and greatest opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. I have been waiting for so long, and now it's finally here. One after another, fearsome Empyrean aura awakened in the world of warlocks, and rays of light flew over from all directions. All humans below the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root, leave immediately. A voice echoed in the Zhangji Plain. Hurry up! A battle of Empyreans is likely to break out in this area. A battle of Empyreans. What a fearsome aura. That's an Empyrean. When the human warlocks in the cities below the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root heard the voice, they quickly went to warp gates and left the cities according to the escape manuals. A battle between Empyreans is too terrifying. Any aftermath can easily destroy a city below. If it was any other time, the Empyreans would have some scruples and wouldn't act rashly in the Zhangji Plain. But in order to compete for the only opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, even if they have to destroy the entire Zhangji Plain and let hundreds of millions of life forms die, the Empyreans won't hesitate. Advancing to the eternal realm is the dream of all Empyreans. Only by advancing to the eternal realm can Empyreans have an infinite lifespan and never have to worry about their soul decaying and dying of old age. Whether it is Yang Feng, the Transcendent Lord, the Death Lord, the Magic Note Lord, or even the Time Lord, they will do anything to advance to the eternal realm. Only by advancing to the eternal realm can they protect the human race. If other races advance to the eternal realm, then the entire human race will have to bow to them. If they aren't careful, the entire race will be in danger of extinction. With a flash of light, an Empyrean with a pair of dragon wings on the back appeared and flew towards the treetop floating continent. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Root treetop floating continent burst out with green light that swept towards the Empyrean. The Empyrean's barrier collapsed, and his body disintegrated and sank into the treetop floating continent. It's really dangerous. The heaven and earth spirit root treetop floating continent contains the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, but it also contains endless danger. This is a dangerous place that can even kill Empyreans, but it is also a holy land that contains the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. You must be careful here, or else Empyreans will die. When the Empyreans hidden in the surroundings saw this scene, a chill ran down their spines. Empyreans are already the pinnacle existences of the world of warlocks. There is almost no dangerous place that can harm their lives. The heaven and earth spirit root treetop floating continent is a dangerous place that can threaten the lives of Empyreans, but it is also a holy land that contains the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Chapter 1353. The heaven and earth spirit root branch floating continent is a world that has been nurtured by the world of warlocks for more than 100 years and has gathered the essence of the world of warlocks. Every time a universe's end tribulation occurs, a universe will give birth to a world like the heaven and earth spirit root branch floating continent. There are countless rare treasures and opportunities to advance to the eternal realm inside. This is the greatest opportunity to advance to the eternal realm in the world of warlocks. Countless emperors who yearn for eternity sleep at different times in order to enter the heaven and earth spirit root world and compete for the only opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. An incomparably terrifying aura rose up from the distance. Countless silver threads coiled around it as a peerlessly beautiful and devastatingly beautiful woman appeared in the void. She was incomparably arrogant and exuded an invincible aura. Primal Chaos Mother Spider. She's here. She's one of our greatest enemies in the fight for the opportunity to become eternal. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider is a first-generation life form of this universe, a fierce person who once injured an eternal sovereign. The gazes of the emperors landed on the peerless beauty, and their eyes were filled with fear. As soon as the Primal Chaos Mother Spider appeared, 5 emperors flew over from afar and joined her camp. As expected of the Primal Chaos Mother Spider, she has 5 emperors as subordinates. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider has many incarnations. She has lived practically since the birth of the universe. She is one of the most fearsome emperors. As a first-generation life form of this universe, the Primal Chaos Mother Spider is cruel and cunning. Who knows how many emperor subordinates and allies she has? The emperors looked at the Primal Chaos Mother Spider's group with apprehension in their eyes. A vast and terrifying dragon chi rose from afar, and an incomparably terrifying dragon mountain flew over from afar. On the dragon mountain, there is a person sitting. It is the third ancestor dragon. Below the third ancestor dragon stand the Azure Dragon Emperor and 6 dragon emperors. Third ancestor dragon. The dragon ancestor. Sure enough, he came. The Azure Dragon Emperor is one of the strongest emperors of the dragon race. Even he became a subordinate of the third ancestor dragon. It can't be helped. After all, the third ancestor dragon is the ancestor of the Azure Dragon Emperor and the source of dragon force. The power of the Azure Dragon Emperor is completely restrained by the third ancestor dragon. All eyes were on the third ancestral dragon, and they were filled with fear. A series of distorted ripples flickered, and a bone demon mountain formed from the bones and souls of countless saints flew over from afar and descended. At the peak of the bone demon mountain sat a person. It was the ancestor of the wretched god. Below the evil god ancestor stood 9 emperor realm evil gods. The evil gods emanated a terrifying and evil aura, and their eyes flashed with a cruel and violent light. Their gazes swept through the space and forced out the emperors who were hiding there. Ancestor of the evil god. The most ferocious emperor. The ancestor of the evil god, the controller of the power of evil. One of the most dangerous emperors in this universe. Those emperors were forced out from the void and rage flashed in their eyes. However, all of them kept silent and didn't dare to clash with those evil gods. A sun suddenly appeared in the distance, and a sun chariot pulled by 9 3-legged gold crows flew over from afar. Inside the sun chariot sat a person. It was the Sun Lord. As soon as the Sun Lord appeared in the void, the temperature in an area 10,000 kilometers in radius rose to 1,000 degrees Celsius, and many places ignited with raging flames. Any warlock below the Moonlight Warlock rank will be blinded and burned to ashes when they see the Sun Lord. The Sun Lord, one of the powerhouses closest to the Eternal Realm. If there is anyone in this universe who can match the Devour Lord, then it is him, the Sun Lord. As soon as the Sun Lord appeared, The emperors stared at him with apprehension in their eyes. Even though he was alone, he was still extremely powerful and eye-catching. He is also one of the most powerful emperors in the world of warlocks. There was a ripple in the void, and a warship 3,000 kilometers long flew out and landed in the starry sky. He's here. He's finally here. The Devour Lord, the most powerful man in this universe. It's him, the Devour Lord. The powerhouse who slayed the Transcendent Lord. The human ninth Warlock Emperor. The Devour Lord. The most powerful man in this universe. As soon as the warship 3,000 kilometers long appeared, the gazes of the emperors focused on the top of the warship and Yang Feng on the deck. The eyes of the primal chaos Spider Mother, the third ancestor dragon, the evil god ancestor, and the Sun Lord also fell on Yang Feng, and apprehension flashed in their eyes. The human ninth Warlock Emperor, the Devour Lord, is an invincible emperor in this universe. This is a fact recognized by the entire universe. The eyes of the evil god ancestor flickered, and the evil god seated below him raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a wicked ray in his eyes. Countless mysterious runes flickered in his eyes, and a ray of light shot towards Yang Feng. How dare you! Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he beckoned with a hand, and the halberd of the god of battle appeared. He slashed out with the halberd, crushed the light in the eyes of the evil god, and slashed towards the other evil god. Devour Lord, to attack my subordinates, do you want to make an enemy of my evil god race? The evil god ancestor smiled gloomily. A fierce ray streaked past his eyes, and he slashed at the halberd of the god of battle with the sword of the evil ancestor in his hand. A torrent of time poured out of the halberd of the god of battle, and it disappeared from the present and evaded the sword of the evil ancestor. In an instant, the halberd of the god of battle appeared from the future, slashed at the Empyrean rank evil god, and cut him in two. A devour black hole emerged, devoured the evil god, and jumped back behind Yang Feng in an instant. With a tremor, the evil god that was cut in two turned into dust and scattered with the wind. So strong! An Empyrean was slain by him just like that. The Devour Lord is this strong. How terrifying! Legend has it that when the universe was first created, there were many powerful beings who fed on true spirits and could kill Empyrean rank true spirits with a wave of their hand. I always thought that it was a myth, but I didn't expect to see such an Empyrean with my own eyes. Too strong. The spectating Empyreans felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. The pupils of the primal chaos Spider Mother, the Sun Lord, and the third ancestor dragon constricted slightly, and a dignified shade flashed past their eyes. Evil god ancestor, in this universe, no one can offend me without paying a price. If your evil god race wants to fight, then I'll fight with you. Before we enter the cosmic tree ocean, we will kill all of you evil god race. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he pointed at the evil god ancestor with the halberd of the god of battle in his hand and spoke coldly. Ripples flickered, and Zero and Shadow appeared behind Yang Feng and stared coldly at the evil god ancestor. Shocked and angry, the 8 evil gods the evil god ancestor sat on stared at Yang Feng in silence. Completely under the control of the evil god ancestor, they can't resist. The evil god ancestor stared at Yang Feng, and then suddenly showed a smile. Good job! Devourer Lord, that Shugue disobeyed my orders and provoked you, that's courting death. Killing him is equivalent to helping me clean up my sect. That's a good job. This is a small gift to show my respect. Please accept it. The evil god ancestor flicked a finger, and a jade box flew out and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng took a look at the jade box, and then revealed a look of satisfaction. Inside the jade box, there is a precious ore that has already gone extinct in the world of warlocks. According to Yang Feng's deduction, this ore is the main material for the level 8 stronghold. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Since it's just a misunderstanding, then this matter ends here. That's an evil god ancestor for you. In order to achieve his goal, the evil god ancestor can do anything. Bowing to the Devourer Lord is nothing. I thought that a war would break out, but I didn't expect it to end like this. Whether it is the Devourer Lord or the evil god ancestor, since they don't want to fight here, they naturally won't fight. The spectating Empyreans thought that a world-shaking war would break out between Yang Feng and the evil god ancestor, but they didn't expect the evil god ancestor to bow to Yang Feng. It should be noted that the evil god ancestor is the ancestor of the evil gods, a terrifying existence born from the evil will of the universe. He is an influential figure in the age of eternal sovereigns. He once competed with several eternal sovereigns for the position of eternal sovereign, yet he still lives to the modern age. The evil god ancestor swept the incredulous Empyreans with a glance, and contempt flashed in his eyes. A bunch of idiots. The position of eternal sovereign is everything. What does a mere face count for? The evil god ancestor took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. However, the Devourer Lord's control over the essence of time has become stronger than before. To deal with him, we must break his space-time walk. Give him a fatal blow. Otherwise it will be too troublesome. 7 days later, the heaven and earth spirit root has absorbed enough energy, and the energy of the universe seems to have faded a lot. At the top of the divine root of heaven and earth, the sea of trees of the universe flashed slightly. Beams of colorful divine light shone, blooming with incomparably dazzling light. The universe tree sea is open. It's finally open. The eyes of the Empyreans lit up, and they turned into streams of light and entered the universe tree sea. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he stepped into the universe tree sea. Chapter 1354. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the universe tree sea, there was a flash of light, and a dark green leaf radiating green light fell into his hand. 1 year later, the 10 people with the most divine leaves can enter the heart of the tree sea. A vast will sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Yang Feng frowned slightly. The number of divine leaves? Are you trying to have us kill each other? Ripples shone, and Zero and Shadowy appeared beside Yang Feng. They don't have divine leaves. In that case, only Empyreans with a complete soul and will can get this divine leaf. Yang Feng glanced at Zero and Shadowy. Seeing that they don't have divine leaves, he had a vague guess. Although the two King of Sovereign Zero and Shadowy are comparable to invincible overlord rank Empyreans in terms of battle prowess, but they are Yang Feng's mechanical creations after all. They aren't Empyreans with a complete soul and will. After passing through layers of clouds and mist, a vast, almost endless world that surpasses even the Zhongji Plain appeared in front of Yang Feng. A fearsome gravity enveloped Yang Feng and pulled him towards the ground. The gravity is so heavy, it's 1,000,000 times that of the Earth. It's impossible for ordinary humans to survive in this world. Even if it is a moonlight warlock, if they don't cast spells, they will be crushed by the gravity. Only powerful extraordinary life forms above the infinity warlock rank can survive in this world. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Ripples flickered on his body, and the frightening gravity disappeared. As an invincible overlord rank Empyrean, Yang Feng is proficient in countless secret methods. Even if the gravity is 100 million times heavier than that of Earth. Even if the gravity is 100 million times that of the Earth, he can easily resolve it with a spell. This is the terror of Empyreans. The Soul Force scan has been compressed again. It can only cover an area 100 kilometers in radius. Yang Feng scanned the area with his tremendous soul force and came to an accurate conclusion. However, this is really a holy land for cultivation. If a quasi-holy spirit powerhouse can practice cultivation here for 1,000 years, they will have a 50% chance of advancing to a holy spirit warlock. It's even better than the Gold Lake. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the life magic energy in an area 100 kilometers in radius churned and turned into a whirlpool that entered his body. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. If I practice cultivation here for 10,000 years, I may be able to advance by half a step. However, it will still be difficult to advance to the eternal realm through cultivation alone. You'll need the help of other divine objects. Advancing to the eternal realm not only required one to comprehend the 4 profundities, but it also required an enormous amount of resources. All kinds of heavenly treasures were indispensable. Suddenly, a rainbow pillar of light rose from a spirit mountain in the distance, straight into the sky, forming a rainbow bridge. Bursts of mysterious fragrance gushed out from the spirit mountain, sweeping in all directions. Rainbow God Rainbow Fruit. Could that be the legendary Rainbow God Fruit? As expected of the cosmic tree ocean, the world that gave birth to the last hope of the universe. They even have such a divine object. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and shimmered with excitement, and he blurred into motion and flew towards the spiritual mountain. On the summit of the spiritual mountain radiating a 7-colored beam of light, ripples flashed, and Yang Feng appeared on the spiritual mountain. On the summit of the spiritual mountain, there is a crystal-clear spirit spring. In the center of the spirit spring, there is a small tree only 30 centimeters tall that looks like it was carved from purple jade floating. On the crown of the small tree, there is a fruit radiating rainbow light. A rainbow-colored beam of light shot out from the fruit and soared into the sky. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. It's really a rainbow god rainbow fruit. Rainbow god rainbow fruit is one of the most precious fruits in the world of warlocks. A rainbow god rainbow fruit can enable the soul of a powerhouse with inferior level 9 soul aptitude to advance to superior level 9 soul aptitude. At the time, it was because the Star Lord obtained a rainbow god rainbow fruit that he was able to advance to the Empyrean realm and defeat his mortal enemy the Nine Realms Lord in one fell swoop. According to the records of the universe where the world of warlocks was located, the 7-color god rainbow fruit had only appeared 4 times. Moreover, rainbow god rainbow fruit is a treasure that can increase the odds of an Empyrean advancing to the eternal realm by 1%. Although the 1% seems very low, but in the world of warlocks, there are only a handful of treasures that can increase the odds of an Empyrean advancing to the eternal realm. The rainbow god rainbow fruit is definitely a treasure that Empyreans would fight over. Yang Feng glanced at the rainbow god rainbow fruit and mused, "It will take 3 more hours to ripen." Rainbow god rainbow fruit. Sure enough, it's a treasure. A voice full of excitement sounded in the void, and a 10,000-meter-long wolf with a pair of dragon wings flew over with fearsome Empyrean might. "The rainbow god rainbow fruit is mine. Whoever moves will die." A 10,000-meter-tall progenitor demonic bear, whose blood chi soared into the sky and whose every step shook the earth, came from afar. "The rainbow god rainbow fruit is mine. Whoever dares to fight me for it, I won't rest until one of us is dead." An incomparably dazzling golden light shone. Within that golden divine light, a golden-winged rock flew out from afar. "Get out of my way! That's my treasure." A fearsome sea of fire flew over from afar. Inside the sea of fire, a fire Qilin flew over like a monarch of fire. "Get out of my way or I'll eat you." A multi-armed demon ancestor with 9 heads and 18 arms engraved with countless mysterious runes walked over with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Each of his 18 arms is holding a bone of eternity, and he exudes a ferocious aura. "A bunch of idiots. What are you shouting for? The rainbow god rainbow fruit is mine." A cyan light flashed. A cyan phoenix was using the speed Upanishad. It turned into a cyan light and flew over from afar. Although it had started later, it arrived first, arriving at the peak of the Spirit Mountain. "Devour Lord! Devour Lord! You're here! How come I didn't notice you? Illusion! Damn it! You used an illusion to hide your existence." The green phoenix has just appeared on the summit of the Spirit Mountain, when his face changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with shock, and he cried out, "You have some skill to be able to see through my true body. Unfortunately, it's too late. Die." Yang Feng smiled coldly, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed with a finger, and the wheel of time appeared and swept the green phoenix with a torrent of time. Countless runes flickered on the green phoenix's body, and it erupted with Empyrean force. Wind blades capable of severing the sky and severing space-time slashed at the torrent of time and severed it. At the moment when the torrent of time collapsed, Yang Feng walked out of the void, slashed with his halberd, and cut the green phoenix in 2. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the green phoenix. "Devour Lord! The Devour Lord is here! Damn it! Why is he here?" The complexion of the previously insufferably arrogant 5 Empyrean sovereigns changed dramatically, and they blurred into motion and fled in different directions. Yang Feng's reputation as the Devour Lord is built on the bones of countless Empyrean sovereigns. These Empyrean sovereigns are well aware of how terrifying Yang Feng is. In the Universe Tree Sea, the Empyrean sovereigns competing for the only opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm are enemies. Moreover, they also have to compete for the God Leaves. They know that Yang Feng won't show any mercy to them. "Hand over the God Leaves, and I'll spare your lives." A cold voice sounded. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the blue mirror of fate appeared and shone at the 5 Empyrean sovereigns. Wisps of fate breath gushed out of the blue mirror of fate, shone at the 5 Empyrean sovereigns, and drew their fate breath into the blue mirror of fate. "Shit, the Devour Lord is going to exterminate us. Damn it, what a ruthless person. What do we do?" When the blue mirror of fate shone on the 5 Empyrean sovereigns, their hearts shook slightly, and they keenly felt that their fate breath was reduced by a small portion. Unless it is an Empyrean proficient in the essence of fate, or has a fate Empyrean grade secret treasure, even if it is an Empyrean, once they are illuminated by the blue mirror of fate, young Feng will be able to find them easily even if they flee to the ends of the earth. The eyes of the dragon-winged wolf flashed fiercely, and he barked, "Everyone! Since the Devour Lord wants to kill us, then how about the 5 of us join forces and kill him here?" The multi-armed demon ancestor roared, "Okay. Let's join forces and fight him to the death." "Okay. Let's join forces and fight him." The eyes of the other 3 Empyrean sovereigns shimmered fiercely, and they decisively cast various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. "It's no use. You're doomed to die at my hands." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he disappeared from the present and appeared in the future. Different space-time walk. Damn it! Without a way to lock space-time, this invincible secret method can't be cracked. How do we crack it? When the 5 Empyrean sovereigns saw Yang Feng disappear from the present, they were shocked, angry, and filled with fear. Among the invincible secret methods grasped by human warlock emperors, different space-time walk is the most terrifying. If it can't be cracked, it is simply an invincible secret method. The only flaw is that this secret method is ineffective against eternal sovereigns. In an instant, Yang Feng returned to the present from the future, appeared above the dragon-winged wolf, and slashed with his halberd. A strange ray slashed the dragon-winged wolf and cut it in two, and then a devour black hole appeared and devoured the dragon-winged wolf. Chapter 1355. Devour Lord, since you don't want to give us a way out, then let's die together. Then let us perish together. Everyone, attack the 7-color god rainbow fruit together. The multi-armed demon ancestor's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he brandished his 18 arms. The 18 bones of eternity released countless chains of order, and star projections appeared on them and barreled towards the 7-color god rainbow fruit containing the power of destruction. The eyes of the other 3 Empyrean lords flickered fiercely, and they cast offensive secret methods and attacked the 7-color god rainbow fruit. Only by attacking the enemy's weak spot can they force Yang Feng out and block the attacks of the 4 Empyrean lords. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared on the head of the golden-winged rock and slashed out with his halberd, and a halberd ray slayed the golden-winged rock. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the golden-winged rock. Taking this opportunity, the remaining 3 Empyrean lords attacked the top of the spiritual mountain. Ripples flickered, and the star concubine, who was hiding nearby, appeared. She held the Lord's star shield in her hand. Countless dazzling starlight shone, and 1,308 stars appeared and opened a huge astral barrier. When the attacks of the 3 Empyrean lords slammed into the huge star barrier, they set off ripples. With a flash of an afterimage, Shadow stabbed the ruler shadow spear into the back of the fire Qilin and pierced through it. Zero, like an invincible queen, walked out of the void and brandished the ruler's whip, which turned into a mountain range of whips and lashed at the progenitor demonic bear. The eyes of the progenitor demonic bear flickered fiercely, and it roared and urged the essence of earth, and a huge yellow rock armor formed on its body. When Zero's whip of ruler hit the yellow rock armor, as if a huge mountain range fell from the sky and crushed a rock mountain. The rock mountain formed by the progenitor demonic bear collapsed and was crushed into pieces by the terrifying force. 3 Empyrean rank alchemical golems. Devour Lord, you hid your strength well. However, you want to kill me. I'll take you down with me. When the multi-armed demon ancestor saw this, a look of despair flashed through his eyes. Countless runes shone on his body as he crazily burned the power of bloodline in his body. An emperor's aura that was comparable to an overlord's spread out from his body. You want to die with me? You don't have the ability. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the multi-armed demon ancestor, and slashed with his halberd. Broken bones. The multi-armed demon ancestor's eyes shimmered fiercely, his blood vessels burned, and he smiled ferociously and sent the bone of eternity barreling towards Yang Feng. The 18 bones of eternity radiated countless mysterious and dazzling runes and formed a small closed space that locked down the past, present, and future of that area. When the 18 bones of eternity slammed into Yang Feng in an instant, his body collapsed, and a fearsome force blasted open a huge hole in the void. The multi-armed demon ancestor felt a chill in his heart. It's fake. It was an afterimage. How could there be such a realistic afterimage that could even fool my eyes? Okay, you can go to hell now. Yang Feng's voice appeared behind the multi-armed demon ancestor, and the halberd of the god of battle stabbed the multi-armed demon ancestor. A halberd ray flashed, and the multi-armed demon ancestor was cut in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the multi-armed demon ancestor that was cut in two. The devour black hole flashed, and the flame Qilin and the progenitor demonic bear were also devoured by the devour black hole. A tremendous amount of life origin poured into Yang Feng, making him more powerful. The multi-armed demon ancestor's fluctuations of power disappeared. Devour Lord. This is the fluctuations of the essence of Devour of the Devour Lord. The Devour Lord is there. When the Empyreans who were planning to surround the multi-armed demon ancestor's fluctuations of power disappeared, they cast secret methods and saw Yang Feng at once. The countenance of the Empyreans changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and disappeared. Although the 7-color god rainbow fruits are good, but their lives are more important. So these are the god leaves. I have a total of 6. Sure enough, my guess is correct. Every Empyrean with a complete soul can get a god leaf. Yang Feng opened his hand, and 5 god leaves radiating green light appeared in his hand. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Not enough, there are more than 100 Empyreans who entered the universe tree sea this time. 6 god leaves are not enough. 3 hours later, the 7-color god rainbow fruits ripened, and bursts of fragrance spread for thousands of kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, and 9-10,000-meter-long green rock giants engraved with countless mysterious runes strode over from afar, exuding Empyrean rank breath. 3 true dragons and 2 phoenixes flew over as well. Are these the true spirits nurtured in the universe tree sea? They have power but lack wisdom. They are just some powerful weapons. However, if they have a fortuitous encounter, they may be able to mend their souls and become true Empyrean rank true spirits. Yang Feng scanned the 14 Empyrean rank freaks with excitement in his eyes. It's done. Yang Feng plucked the 7-color god rainbow fruit, placed it in a jade box, and sealed it. This kind of heavenly treasure could only be used to its greatest value when trying to break through to the eternal throne. Put down the fruit. Otherwise die. As if they were the same person, the 9 green rock giants roared and waved green rock pillars barreling towards Yang Feng. The eyes of the 3 true dragons and 2 phoenixes flashed fiercely, and they attacked Yang Feng. The level of power is enough. Unfortunately, you don't have a secret method to restrain the essence of time. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then blurred and disappeared. The attacks of the 14 Empyrean rank freaks slammed into the spirit mountain where the 7-color god rainbow fruit was born and smashed it. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng emerged from behind a true dragon and slashed it in 2 with his halberd, and then swallowed it into the devour black hole. The remaining 13 Empyrean rank true beasts roared and attacked Yang Feng. Countless runes flickered on Yang Feng's body, shuttled back and forth between the past, present and future, and killed and devoured the 13 Empyrean rank true spirits one by one. So strong. As expected of the Devour Lord. Space-time walk. If I can't restrain this secret method, I won't be able to defeat him. Space-time walk is an invincible secret method. If I can't restrain it, I'll be defeated. As expected of this universe's invincible Empyrean. Watching this scene from afar, the Empyreans felt a chill in their hearts, and they became vigilant of Yang Feng. Many Empyreans felt a headache at the thought of fighting Yang Feng. Space-time walk was an invincible secret technique that only eternal sovereigns could grasp. Any eternal sovereign could grasp this secret technique, and they could easily break this secret technique. But for Empyreans below the eternal sovereign realm, this secret method is extremely difficult to crack. Sure enough, the Devour Lord has mastered part of the eternal sovereign's power. Once he advances to an eternal sovereign, he will likely become the most terrifying eternal sovereign. I can't let him advance to the eternal sovereign realm. You can start over there. A Gumana Universe's Empyrean hidden in the shadows took a deep look at Yang Feng in the distance. His eyes shimmered gloomily, and then he turned into specks of black light and disappeared. In the universe where the world of warlocks is located, the outer starry sky of the fog star, a star inhabited by humans. Light shone, and a handsome Gamana Universe's Empyrean with long silver hair stepped out of the void and looked at the fog star with killing intent in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said loudly, "I am the Gamana Universe's Battle Silver Lord. Since your Devour Lord dares to make an enemy of the Gamana Universe, then go to hell." With that, light flashed in the hand of the Battle Silver Lord, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the silver spear descended from the sky and blasted towards the foggy star. As soon as the silver spear flew out, it instantly turned into a huge spear that was thousands of kilometers long. It absorbed the energy of the universe and ruthlessly stabbed the light mist star. Stop! At this moment, the fog star erupted with Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath, and the projection of a tower emerged. Behind the tower projection, there are projections of the fog star's 10 billion humans. In the center of the 10 billion projections, there is a human Holy Spirit Warlock sitting. Ants! The Lord of Battle Silver smiled contemptuously, and the silver spear blasted the pagoda projection. The projection of the pagoda, which had gathered the strength of 10 billion humans on the light fog star, crumbled, and the entire light fog star also crumbled in that strike. At the moment when the tower projection collapsed, the human Holy Spirit Warlock shattered and turned into powder. The tower projection, which has gathered the power of the fog star's 10 billion humans, is difficult to break even for a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. But in front of a true Empyrean, it can't withstand a single blow. In the foggy light star, the 10 billion humans were killed by the Lord of Battle Silver in an instant. Not a single one survived. Ants of the Devour Dynasty. I am the Gamana Universe's Battle Silver Lord. I will kill your peripheral stars one by one. If you want to kill me, then have the Devour Lord come back and kill me." The eyes of the Battle Silver Lord shimmered fiercely, and he roared into the sky. Chapter 1356. The Lord of War Silver slaughtered the light mist planet. 10 billion humans perished. A piece of news spread through the human race's weave, causing the entire weave to boil over. Battle Silver Lord, that's the Emperor of the Gamana Universe. Why would he appear here? The world of the Twin Universe flowers is clearly under our control. So why is the Gamana Universe's Emperor here? The world of the Twin Universe flowers is within our grasp. The Gamana Universe's emperors can appear here. There are only two possibilities. One is that the Gamana Universe has opened another Empyrean passage, and the other is that the Empyreans are spies lurking in our universe. Lord Devourer has already entered the Universe Tree Ocean. Who else can suppress Lord Battle Silver? More than 99% of the emperors in our universe have already entered the Universe Tree Ocean. For the Master of War Silver to take advantage of this time to attack, it's too sinister. Except for the Zhongji Plain and a few other important places of the Devour Imperial Courts, there is no way to resist an emperor. I can only think of a way to ask Lord Devourer to return. As long as he returns, he will definitely be able to kill the Lord of War Silver. The goal of the Master of Battle Silver is to force the Lord Devourer to return. If Lord Devourer misses this opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm, our human race will never be able to produce another Eternal One. But Master Devourer won't come. We're all going to die. A single attack from the Lord of Battle Silver had destroyed billions of humans. If we let him continue to slaughter like this, no matter how many humans there are, we won't be enough for him to kill. In the human weave, many human warlocks are full of despair and arguing endlessly. Many human warlocks hope that Yang Feng can return from a Universe Tree Sea to protect them. In the world of Warlock's universe, virtually all emperors have gone to the Universe Tree Sea. Right now, no one could go against the Master of Battle Silver. Except for the few planes heavily guarded by Yang Feng, the rest of the planes could not withstand a blow from the Battle Silver Lord. Master of Battle Silver, wait there if you have the guts. We'll kill you. On a star outside the foggy light star, rays of light flickered and condensed into Mycelia's projection in the void. A false emperor like you isn't a match for me at all. Even if you come, you'll only be sending yourself to your death. Besides, it's impossible for you to leave the Zhongji Plain. Are you here to die? The Lord of Battle Silver glanced at Mycelia's projection with a look of disdain in his eyes and sneered. A cold glint flickered in Mycelia's beautiful eyes. If you have the guts, wait there, I'll go and suppress you. The Lord of Battle Silver's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said decisively, "Fine. I will wait for you for 3 days." Mykelia said coldly, "Good. Within 3 days, I will personally lead an army to kill you." Smiling coldly, the Lord of Battle Silver pointed a finger at Mykelia's projection. With a flash of light, the projection shattered. The mechanical star outside the foggy light star was also destroyed by the Lord of Battle Silver. After destroying that mechanical planet, the Lord of Battle Silver sat cross-legged in the void. Countless runes flashed on his body, as if he had turned into a terrifying black hole that devoured the cosmic energy within a radius of several 100,000 light-years. A fearsome energy storm swept through the area within a radius of several 100,000 light-years. Any existence below the Infinity Warlock rank will be easily blown to death once they enter the energy storm. So fast. As expected of the Devour dynasty. This reaction speed and reaction speed are really scary. An hour later, the Lord of Battle Silver suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance, and his eyes radiated silver light. In the distance, a huge fleet stretching for thousands of kilometers is flying this way. On the flagship leading the fleet stands a person. It is the Angel Empress Mykelia. Attack! Mykelia glanced coldly at the Lord of Battle Silver, pointed at him, and uttered frigidly. A dense swarm of battle robots flew out of the huge fleet, turned into a mechanical flood, and swept towards the Lord of Battle Silver. The Lord of Battle Silver opened his mouth, and a storm radiating endless silver light blew towards the countless battle robots inside the Battlestar. When the fearsome silver storm hit the battle robots, ripples flickered, and energy shields suddenly emerged and blocked the silver light. The Devour Lord's mechanical legion is really extraordinary. The Lord of Battle Silver frowned slightly, but still praised. If it was an ordinary army, then with a blow, it could trigger a cosmic storm that could kill all life forms below the Infinity Warlock rank within a radius of several 100,000 light-years. For Yang Feng's mechanical legion to be able to easily block the Lord of Battle Silver's attack shows how heaven-defying the mechanical legion is. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful your Devour dynasty's mechanical legion is, it's destined to perish today. Do it, demonic flame serpent lord. The Lord of Battle Silver smiled coldly and uttered frigidly. A speck of fiery light flew out from an ordinary meteor. Countless flames bloomed, and a gigantic demonic flame serpent, over 10,000 miles long, covered in a layer of demonic flame, with a pair of crimson eyes and a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, flew out. The demonic flame serpent belched a pillar of fire hundreds of kilometers in diameter barreling towards the mechanical legion. Burned by the pillar of fire, tens of thousands of sixth-generation battle robots were ignited and burned to ashes. The Lord of Battle Silver smiled coldly. His eyes flickered fiercely, and he attacked Mykelia with a silver spear in his hand. Mykelia's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she barked, "Demonic Flame Serpent Lord, you are the Empyrean of our universe. Why did you betray our universe?" "Why? In this universe, I can never advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank. Besides, the Gumana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns, while this universe doesn't even have one. This universe is doomed to perish. I don't want to stay in this universe and become a victim of its destruction. Mykelia, for my life, go to hell." A fierce gleam flashed in the eyes of the demonic flame serpent lord, and it twisted its huge body and flew towards Mykelia. The attacks of the 6th-rank battle robots set off ripples on the demonic flame serpent lord's defensive magic barrier, continuously consuming the power of the demonic flame serpent lord, but they couldn't injure it. The Lord of Battle Silver uttered, "Demonic Flame Serpent Lord, capture Mykelia alive." "Don't kill her." When the demonic flame serpent lord thought of the invincible and fearsome existence, fear shimmered in its eyes, and it said resolutely, "I understand. Mykelia, you are a fool to come here in person. Here, you don't have the support of the Demon Note Throne. A trifling quasi-emperor can't withstand a single blow. Be obedient and become my captive." With a flash of resplendent silver light, the Lord of Battle Silver cast a powerful offensive secret method and destroyed the 2,000 mechanical lords guarding in front of Mykelia. Covered in wounds, the Lord of Battle Silver appeared in front of Mykelia and reached for her. Mykelia smiled, her beautiful eyes gleaming with joy. "You're the fool, Lord of Battle Silver." "That's right, Lord of Battle Silver. You're stupider than a pig." A chuckle sounded beside Mykelia, and a peerlessly handsome young man suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, a great net emanating golden divine radiance and eternal emperor's might that suppressed the universe swept towards War Silver. Magic Note Lord. You're the Magic Note Lord. Damn it! When did you wake up? How come we don't know? When the Lord of Battle Silver saw the extremely handsome young man, his expression changed drastically. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. His entire body shone with silver light as he waved his hand forcefully. A silver spear tore through the sky and pierced towards the huge net. The Magic Note Lord said with a smile, "It's no use. This golden god capturing net is not something you can contend with. Your fighting style and bloodline innate abilities are restrained by the golden god capturing net. Your resistance will only make you suffer more." The golden god capturing net erupted with waves of golden divine radiance, and then extremely terrifying fiend god phantoms appeared on the golden god capturing net. Golden divine chains of order rained down, and they coiled around the silver spear and twisted it into pieces. The gold god chains of order rained down and swept towards the Lord of Battle Silver in an incredible way. The Lord of Battle Silver shone with silver light, and then disintegrated into countless specks of silver light that flew in different directions. Gold light swept out, and the specks of silver light that the Lord of Battle Silver had transformed into converged and formed the Lord of Battle Silver's true body, which was locked by the gold god chains of order, unable to budge. Magic Note Lord. Damn it, why didn't you enter the Universe Tree Sea? When the Devil Flame Snake Lord saw the Magic Note Lord, his face fell, and 18 pairs of flame wings grew from his ribs. With a flap of the flame wings, endless flames flickered, and the Devil Flame Snake Lord turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Since the Devour Lord asked me to protect the Devour dynasty, I can only reluctantly help him once. Since you dare to be an enemy of us humans, don't run away. I can make snake soup out of you. An Empyrean-grade snake soup is truly a delicacy. With a smile on his face, the Magic Note Lord waved his hand, and a blue jade bottle, the Cosmic Ice Bottle, flew out. The Cosmic Ice Bottle shone brightly, absorbed the power of hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius, and spewed out a torrent of blue ice that swept towards the Devil Flame Snake Lord. In front of the Devil Flame Snake Lord, a huge spatial barrier appeared. Behind the spatial barrier, 100 space rulers opened a powerful spatial barrier. Chapter 1357. The demonic flame serpent lord slammed into the spatial barrier like a huge star, and the spatial barrier crumbled and shattered like an eggshell. But the moment the spatial barrier shattered, the movement of the demonic flame serpent lord stagnated for a moment. The terrifying torrent of blue ice appeared on the body of the demonic flame serpent lord in an instant and directly engulfed the demonic flame serpent lord. Demonic flames emerged from the demonic flame serpent lord, intertwined with the torrent of blue ice, and burned a lot of the blue ice and formed a strange mist. The demonic flame serpent lord continued to struggle in the torrent of blue ice, twisting its huge body. Waves of terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Swept by the fearsome shockwaves, a copious amount of blue ice was shattered, unable to freeze the demonic flame serpent lord. Magic Note Master. Please let me live. Let me go, and I will repay you in the future. Struggling in the torrent of blue ice, the demonic flame serpent lord roared. You can still speak, that's quite spirited. However, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. To be able to block my cosmic ice bottle for so long, your flesh must be delicious. The Magic Note Lord smiled and pointed at the cosmic ice bottle with his finger. Countless runes flickered on the cosmic ice bottle, and it devoured the ice force within hundreds of thousands of light-years, and the might of the torrent of ice increased several-fold. The terrifying torrent of ice instantly froze the demonic flame serpent lord, turning it into a huge block of ice. The Magic Note Lord beckoned with his hand, and the block of ice that sealed the demonic flame serpent lord turned into a stream of light and flew into his hand. Magic Note Lord. He has awakened. He is the 7th Warlock Emperor of the human race, yet after he awakened, he didn't clash with the Devourer Lord. The Magic Note Lord is willing to serve the Devourer Lord. That's terrifying. Once humans unite, there are no flaws. Why didn't he enter the Universe Tree Sea? In the void, when the other race powerhouses saw the Magic Note Lord's figure, their hearts sank. The Magic Note Lord was the 7th Warlock Emperor of the human race, an invincible overlord rank Empyrean of an era. with countless secret treasures. He is definitely one of the most troublesome warlock emperors of the human race. The magic note lord glanced in the direction of the foreign race powerhouses and revealed a mocking smile. His figure flickered and disappeared. Under Mycelia's command, the huge interstellar fleet flew towards the Zhangji plain. The Master of Magic Note appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the Master of Battle Silver and the Master of Giant Demonic Flame Serpent. A piece of news appeared in the weave, and it caused a stir in the entire weave. The Master of Magic Note has awakened. Sure enough, the Magic Note Master is different from the Demon God Master. He is more willing to protect the human race than the Lord of Demonic Gods. With the Magic Note Master and the Devourer Master joining forces, our human clan will be invincible in the world. How could we not know about the awakening of the Magic Note Master? Someone used the power of fate to cover up everything. Only the Devourer Master can use the power of fate to cover up all traces. In the weave, the human warlocks are talking excitedly. As a warlock emperor of the 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Lord is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean with tyrannical strength. With him around, no matter what the other race powerhouses do, they will be suppressed. The Magic Note Lord didn't go in. The Devourer Lord is really fearsome. He has no flaws. With the Magic Note Lord guarding him, the Devourer Dynasty is as stable as a rock. We can't force him back. How hateful! In the vast universe, one after another, terrifying existences frowned slightly, and their eyes shimmered with anger and helplessness. Yang Feng founded the 9th Warlock Dynasty and swept the world with his might. In the world of warlocks, countless planes had no choice but to submit to Yang Feng. Since the human race obtained tremendous resources in the world of warlocks, the other races were naturally oppressed. Some races have even been bribed by the Gamana universe, but they were suppressed by Yang Feng and didn't dare to come forward. After Yang Feng entered the universe tree sea with great difficulty, those races had the opportunity to stir up trouble. But the Magic Note Lord appeared out of nowhere and quelled everyone at once, making those people not dare to move again. Curses! I can only hope that the Devourer Lord dies in the Universe Tree Sea. The Universe Tree Sea is full of dangers. If the Devourer Lord dies, that would be for the best. The Devourer Lord must die. He can't advance to the Eternal Realm. In the universe where the world of warlocks is located, many powerful existences cursed. Within the Universe Tree Ocean, on the peak of a spirit mountain, a small tree bloomed with resplendent divine light. A jade-green pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. All the monarchs within a radius of 10,000 miles could see that jade-green pillar of light. Mysterious runes appeared in the void, condensing into a strange eye that carefully peered at everything on Spirited Mountain. The Devourer Lord is here. One of the golden vertical eyes flashed, and a fearsome thought reverberated in the area. The Devourer Lord. Sure enough, this is a trap. The Devourer Lord is so evil. Fearsome auras erupted in the distance, turned into streams of light, and disappeared. Specks of golden light converged on the spiritual mountain and formed a handsome young man with short black hair and a sacred horn on the head. Heh, I'm smart. As long as I mention the Devourer Lord's name, no one dares to come over. The handsome man with a sacred horn on the head raised the corners of his mouth, and his gaze fell on the small tree radiating green light, and greed flashed in his eyes. If I devour this blue sky divine tree, my strength will advance further. I may be able to step into the invincible Overlord Empyrean step realm and have the qualifications to compete with top Empyreans. To use my name to scare people, you're really smart. A calm voice sounded behind the handsome Empyrean. The handsome man with a sacred horn on the head trembled slightly, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he turned around. Strange ripples flickered, as if a veil of fate was lifted, and Yang Feng appeared behind the handsome Empyrean rank powerhouse. The handsome Empyrean inhaled a breath of cold air and said in a trembling voice, "Devourer Lord, you're really here." The handsome Empyrean responded decisively, "Devourer Lord, I am the Radiant God Lord. I once protected you humans. Don't kill me. I have no hostility towards you. If you want the divine leaf, I can give you mine." Yang Feng was taken aback, and then nodded and said, "Since it's the Radiant God Lord, then I'll give you face and let you go." The Radiant God Lord is a formidable Empyrean of the Arch-God age. He was once a guardian god worshipped by the human race. It was also under his protection that the human race had escaped the calamity of extinction several times. Even now, many human warlock groups still worship the Radiant God Lord. According to historical records, although the Radiant God Lord has all kinds of shortcomings, but he is also a hero whose words carry enormous weight. The Radiant God Lord heaved a sigh of relief, a dignified look in his eyes, and he said unhurriedly, "Devourer Lord, the Gumana universe's Empyreans use some unknown method to sneak into our universe. They are lobbying our universe's Empyreans to form an alliance to besiege and kill you. Be careful." Yang Feng responded with a smile. "I know. Thank you for the reminder." The Radiant God Lord nodded, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared. Yang Feng extended his hand, put away the blue sky divine tree, and sealed it in a jade box. At this moment, a powerful beam of light full of sacred aura rose from afar and shot into the sky. A treasure has appeared. This is definitely an opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Yang Feng looked at the powerful beam of light full of sacred aura, and his eyes shimmered with excitement. His figure fluttered, and he flew towards the beam of light. The heart of the universe sea of trees contains the greatest opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Outside the heart of the universe sea of trees, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth that can increase the odds of a powerhouse advancing to the eternal realm. If there is a powerhouse with heaven-defying aptitude, they can use the treasures of heaven and earth outside the heart of the universe sea of trees to advance to the eternal realm. An opportunity is just an opportunity. Whether or not you can advance to the eternal realm depends on many factors. Yang Feng's aptitude is very low to begin with. But by seizing the opportunities that he can seize, he reached his current position step by step. He won't let go of any opportunity that can help him advance to the eternal realm. In the center of a desert that stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers, there is a crystal-clear spirit spring. In the center of the spirit spring, there is a palm-sized flower with only 3 petals. Countless star runes appear on the petals and radiate mysterious light. That incomparably terrifying beam of light had shot out from the flower and soared into the sky. Myriad Star Tricolor Flower. It's a peerless god object that can increase the chances of advancing to the eternal realm by 10%. With it, I can definitely advance to an invincible overlord rank Empyrean and compete with other invincible overlord rank Empyreans for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm in the heart of the universe sea of trees. A 10,000-meter-long dragon-winged 9-headed bird with 9 heads and 4 pairs of dragon wings on its back flew out of the sky. Its eyes flashed with a cold light, and it reached out with its claws towards the myriad star tricolored flower. Chapter 1358. A tremendous force gushed out of the myriad star tricolor flower, and a thick vine rose from below the myriad star tricolor flower and swept towards the dragon-winged 9-headed bird. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the dragon-winged 9-headed bird. Its 9 huge bird heads opened their mouths, and 9 streams of flames condensed into a pillar of fire that blasted towards the huge tree vine. The dragon-winged 9-headed bird controlled the dragon-winged flame, and its power was terrifying. If one dragon-winged flame landed on a star, the entire star would be engulfed in a sea of fire. The flaming pillar that the 9-headed dragon-winged bird spat out with all its might could even burn and heavily injure an emperor. It was also the nemesis of countless extraordinary plants. In an instant, the thick tree vine pierced into the pillar of fire, forcefully piercing through the terrifying pillar of fire, directly piercing through the dragon-winged 9-headed bird. Countless strange runes flashed and the Emperor Realm dragon-winged 9-headed bird was wrapped up by countless runes. The Order God light collapsed and it was wrapped up by the giant tree vines. It turned into a weird pool of blood that entered the tree vines. World-devouring vine. There's actually such a ferocious creature guarding it. This is the world-devouring vine, the most ferocious transcendent plant in the universe. It can devour true dragons. The myriad star tricolored flower actually has such a ferocious creature guarding it. How troublesome. A wisp of gloominess flashed through the eyes of the emperors who were flying over. The world-devouring vine was the most fearsome extraordinary plant in the world of warlocks. In the ancient records, the world-devouring vine had only appeared 3 times, and all of them had happened during the era of Eternals. As soon as they were born, they would devour the myriad of worlds, devouring the various planes and emperors, turning them into their own nutrients to become even more powerful and terrifying. Of the 3 times the world-devouring vine had appeared, 2 of them had been killed by eternal sovereigns. There was another time when he forced 9 emperors to join forces before he was able to crush the world-devouring vine. The 3rd ancestor dragon descended from the sky, arrived near the spirit spring, looked around, and said coldly, "This myriad star tricolor flower is mine. Anyone who dares to compete with me for this flower is an enemy of me, the 3rd ancestor dragon." The incomparably terrifying dragon might soared into the sky as waves of tyrannical killing intent spread in all directions. The emperors who were flying over fell into a state of hesitation. In the universe of the world of warlocks, Yang Feng was recognized as the #1 expert. But among the many powerhouses below Yang Feng, the 3rd ancestor dragon is definitely one of the most fearsome powerhouses. He can easily kill ordinary Empyreans. The 3rd ancestral dragon was one of the ancestral dragons born between heaven and earth. Back then, it fought against countless true spirits, using the white tiger, black tortoise, phoenix and other true spirits as food. It was savage and powerful to the extreme. However, he was shackled by his powerful bloodline, which prevented him from becoming an eternal one. But he was definitely one of the most terrifying emperors in the universe. "This myriad star tricolored flower belongs to me." Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and uttered coldly, "Lord Devourer. He's here. The 2 most powerful Empyreans in our universe. There can't be 2 tigers on the same mountain. Interesting, it's best if both sides suffer." A dozen plus Empyreans stopped approaching. Hiding in a mysterious space they opened hundreds of kilometers away, they cast secret methods to spy on this side. The 3rd ancestor dragon took a deep look at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Lord Devourer, I'm determined to get this myriad star tricolored flower. Please let me go this time. As long as you let me go this time, I can give you 10 true spirit rank true dragon skeletons. You can choose 10,000 dragon beauties from the plane of dragons. Even if you fancy the dragon sage, there's no problem. I will also owe you a favor. As long as it's not something I can't accomplish, then as long as you use that favor, I will help you accomplish it." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "What a generous offer. However, compared to eternity, everything else is illusory. I won't give up this myriad star tricolored flower to anyone." The myriad star tricolored flower is a peerless divine treasure. A complete myriad star tricolored flower can give an invincible overlord rank Empyrean a 10% chance of advancing to the eternal realm. The 10% chance of advancing to the eternal realm is enough to make Empyreans go crazy. 3rd ancestor dragon, as I said, the Devourer Lord won't compromise. Let's join forces to defeat him and seize the myriad star tricolored flower. What do you think? The petals of the myriad star tricolored flower will be divided equally between the 3 of us. A man shrouded in a terrifying storm and the Azure Dragon Emperor slowly walked out from the side. The man who was shrouded in a layer of terrifying storm chuckled. "Storm Emperor. It's the invincible Storm Emperor of the Archgod Age. He's a ruthless person who killed 4 Empyreans at the same time." The Storm Emperor, the 3rd ancestor dragon, and the Azure Dragon Great Emperor are all invincible overlord rank Empyreans. Even though the Devourer Lord is invincible, but he may not be the opponent of the 3 overlords. The eyes of the Empyreans hiding in an alternate space trembled slightly. The Radiant Lord hiding in an alternate space quietly analyzed. Besieged by 3 Empyreans, the Devourer Lord is in trouble. They are veteran Empyreans, not rookie Empyreans. Okay. The 3rd ancestor dragon took a deep look at the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and spoke decisively. "Devourer Lord, I'll break your space-time walk." The eyes of the 3rd ancestor dragon flashed fiercely, and he opened his maw, and a huge dragon tomb formed from 10,000 dragon skeletons suddenly appeared. Each of the 10,000 dragon skeletons is a great holy rank dragon skeleton. At the top of the dragon tomb, there are 108 Empyrean rank true dragon skeletons. The 3 true dragon skeletons in the lead exude ancestral dragon rank aura. As soon as the huge dragon tomb appeared, countless mysterious runes shone. The eyes of the 3 ancestral dragon skeletons shone with endless mysterious light. True dragon chi gushed out of the eyes of an ancestral dragon, and a torrent of time flew out of the ancestral dragon's eyes, entered the void, and froze the past, present, and future. This is the power of the 5th ancestor dragon. According to legend, The fifth ancestor dragon has comprehended the essence of time. I didn't expect this to be true. This area has been frozen by the power of the fifth ancestor dragon. Unless the dragon tomb is destroyed, the Devourer Lord Spacetime Walk will have no effect. This is the power of a top invincible overlord rank Empyrean. If they join forces, they can even contend against an eternal sovereign for a short time. The eyes of the spectating Empyreans shimmered gravely. Devourer Lord, give up! The Storm Emperor, who is shrouded in a fearsome storm, shone in his hand, and the Empyrean-grade secret treasure storm blade suddenly appeared and slashed at Yang Feng. An incomparably terrifying sea of storms and a dot of azure light appeared. Two strange phenomena appeared. The essence of wind and the essence of speed fused, and a green sword ray slashed towards Yang Feng at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary Empyreans won't even be able to see the green sword ray clearly before they are cut in two. This is the terror of the Storm Emperor. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor turned into a huge Azure Dragon and belched the Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Azure Dragon bead, barreling towards Yang Feng. Although the Azure Dragon Emperor once allied with Yang Feng to fight against the Gamana universe's powerhouses together, but in the face of the eternal opportunity, he won't show any mercy. Myriad Dragons subdue demon. The eyes of the third ancestor dragon shimmered fiercely, and true dragon chi descended from the myriad dragon tomb. Except for the 3 ancestral dragon skeletons, the other 105 Empyrean-ranked true dragon skeletons opened their eyes, exuded Empyrean might, and rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the 108 Empyrean-ranked true dragon skeletons and exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the third ancestor dragon, "You really have some skill." There was a flash of anger in the Azure Dragon Emperor's eyes. He doesn't even look at me. Does he think that I'm no longer worthy of being his opponent? Ripples flickered, and Zero emerged. The whip of ruler in her hand shone with countless runes, pierced through the sky, and slammed into the Storm Emperor's storm blade. The storm blade was sent flying, and Zero took advantage of the situation to lash out at the Storm Emperor, tearing off a large amount of flesh and blood. Shadow also emerged from the void, split into 3 shadow avatars, and stabbed at the Azure Dragon bead with the ruler shadow spear in their hands. When the 3 shadow avatars struck the Azure Dragon bead, a fearsome force erupted in an instant and sent the Azure Dragon bead flying. Countless afterimages emerged, and Shadow's true body teleported among the afterimages and attacked the Azure Dragon bead. At this moment, the 105 true dragon skeletons appeared in front of Yang Feng and unleashed various top-notch offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. When the 105 true dragon skeletons attacked, it is equivalent to 105 stone jades blessed with the power of the magic note throne joining hands to launch an attack. Even an eternal sovereign will be injured when hit by the joint attack of the 105 true dragon skeletons. Without achieving eternity, everyone must bow their heads in front of the power of fate. Yang Feng's eyes radiated mysterious runes, and a mysterious breath of fate diffused from him. When the blue mirror of fate appeared, countless bright runes shone, and a torrent of fate shot into the sky and swept towards the 105 true dragon skeletons. Among the 105 true dragon skeletons, one of the true dragon skeletons suddenly shuddered, and an insignificant piece of bone cracked. The joint attack of the 105 true dragon skeletons caused a crack to appear. Chapter 1359. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he slashed with his halberd, and a green halberd ray slashed at the flaws of the 105 true dragon skeletons. In an instant, a crack appeared on the cyan halberd light, and the halberd light slashed onto a true dragon skeleton, splitting it into 2. A devour black hole suddenly appeared and devoured the true dragon skeleton. The attacks of the other 104 true dragon skeletons slammed into the ground and blasted open huge holes. The world-devouring vine shone and activated a powerful barrier to protect it and the myriad star tricolor flower. Yang Feng devoured a true dragon skeleton with a strike. As if teleporting, he flickered 3 times in a row, and 3 green halberd rays shone. 3 true dragon skeletons were cut in 2, and then he used the devour black hole to devour them. As expected of the Devour Lord, you're really powerful. However, you're doomed to die here today. The eyes of the third ancestor dragon shimmered fiercely, and he roared. The remaining 101 Empyrean-ranked true dragon skeletons flew back to the Myriad Dragon's tomb and shone brightly. In the Myriad Dragon's tomb, the remaining 2 ancestor dragon skeletons opened their eyes. The eyes of an ancestor dragon skeleton shone with divine light, and it flew out of the myriad dragon's tomb. Surrounded by a copious amount of true dragon chi, as if it was resurrected from the river of time, it moved extremely fast. In an instant, it appeared in front of Yang Feng and extended its claw towards him. So fast! This speed even surpasses that of the Storm Emperor. The fourth ancestor dragon wields the essence of speed. He is the first life form in heaven and earth to grasp the essence of speed. His speed even surpasses that of true spirits known for their speed such as the Kuan Pang and the golden-winged roc. Among the first-generation life forms, the speed of the fourth ancestor dragon was far above that of many other life forms at the beginning. But later, after the Eternal Sovereign Age, he was slowly surpassed by the Eternal Sovereigns. The spectating Empyrean rank experts watched the extremely fast fourth ancestor dragon with apprehension in their eyes. Few of them can block the extremely fast claw of the fourth ancestor dragon. Yang Feng opened a formidable barrier around him. The fourth ancestor dragon stabbed with its claw, and true dragon chi gushed out and tore apart the powerful barriers as if they were thin sheets of paper, and then stabbed Yang Feng. The armor of dawn flashed and a terrifying twisting force burst out, twisting the claws of the fourth ancestral dragon to one side. The claw of the fourth ancestor dragon tore open a huge wound on Yang Feng's body and moved aside. Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and divine light shone. When the green halberd ray slammed into the fourth ancestor dragon, it was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. What a tough fourth dragon ancestor! As expected of the ancestral dragon. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, countless runes shone on him, and he turned into a black hole that can devour everything, swept towards the fourth ancestor dragon, and drew it into the black hole. When the fourth ancestor dragon was drawn into the devour black hole, a tremendous amount of true dragon origin poured into Yang Feng. True dragon chi gushed out of the fourth ancestor dragon, and it struggled in an attempt to break free from the devour black hole. But it couldn't break free from its power. Devour Lord! You dare to devour my fourth brother's skeleton, that's a heinous crime. Damn it! The eyes of the third ancestor dragon shimmered fiercely, and it roared, burned the power of true dragon bloodline, and stimulated the terrifying power of the myriad dragon tomb. The skeleton of the sixth ancestor dragon came to life, and fearsome dragon might spread in all directions. Then it extended its claw, and stars of power appeared, crushed the starry sky, and suppressed everything. The sixth ancestor dragon dominated the world with the essence of power. At the time, he used the invincible essence of power to kill many giants who dominated the world with their strength. In the past, when the six ancestor dragons joined forces, they could even contend against an eternal for a short time. Among them, the fifth ancestor dragon suppressed spacetime and the sixth ancestor dragon resisted an eternal, which established the reputation of the six ancestor dragons. What a powerful essence of power! The reputation of the sixth ancestor dragon is well deserved. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you still have to bow your head in front of fate. Yang Feng's cold voice came from the devour black hole, and fearsome fate force suddenly erupted and swept in all directions. At the moment when the sixth ancestor dragon was about to hit the devour black hole, the fourth ancestor dragon was ejected by the devour black hole and slammed into the sixth ancestor dragon's claw like a meteor. Boom! Under the pincer attack of Yang Feng and the sixth ancestor dragon, the extremely hard fourth ancestor dragon, cracks appeared on the bone of the fourth ancestor dragon, which is only slightly inferior to eternal sovereigns. The devour black hole emerged again, swept towards the fourth ancestor dragon, and drew it inside. This time, the fourth ancestor dragon's skeleton cracked, and a tremendous amount of true dragon origin poured out and was directly absorbed by Yang Feng. The ferocious sixth ancestor dragon slashed at Yang Feng with its claw again. With a trace of fate force, the fourth ancestor dragon flew out and slammed into the sixth ancestor dragon. The sixth ancestor dragon retracted most of its power and grabbed at the fourth ancestor dragon, wanting to rescue the fourth ancestor dragon from Yang Feng. Sixth ancestor dragon, I'll show you my power. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared in front of the sixth ancestor dragon in an instant and slashed with his halberd, and a green halberd ray containing countless power stars slammed into the head of the sixth ancestor dragon and knocked him down from the sky. Devour Lord, stop! I admit defeat. I'll leave this place at once. The eyes of the third ancestor dragon flashed with resentment, and he roared. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the myriad dragon tomb, and two rays of light swept towards the fourth ancestor dragon and the sixth ancestor dragon respectively. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then his figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the fourth ancestor dragon, turned into a huge devour black hole, and devoured the fourth ancestor dragon's true dragon origin. Devour Lord, today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the third ancestor dragon gritted his teeth. After recalling the sixth ancestor dragon, he turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. The third ancestor dragon actually escaped. Too decisive. Chapter 1360. The Empyreans hidden in alternate spaces cast escape secret methods, turned into streams of light, and scattered. None of them dared to compete with Yang Feng for the myriad star tricolor flowers. In the universe tree sea, there are many powerhouses. No Empyrean is my opponent alone. But if they besiege me, they will still pose a great threat to me. The urgent matter at hand is to improve my strength. Yang Feng glanced coldly at the realm-devouring vine, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. When Yang Feng glanced at the realm-devouring vine, like a frightened little beast, the realm-devouring vine twisted, rose from the ground, and fled frantically into the distance. You want to escape? You're staying here. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and the wheel of time radiated mysterious light, and a torrent of time gushed out and swept towards the realm-devouring vine. Swept by the torrent of time, the realm-devouring vine flew back inch by inch. The realm-devouring vine erupted with a fierce breath and stabbed towards Yang Feng like a poisonous dragon. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, countless runes shone, and a devour black hole suddenly emerged and swept towards the realm-devouring vine. The realm-devouring vine shone slightly, and a fearsome devour force suddenly erupted, contended with Yang Feng's devour force, and forcibly blocked it. Amazing! The realm-devouring vine is indeed a heaven and earth variant that is naturally proficient in the essence of devour. If I devour it, my essence of devour will become stronger. When Yang Feng saw that the realm-devouring vine can contend with his power, he wasn't alarmed, but rejoiced instead. He has been traveling the universe all these years and comprehended various laws. His deduction of the essence of devour has reached the limit, surpassing that of powerhouses who have grasped the essence of devour in history. In terms of power alone, the realm-devouring vine is far inferior to Yang Feng. But its grasp of the essence of devour is even superior to Yang Feng's. Countless runes shone on the realm-devouring vine as it devoured Yang Feng's power and grew inch by inch. Unfortunately, the essence of devour isn't the only thing I know. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and the devour black hole collapsed. Zero lashed the realm-devouring vine with her whip, and the realm-devouring vine trembled and almost broke under the impact of the whip of the ruler. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the heaven-splitting blade appeared and slashed at the realm-devouring vine at the speed of a shooting star, cutting it in half. The body of the realm-devouring vine that was cut into two trembled slightly and turned into two streams of light that flew in different directions. The ruler's whip in Zero's hand flashed, and it curled around a section of the world-devouring vine, wrapping around it tightly. A devouring black hole appeared and swept towards the other section of the realm-devouring vine, pulling it into the devouring black hole and frantically devouring its life essence. The remaining half of the world-devouring vine opened a small devour black hole to contend against Yang Feng's devour black hole. Even though the essence of devour grasped by the realm-devouring vine is above Yang Feng's, but the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. The remaining half of the realm-devouring vine is being broken down and devoured by Yang Feng's peerless power. After devouring the remaining half of the realm-devouring vine, Yang Feng closed his eyes, countless runes flickered inside him, and a fearsome aura diffused from him. Star Concubine walked out of Yang Feng's shadow and pointed with a finger, and Star Force suddenly flew out and opened a huge barrier to block other Empyreans from peeping. Any Empyrean who uses a spell to peep here is bound to arouse Star Concubine's vigilance. Yang Feng closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and inhaled, and the seven-color god rainbow fruit flew into his mouth. Seven-color god light shone, mystical seven-color god flowers appeared behind Yang Feng, and a strange fragrance pervaded the air. As long as an ordinary person breathes in this fragrance, they can change from an ordinary person to a genius with level 5 soul aptitude or above. 7 days and 7 nights. The mystical seven-color godlight lasted for 7 days and 7 nights before disappearing. On the 8th day, Yang Feng opened his eyes, which shone with countless runes, as if they can devour everything. Zero threw away the remaining half of the realm-devouring vine. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the remaining half of the realm-devouring vine. The half of the realm-devouring vine suppressed by Zero is the main vine, and it is extremely fierce. At the moment when the seal was unlocked, it opened a devour black hole and used tremendous devour force to devour Yang Feng's power. After devouring the half of the realm-devouring vine, Yang Feng's essence of devour evolved again. But compared to the realm-devouring vine, it is still slightly inferior. Even though only 2/3 of the main vine remains, but it is still ferocious and devoured Yang Feng's power bit by bit. The blue sky divine tree appeared, turned into a stream of light, and entered Yang Feng's body. After absorbing the power of the blue sky divine tree, Yang Feng's strength increased by a large margin, and he forcibly suppressed the main vine, preventing it from devouring his power. Myriad Star Tricolor Flower. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then decisively sent the myriad star tricolor flower into his mouth. In an instant, one star projection after another appeared behind Yang Feng. After each star projection appeared, Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul underwent a small transformation. After 10,000 stars emerged, Yang Feng underwent an earth-shaking transformation. A vast force infinitely close to the eternal realm erupted, crushed the devour black hole of the main vine in one fell swoop, and devoured the realm-devouring vine inch by inch. A day and a night later, dust flew out of the devour black hole. The devour black hole closed, and Yang Feng's figure was revealed, and a fearsome force pervaded his body. After devouring the realm-devouring vine, my essence of devour has transformed and evolved again, becoming more powerful. Unfortunately, there is still no way to advance to the eternal realm. Yang Feng scanned his body with his soul force, and regret flashed in his eyes. Yang Feng was already invincible in the world of warlocks, and now he has gone a step further and become even more powerful. Unfortunately, Yang Feng is well aware that he is still infinitely close to the eternal realm. If he were to face a true eternal sovereign, he could only escape. In the quasi-Empyrean realm, Yang Feng could even defeat an eternal sovereign with the help of the Armor of Dawn. But in the Empyrean realm, no matter how strong Yang Feng is, it is difficult to defeat an eternal sovereign. Unless the Eternal's origin source is severely damaged, Yang Feng may not be able to kill an eternal sovereign. However, the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns are all cunning. They won't allow their origin to be severely damaged. Only by advancing to the eternal realm can Yang Feng compete with them. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with countless runes, and a torrent of time revolved around him and accelerated the flow of time. Zero Shadow, go look for treasures. I want to transform further. Yang Feng entered the universe tree sea, slayed Empyreans one after another, and devoured their life origin. He needs time to refine their life origin, so that he can become stronger and stronger. Yes, Lord. Zero and Shadow responded decisively. A luxurious gold chariot appeared in the void. Sitting inside the gold chariot, Yang Feng shone brightly and transformed and evolved. During these years, Yang Feng has been unparalleled in the universe. Wherever he passed, the Empyreans retreated, not daring to make an enemy of him. Without an excuse, Yang Feng can't easily kill an Empyrean. Otherwise, it will provoke a counterattack from the other Empyreans. Before Yang Feng advanced to the eternal realm, if the Empyreans joined forces to counterattack, they could even destroy the entire human race. Because of this, although Yang Feng has made progress in the past few years, but his progress over decades hasn't been as great as today's. As long as he refines the Empyrean origin, Yang Feng can evolve again, his foundation will become deeper, and his odds of advancing to the eternal realm will increase. A year passed in a flash. During this year, wherever Yang Feng's gold chariot passed, the Empyreans retreated. No one dared to fight him. Peerless treasures rarely seen in the outside world fell into Yang Feng's hands. As long as they are useful to Yang Feng, he will use them immediately to improve his strength. A year later, in the center of the universe sea of trees, a flower as large as the sky bloomed, and bursts of fragrance spread in all directions. A blue beam flew out of the universe sea of trees and shone directly on Yang Feng. 24 green leaves appeared on Yang Feng's body. The 24 green leaves radiated resplendent light and formed 24 green stairs leading to a dark void. Yang Feng alighted from the gold chariot, stepped onto the 20 green stairs, and entered the end of the stairs. As soon as he reached the end of the stairs, pure eternal force poured into Yang Feng, causing him to transform again and become more powerful. Every divine leaf can undergo a baptism. With 24 leaves, I can undergo a baptism 24 times, making my foundation stronger. Yang Feng was already very powerful to begin with. After the baptism of the 24 eternal force, his flesh, blood, and bones have transformed again and gained traces of eternal characteristics. Endless light shone, and Yang Feng appeared on a platform. On the platform 1,000 kilometers in diameter, there are 9 people standing. The 9 people are the first Demon Lord, the first Fiend Emperor, the Sun Lord, the Primal Chaos Spider Mother, the third Ancestor Dragon, the Evil God Ancestor, the Star Titan Lord, the Myriad Eyes Demon Ancestor, and the Mother of Insects. The 10 Empyreans on this platform are the 10 most terrifying Empyreans in the world of warlocks. The Star Titan Lord is a fearsome being who awakened from the will of a huge star, obtained a fortuitous encounter, and gave birth to wisdom. He was once invincible for an era. The Myriad Eyes Demon Ancestor is a fearsome Empyrean who mastered countless evil spells. The Mother of Insects was once invincible for an era. She was born in the savage insect plane. She was also invincible for an era. According to legend, she once devoured the corpse of an eternal sovereign. Chapter 1361. Devourer Lord. When the third Ancestor Dragon saw Yang Feng, his eyes shot with blood and flickered with killing intent. The Myriad Dragon's tomb is the strongest secret treasure of the third Ancestor Dragon. In the Myriad Dragon's tomb, the 3 Ancestor Dragon corpses are the cores of the Myriad Dragons. After the 4th Ancestor Dragon was devoured by Yang Feng, the power of the Myriad Dragon's tomb weakened by more than 20%. Everyone, the Devourer Lord is the strongest in the world. I admit that I am inferior. Why don't we join forces to defeat him and seal him here? In this way, we will have a chance to compete for the eternal opportunity. The first Fiend Emperor took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with resentment, and he proposed. At the time, the first Fiend Emperor spent countless resources and a part of his soul to attach himself to the Fiend Emperor and revive. But he was killed by Yang Feng, and a deep hatred was formed between the two sides. The first Fiend Emperor was originally a powerhouse comparable to the Primal Chaos Spider Mother, but now he has become the weakest of the 10 great emperors. This naturally filled him with resentment. The strength of the first Fiend Emperor was originally far above that of the first Fiend Lord. But after the first Fiend Lord took over the Endless Abyss, his strength surpassed the first Fiend Emperor instead. When the first Fiend Emperor said this, the gazes of the other 8 Empyreans on the platform focused on Yang Feng, their expressions strange. There was silence on the platform. The first Fiend Emperor's heart sank. Shit, the Devourer Lord is too infamous. They don't dare to act rashly. Yang Feng has killed countless powerhouses along the way. Many powerful races were exterminated by him and directly wiped out. More than 50 emperors have died at his hands. Under the deterrence of Yang Feng's might, no matter who wants to deal with Yang Feng, they will be apprehensive and won't act rashly. First Fiend Emperor, you're trying to sow discord. Then let us have that unfinished battle right here. Go to hell. Ripples flickered, and a torrent of time appeared around Yang Feng. His speed increased by 1,000 times, surpassing the speed of light, and he slashed at the first Fiend Emperor with his halberd. So overbearing. So this is the Devourer Lord. Too overbearing. As long as there's an excuse, he'll act decisively. The Devourer Lord is really overbearing. But he's still the #1 powerhouse of our universe for no reason. The 8 emperors revealed a trace of fear in their eyes as they watched this scene quietly. Lord Devourer. The first Fiend Emperor's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. With a roar, countless runes appeared, and a vast and boundless devil sea appeared. In the vast demonic sea, a fiend claw that can easily crush a world emerged and grabbed towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng's halberd slashed at the fiend claw, the stars formed from the essence of power exploded and destroyed everything. The huge fiend claw was shattered by the power of the stars, and a green halberd light descended from the sky and slashed the first Fiend Emperor, splitting him in 2. Traces of strange runes flickered, and a palm-sized piece of black peach wood appeared and shattered. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and he sneered, "Death Scapegoat Mahogany. First Demon Emperor. You really have a lot of treasures. But how many of these treasures do you have?" Death Scapegoat Mahogany is a secret treasure refined from peach wood cut from the eternal god tree Death Scapegoat Peach Tree. This Death Scapegoat Peach Tree can allow powerhouses below the holy step to escape death once, and can even resist an attack from an Empyrean. In the Age of Eternals, an Empyrean cut the Death Scapegoat Peach Tree and refined it into Death Scapegoat Mahogany. From the Age of Eternals until now, there are only a few pieces left. Devourer Lord. Ripples flickered, and the first Fiend Emperor appeared on the edge of the platform, stared at Yang Feng resentfully, and gritted his teeth and uttered, "Devourer Lord, please calm down. After all, the first Fiend Emperor is an Empyrean of our universe. Our great enemy is the Gamana universe. The first Fiend Emperor just spoke rudely, but didn't attack you. Please spare his life." The ancestor of the evil god smiled and took a step forward. Traces of strange runes appeared around his body. The third ancestor dragon uttered coldly, "That's right, Devourer Lord. The first Fiend Emperor only said a few words, yet you want to kill him. That's too overbearing." The first Fiend Emperor uttered with a smile, "Devourer Lord, I also think that we should work together for now. After we see the eternal opportunity, we can compete for it based on our own abilities. Yang Feng's strength has threatened the safety of the Empyrean emperors, and the 9 powerhouses have shown signs of joining forces." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. He was about to speak, when suddenly a dignified shade flashed in his eyes, and he looked into the distance. The barrier enveloping the platform collapsed, and a huge flower appeared in front of everyone. Light flickered, and the Empyrean emperors on the platform turned into streams of light and flew towards the center of the huge flower. Yang Feng gave up on chasing the first Fiend Emperor, and flew towards the center of the huge flower to fight for the eternal opportunity. The first Fiend Emperor gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Feng. "Devourer Lord, I will definitely kill you. After I advance to the eternal realm, I will tear you to pieces." Wisps of fragrant mist gushed out of the huge flower and fell on Yang Feng and the other Empyrean emperors. Yang Feng and the other Empyrean emperors fell to the ground. No matter what secret methods they use, they can't fly. Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. What an amazing no-fly domain! It can even seal the power of Empyrean emperors. There is a very powerful small world inside Yang Feng. Even in a world without extraordinary forces, he can still extract world force to fly and display all kinds of extraordinary forces. For the strange fragrant mist to be able to prevent Yang Feng and the other Empyrean emperors from flying, it's simply heaven-defying. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises came from the ground, and one 100-meter-tall giant stone man after another with a battle axe in hand walked over. Break! The figure of the third ancestor dragon fluttered, and it turned into a 100-meter-long dragon. With a twist of its body, it appeared in front of the huge stone golem lightning fast, and slammed its claw into the huge stone golem. Boom! The giant stone man was smashed by the third ancestor dragon's strike. Right at this moment, the enormous stone golem suddenly rose up and swung its enormous battle axe at the third ancestral dragon's body. The giant stone men look clumsy, but they are extremely fast. When the axe slashed at the third ancestor dragon, it opened a huge gash and dripped with blood. So strong! These stone men have strength beyond that of ordinary Empyrean emperors. Seeing this scene, the countenance of the Empyrean emperors flickered. Even among the 10 Empyrean emperors, the defense of the third ancestor dragon ranks in the top 3. It is very difficult for the attacks of ordinary Empyrean emperors to break his dragon scales. Just as the Sun Lord snorted coldly. His figure fluttered, and he threw a sun spear at the giant stone man. The sun spear slammed into the giant stone man like shooting stars and blasted the Empyrean rank stone man to pieces. The primal chaos spider mother smiled and flicked her 10 fingers, and transparent and colorless primal chaos spider silk shuttled among the giant stone men, bound them, and sealed them. The star titan spirit lord roared angrily. He waved his fists and blasted them towards the giant stone golems. Wherever his fists passed, one stone man after another was blasted to pieces. All of a sudden, the evil god ancestor showed a strange smile, and strange ripples appeared on his body. Don't even think about it. You will all die here and become nutrients for me to advance to the eternal realm. A cold and cruel voice sounded from the giant stone man, and a giant stone emperor radiating gold divine radiance suddenly appeared and slashed at the void with a gold battle axe. In the void, the evil god ancestor's true body appeared, and a broken eternal shield exuding eternal aura suddenly appeared. The broken eternal shield shone, and 4 true spirits, the true dragon, the Qilin, the Kuan-Pang, and the Chongqi, formed a 4-spirit barrier. The golden battle axe slashed down on the 4-spirit barrier, shattering it. Following that, it slashed down on the ancestor of the evil god. An Empyrean rank evil god soul emerged and was smashed by the gold battle axe. At this moment, the evil god ancestor disappeared and appeared in the distance. What's that? What extraordinary life form is it? Why have I never seen it before? So strong. It's not weaker than any of us. Gazes of apprehension fell on the stone emperor with dignified looks. There's no need to guess. We are heaven and earth variants born from the universe will. We were born to protect this universe. If you can defeat us, you can get our power. If we kill you, we can get your power. If you all die, we can break free from the shackles of this place, advance to the eternal realm, and protect the universe. You are just nutrients for our evolution. The stone emperor looked at Yang Feng and company and said with a cold smile. Along with flashes of light, a divine mountain surrounded by countless angels descended from the sky, and beautiful female blazing angels flew out one after another. Each blazing angel exudes Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. Surrounded by countless blazing angels stood a beautiful and peerless angel empress. First-generation angels. They are the prototype of angels, first-generation angels. I didn't expect to see them here. When the third ancestor dragon and the other Empyrean rank experts saw the first-generation angels, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.